You guys know the drill at this point, right? Invincible was made by Robert Kirkman and it's taking the world by storm. Up until this point, the show was very different from the comics, like so different I did 2 whole videos about it. But this time, something different happened. Season 3 is closer to the comics than ever before, and trust me, you guys are gonna want to see this. Invincible Season 1 was released on March 25th, 2021 to critical acclaim, with endless memes and praise about the voice acting and performance of some of the top actors in Hollywood. Season 1 was followed by a special episode about one of the most prominent characters, Adam Eve, released on July 21st, 2023. Season 2 then came out on November 3rd, 2023, and Season 3 dropped on February 6th, 2025. With the new Season 4 drop and a very healthy collection of comments from my wonderful subscribers asking for this video, I thought it would be a good time to talk about what makes Season 3 so special, as I've already tackled Seasons 1 and 2. You have seen them, right? Now, the Invincible series was based on a comic run which started January 22, 2003, and ended February 14th, 2018. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Throughout that time, the art style changed like a dozen times, and it became Kirkman's standout comic after The Walking Dead. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to adaptation from comic to screen. For instance, even though Nolan kills the Guardians in episode 1 of the show, that fight only happens in issue number 7 of the comics. Other discrepancies include the Reaniman attacking in episode 6, but that happening in issue number 36. Titan's story in episode 5 happening in issue number 19, and the Chicago incident happening in episode 8, but in issue number 13. Season 1 was incredibly scrambled when it came to following along with the comics, which left Season 2 in an interesting place. How are they going to adapt everything moving forward? And honestly, they kinda got it back on track, with the first episode combining issues number 14 and 24, and episode 7 bringing issues 43 and 44, and episode 8 being issues 33 and 34. It took some recalibrating, but by and large, Season 2 put us in a great position to continue the comics linearly, and Season 3 only makes it better. So let's talk about it, shall we? Firstly, let's talk about how we'll be doing this. Each episode is going to be divided into 2 sections, one for the comic comparison and one for analysis. The key thing we want to answer here is, why did things change from the comic? Cause sure, making Cecil's origin story change so he's more of a hero in the show is different than the comics in the same way that Oliver's shirt changes colors across mediums. But one of those has a really important reason behind it and the other doesn't. Also, more than any previous season, the words spoken in the show line up directly with words from the comic. So if you're just listening and you hear clips from the show, lend me your eyeballs so you can see how accurately the scenes line up with the comics. Oh, and do remember to like and subscribe. These videos take quite a while. And I think that's all that really needs to be said for the intro. You guys know the drill at this point, so let's get started.
Oh man, that's your favorite finger. It's my favorite finger! It's his favorite finger, Cecil.
Now, before we get into the episode itself, the title of each episode actually comes from a panel in the comics. More specifically, in every single case it's a line of dialogue, except this missive, this machination from Season 2, which was a line of narration. Theoretically, each episode title is from the issue that each episode took the most from, but as we'll see much later, that's not always the case. Anyway, our first episode title, You're Not Laughing Now, comes from issue number 48, while Doc Seismic taunts all of his captured superheroes. So, we open Season 3 with Mark being stepped on by the Giant. But hold up a sec, let's zoom out actually. Season 1 played a little loose with which comic issues were adapted when. Episode 1 was almost entirely issue number 1, and episode 8 was almost entirely issue number 13. But Season 1 also adapted issues from the late teens, the 20s, and even the 30s, not exactly putting it on a linear path. Season 2 put us back on track a little bit more, even if episode 9 was mostly issue number 24, and the rest of the surrounding season set us back to issue number 14. And episode 16 was almost entirely issue number 33, but episode 15 was issues 44 and 45, which puts our timeline starting at issue number 46, which is exactly where Season 3 starts. It's actually pretty incredible how closely Season 3 adapts the comics. You'll see what I mean. So, our opening shot. Giant only fights Mark 3 specific times in the comics. Once when he was introduced in issue number 42, and he doesn't actually finish that fight, the Guardians take over for him. So the next time is in issue number 57, when him and Wolfman team up at Cecil's request. We actually will be going over that in a later episode, so don't worry about it so much for now. He basically just hits Giant one time and tells him to wait for the authorities. The last encounter is during a montage segment in issue number 79, which is a montage clip. I don't know what you want from me. The point I'm trying to get at here is that the Giant's character is extremely limited in the Invincible comics. His origins about being an 8-year-old boy who got trapped in another dimension is carried through in both mediums, but he never actually works with Cecil in the GDA, especially not to train Mark. So this entire sequence and our very first look at Season 3 is officially a show exclusive. Now, you'd think that means for comic viewers, the show would basically offer you nothing. But you'd be wrong. You'll see. Let's keep going. During his training montage, he does a lap from Earth to the moon, where he pushes himself to go fast, and this may be a reference to issue number 32, when Mark begins his own training to improve his strength and endurance, but he's not flying to the moon, just racing across Africa.
When we're through with him, he'll finally live up to the name.
Good start here, especially with the wording chosen. He is making Mark invincible, which means by extension he would have access to somebody who is invincible. Is really telling thematically, but we'll get to that more in the next section. In the show, his montage ends with Cecil running out of heavy things for Invincible to lift, and then cutting to inside the Pentagon where Donald gives Cecil a rundown of Invincible's stat increases over the last 3 months. For all of those in the back who might need the briefest of refreshers, let's give a quick reminder to who some of these people are. Mark Grayson, Invincible, fights through his daddy issues by trying to prove to guy with Scar, Cecil, that he's a good guy. Donald is a cyborg. Moving on. Cecil is voiced by Walton Goggins, who is such an incredible voice actor. I'm so glad they got him to be Cecil to begin with, but he really just shines more and more the deeper we get into this. In the comics, there's no montage, and as far as I can tell, there's no time jump either. Issue number 45 is when Mark gets his ass handed to him by Anissa, and issue number 46 is when he does his training with his magnet machine. These events happen immediately after each other, and Mark has been training on his own since his father told him to in issue number 28. The dialogue that the Ghoul and Donald share is a show exclusive. Donald isn't actually present during these events in the comics. Adrian Pimento from Brooklyn Nine-Nine joining Mark is the next beat in both mediums. But let's talk about their relationship up until this point. In the comics, Rex and Mark had always had a mutual acquaintanceship kind of a relationship, up until Rex's near-death experience. After that point, he became much more friendly with Mark, and Eve as well, even pushing the two of them to get together more directly than in the show. Now, in the show, him and Mark started off having an adversarial relationship from the New Guardian tryouts. Rex's personality has always been a bit more dickish than in the comics. However, similar to the comics, after Rex's near-death experience, Mark extended more empathy to him as he got back on his feet, allowing the two of them to move to where they are now, friends. It's nice to see that journey for them, even if it's different than the comics. Either way, this scene in both mediums starts with them being very close. The conversation they have is basically the same, but the dialogue is very different. In the show, he complains about his new hand and how the GDA is devoting more funds to Invincible rather than the coffee maker at Guardians HQ. In the comics, he just says he can't find the exit after he did get his hand adjusted so he can control the distance a little better. The next beat in both mediums is the conversation being interrupted by somebody stealing the Declaration of Independence. In the show, Sonny from Ant-Man and the Wasp, Lamau remember him, tells Mark directly. In the comics, they find out what's happening when they arrive in Washington. In both cases, they kind of ignore Rex and just have him pal around as a formality, rather than because they actually need him. In the show, there's the detail of Invincible suspecting Doc Seismic, but in the comic, there's no room to suspect who could be responsible since they just take off before seeing. All of this takes place in issue number 46, actually. So far, the show has only adapted that issue. We jump over to Washington, where Fightmaster and Dropkick try to steal the Declaration of Independence like they're fucking Nicolas Cage. In the show, they say that it'll be 3 minutes until the authorities arrive, but in the comics, they specifically say it'll be 2.9 minutes till the authorities arrive. Jesus, that is actually like the most actually moment I've ever had. So the four begin fighting, and the conversations are overall the same, but the words don't match up. Rex and Mark talk about if Mark is going to end up dating Eve, which is a continuation of the conversation they were having inside the GDA in the show like 5 minutes ago. But in the show, they don't talk about Eve until they arrive to fight the time travelers. The choreography is similar, complete with Rex shooting Dropkick in both mediums, and Mark being impressed with the speed of Fightmaster, not wanting to end the fight by hurting him. Next is Multipol getting the drop on Rex, wanting to kill him to get revenge for killing Duplicate. The choreography beats at this point are actually a little different. Firstly, Mark says sorry to Fightmaster in both mediums, but in the comics, it's because he was ignoring his punches, and in the show, he says it before punching him hard enough to render him unconscious. There's a beat in the comics where Rex lets off a large explosion, big enough to stun a majority of the Multipols and get some bearings on what's happening. This is omitted from the show. Rex actually stands up and puts on a bit of a fight in the comics, while in the show, the Multipols dogpile, Jankum Pog, and have the upper hand since the moment they arrive. While this is happening, in both mediums, Dropkick and Fightmaster manage to wake up and get away. Notably, they say, "That guy's really strong," in the show, but in the comics, they emphasize how much is at stake in their time. There's also this tiny bit in the comics where Mark actually manages to grab Rex and tries to fly away, but the two of them end up getting completely swarmed by Multipols, leading to Rex asking Mark if he could kill some of them. Mark says he doesn't feel comfortable doing that, and Rex assures him that as long as he leaves one alive, he won't actually be killing them, followed by Mark giving in and letting loose on them. Now, in the comics, even despite him using deadly force, he can't quite get Rex in time, and it looks like he actually would have died if Kate hadn't stepped in at that moment. Now that I've finished the comic bits, let's talk about the show, as it is very different. The Hobo Oracle from the TV movie Donald Trump's The Art of the Deal, the movie, doesn't stand a chance. Look man, Jason Mantzoukas has had a weird career, alright? It's only after being taunted by Multipol that Mark uses deadly force, and he does it very unhappily, cursing that he has to. Let's talk about the mindset of comic Mark versus show Mark at this point in the story. In both mediums, at this point in the story, Mark has only ever killed one person, Angstrom Levy. The decision to start killing Multipols is physically the same. Rex is gonna die and there's no other way to stop them. But emotionally, it's very different. Being convinced to kill people in the comics versus being backed into a corner in the show. I have more to say about these motivations, but we'll save that for next section. Let's move on to the next beat, which is Kate returning. Visual difference time. Kate gets an updated costume at this point in the comics. It's a one piece with 3/4 sleeves, and the main feature being that her legs are now exposed. Oh, and she's got these cute little boots on. You know, while I'm looking at these two images side by side, I also noticed that Immortal's costume has more orange in the comic than in the show. It's hard to say if it was always like that, or if I'm just bad at my job, or if the comic changed it, since they seem to change illustrators like every 20 issues. You know, speaking of Immortal, he's actually got a lot more detail on his gloves in the comics. I guess these finger node things just didn't make it in the show. In the show, Kate talks down Paul, and Rex is pissed at basically everybody in the situation. Immortal for knowing and not sharing, Kate for letting them believe she died, and Paul for almost killing him for nothing.
I've killed people for less. Yeah! Like me!
Bro is too funny, I swear. In the comic, Paul and Kate have a conversation about hiding her Zero, and how he never trusted Rex, leading the two to yell at each other, before Invincible punches him and knocks him out preemptively. This is different from the show, where Paul takes another swing at Rex, and Mark knocks his shit into the wall. In both mediums, he tells Kate that Paul is going to jail, and that's the end of it. Thanks again, Immortal, for doing absolutely nothing. Actually, I'm gonna defend our boy here for a moment. Without him, Kate would have never made it there in time, so hey, he actually did something right here. The next scene in the show is Oliver continuing his homeschooling with April, which is taken from issue number 38, where basically the same thing happens. There's another scene of Oliver studying with April in issue number 70, but the content of that conversation is about the acceleration of his age slowing as he gets older. But April and Oliver talk about test scores, so it's about as close as I got. Anyway, Mark returns home, April leaves, Debbie reunites with her son, and this seems like a good time to talk about our vocal talent. Debbie is voiced by the lovely Sandra Oh, and Mark is voiced by Steven Yeun, the same guy who got his head beaten in by a baseball bat on TV a few years back.
No exceptions!
Remember that, it will be important for later. They're the same actors as the last two seasons, but I just wanted to point it out, since without these incredible performances, Invincible wouldn't be as special as it is. Ming from Turning Red asks Glenn here to go outside and play with Oliver, glancing over at the baseball mitts. This interaction, including the outside scene playing catch, is found in issue number 42. The conversation is different. The comics have Mark teaching Oliver how to catch, and the show has Mark recounting the multi-ball adventure to Oliver. Issue number 42 and this scene both end with Oliver flying to catch a ball, surprising the shit out of Timo from Mickey 17. The next scene is Rex returning to Guardians HQ after his ass kicking, also introducing Kate and Immortal back to the team. Oh, and Immortal is voiced by Ross Marquand, who also played Aaron in The Walking Dead, so I see where Kirkman likes to get his voice talent. Let's do a quick rundown of the Guardians at this point in the story. We have Rexplode, whose name is Rex and he explodes things. I know, imaginative name for sure. Black Samson, who is black and a Samson. Wait, that doesn't work. He's a legacy member of the old Guardians who used to have powers, and now doesn't. I think. Still kind of unclear on that. Rudy Connors, or Robot, who used to be ugly and now isn't. He cosplays as Iron Man for no reason sometimes. Immortal, who's immortal. Amanda, or Monster Girl, who is a girl monster. Every time she transforms, she de-ages 1 day, which is why she looks like she's 12. Duplicate, who can make copies of herself, but never uses her power to their full potential, pissing me off to no end. Bulletproof, who is bulletproof. He flies too, so that's cool. Shapesmith, who is a Martian from Mars. In the comics, he was an abolitionist, in the show, he's just a moron. Funniest member of the Guardians by far. And Shrinking Ray, who shrinks, and her name is Ray. She almost died last season, and now she's back, or she will be in like 40 seconds. This scene is a show exclusive. After Multipole is sent to jail in issue number 46, there's no follow-up on Rex or Kate, they just reintegrate into the team with no formal declaration. In the show, they announce their engagement to the group, but in the comics it's a little different. The two sneak away to get fully married in issue number 38. In the show, Rex and Black Samson reunite, which isn't significant in the comics since these two have a very different relationship in both mediums.
I don't need to beat your ass until all you want to do is call me dad again.
Yeah, not this relationship. That's a show exclusive. And the biggie, reintroducing Ray to Rex. Shrinking Ray was eaten by the Lizard League in issue number 40, and there was nothing to be done about it. No revival for this character existed at all in the comics, so basically everything involving Ray in the show will be a show exclusive. Also, Ray in the comics was a guy, in the show they're a girl. Their costume is also significantly different, so if we're gonna get mad about any change from comic to screen, it should be that one. In the show, Black Samson caps off this heartfelt moment with some nice words, which doesn't really happen in the comics, if only because Black Samson isn't really the dad of the team there, he's just another member. Next we have Donald giving Cecil a lowdown on what's been happening around the country, with specific focus on events relating to Doc Seismic. This is not found anywhere in the comics for a few reasons. Firstly, at this point in the comics, Donald has moved into being a pop-up Invincible friend, since he appears so frequently in the Brit comics instead, so his work with Cecil is limited. Next, Doc Seismic's reappearance and capture of the superheroes is a surprise attack in the comics, so this build-up of him sitting quietly in a cell, twice mind you, is only in the show. And lastly, Cecil spying on Mark's family to discover that Oliver has powers is found in this one scene in issue number 45. Although if you look closely at the monitor in this scene, you notice that Cecil, in both the comics and the show, is looking at the new Just Lance Patreon, launched like 2 days ago, because I was really nervous about doing something like this. If you want to help support the channel, go take a look. There's cool perks like voting on the next video. Maybe if enough of you band together, you can actually get the season 4 video before season 5 comes out.
You should have led with this.
The next scene is Mark talking to Debbie about Oliver's powers. This scene doesn't have a one-for-one, but it does have a spiritual counterpart. In issue number 43, immediately after Oliver reveals his powers, Debbie pulls them both inside to talk about how he isn't allowed to use them. Let's get really in the weeds of this conversation. In the show, Debbie is hurt that Oliver kept them a secret. That is a show exclusive. She then specifically says her discomfort comes from his powers kicking in at a younger age than Mark's, which is a part of the conversation in issue number 43. She's worried that Oliver will get hurt, which spiritually exists in the comics, with her saying it's dangerous. Furthermore, she's worried he'll hurt someone else on accident, which is a one-to-one concern she has in the comics. Awesome there. Mark tells his mom he made Oliver promise not to use his powers until they've had time to talk about it, but that promise is nowhere to be found in the comics. Oliver's young journey into becoming Kid Omni-Man is very different in the comics, but there's better scenes to talk about that ahead, so we'll save that for now. For now, bowling.
For the last
time, Roman. I don't want to go fucking bowling.
There's only one time in the comics when Mark goes bowling with William and Rick, and it's in issue number 48. Remember that issue, it will be important in like 10 minutes. The scene in that issue is very different. Specifically, it's them leaving the alley, not actually bowling inside it. So physically a show exclusive, how about the conversation? Mark has a convo with William and Rick about the message that future Eve gave him when he was trapped in that dimension by Angstrom Levy at the end of season 2, which was also in issue number 34. Mark and William never actually have this conversation in the comics, and definitely not with Rick present. William and Rick both have a much bigger presence in the show than in the comics. They head outside, which they also do in issue number 48, so the physical location matches up now, but basically nothing else they talk about in their conversation does. Until Rick gets some chest pain from the work Sinclair did on him. In the comics, he has a flashback about Sinclair, but it's more of an
Emotional damage!
rather than a physical one. As far as I can tell, there's no physical pain that Rick gets in after being released from the GDA. The scene in the comic ends with Rick running off, and William asking Mark for a ride home. Mark refuses, which is funny since in the show he does actually give them a ride. Funny little twist there. And, you know, I didn't mention it until now because I didn't notice it until now, but Rick is much bigger in the show than in the comic. He's like same size or smaller than William in the comics, and William's a string bean. But in the show, he's like bigger than Mark is. And finally, Mark talking to Eve. This part where Mark flies outside her treehouse and talks himself up isn't in the comics at all. Matter of fact, when the comic equivalent of this conversation happens, he specifically mentions that he had a hard time finding her, which was by design. We'll talk about that right after we get back to Oliver. Oliver using face makeup to cover up and go out in public is exclusive to the show. He never does this in the comics, not even one time. The conversation he has with Debbie about it is exclusive to the show as well. Cecil showing up and introducing himself is exclusive to the show as well. Cool, back to Eve. So for starters, their physical location doesn't exist in the comics. Eve's journey is a bit different. She quits school while Mark is still dating Amber, instead deciding to go to Africa to use her powers to help. Similar to how we saw in season 1, except season 1 didn't specify which area she went to help. As such, there's no treehouse home that she lives in the comics. Instead, she constructs a huge mansion for herself, which we see in issue number 31, and then she moves back in with her parents in issue number 51. Aside from the treehouse itself, how about the conversation? Eve starts it out in the show by talking about her mom and dad's new work situations, which doesn't happen in the comics, since the first appearance of Eve's parents is in issue number 51. I mean, aside from a flashback panel in issue number 25 about some of the hero's origins, but I'm not counting that. Mark then continues by telling her about his mother's recovery from Angstrom Levy's visit, which is also omitted from the comics. Mark telling Eve that Oliver's powers came in isn't necessary in the comics, since their journey basically looks like this. They aren't talking for a while, and then when they pick it up, a lot of the plot moves forward, and after that, they end up dating. The only words she has to say about meeting Oliver is that he's awesome, by the way, in issue number 51, when they meet for the first time. Although there's not any specific mention of his powers, we know for sure we saw him use them since he's flying in the living room one page earlier. Here's an interesting one. Mark spies that she's going back to college. This is not in the comics, and I'm actually really glad to see it in the show. Question though, she can manipulate matter, right? Did she make these books? Can you make objects you don't have a knowledge of? Mark then officially asks Eve out, which doesn't really happen in the comics. Even when they do actually go out, they don't officially ask each other, but I'll get to that soon. For now, we go back to Debbie and Cecil talking about Oliver. This conversation is almost one-to-one found in the comics actually. Issue number 48, same location, same people, nearly the same words. The only physical difference is that Cecil doesn't get any coffee in the show.
A technicality that will shortly be remedied.
So let's get into the words. Cecil says he would have appreciated a call about Oliver's powers, which he basically says in the comics, even with the word trust overlapping in both mediums. The show makes it more centered on Debbie, making it clear that her responsibilities lie with her family, while in the comic, the conversation centers more on Debbie being stern and clear that Cecil will not be taking Oliver away. For the record, he doesn't actually want to, and that was never his intention. We'll get to that soon. For now, we break away from Mark and Eve's conversation to see Doc Seismic sitting in a cell. This is also in issue number 48, however it's a bit remixed. In the comics, he yells out that the time is now, while in the show, he just gently taps his fingers on the ground to communicate with the legions of the Under-Earth. We then see Rex taking a shower as he and the rest of the Guardians are attacked by the underground monsters. This happens just a few pages later, except Rex isn't showering, so he's not naked. The show then has Donald in charge, displaying the GDA trackers of all the heroes across the country, and then Doc Seismic's cell with a giant hole in it. This is all show exclusive, as the comics just have Seismic in a cell, and then next we see him he's taunting the captured heroes. So now, back to Debbie. Debbie makes the physicality of the show and comic line up by giving Cecil coffee. Thank God, all is right with the universe. The conversation in the show is much more pointed than in the comics, but in the comics they do have their share of both of them being terse with each other. Cecil says he wants to monitor Oliver's progress to help him understand his powers, which is the same offer he makes in the comics, just with a bit more specifics. Debbie points out that Cecil is still trying to control the situation, and let me say, Debbie has been on fucking point for the entire series pointing out people's bullshit like this. Nolan must have been masking his psychopathy the entire fucking time, because this is the kind of woman who would never get in bed with someone who gaslights people. The conversation in both mediums is cut short, but the last word is different in both. In the show, it's Cecil who says that other people have sons and daughters who aren't as lucky as Mark and Oliver, which is actually something that comes back later, so keep a little pin in that. Debbie says that's not fair, which, by the way, she's 100% right about that. If she caved here, she's basically saying that it's right for Cecil to do whatever he needs to/with Oliver and Mark because other people's families are vulnerable. These two would have gotten into a screaming match if he hadn't gotten cut off here. In the comic, the last word is more about Debbie not feeling Cecil in on the comings and goings of her family, and how she's allowed to be lax about it because Mark is doing good work for him. Cecil shoots back that after Nolan, he needs to take precautions before he's cut off. The words don't line up, sadly, but it's essentially the same thing with the same note ending it. Cecil needs to talk to Mark. So, back to Mark. Eve starts the conversation in the show by saying yes, and saying that it makes sense because of their lifestyle. In the comics, we have to go back to issue number 43, actually. In that issue, Eve busts into Mark's college room and declares, "I hear you're single now, are we dating or what?" Which is, number one, very funny, number two, very cathartic for comic viewers up until this point, and number three, not at all what happens in the show. The conversation in the comics continues into issue number 44, where the closest we get to somebody asking somebody out is actually Eve asking if this is gonna work. In both mediums, their conversation is going really well until Mark brings up future Eve. Except, in the comic, he doesn't lament over whether or not he's gonna tell her, and it doesn't accidentally come up like in the show. He simply says that he has known she likes him for a while, and tells her everything about what future Eve told him. We actually have our first instance of words lining up one-to-one from the comics here, even if the emotions are in a different place.
Did you have feelings for me before you met her? Or are you only here because you feel sorry for me?
As you can kind of hear, she's angry in the show, but in the comics, she seems more concerned. Probably because the page before that, she just spelled out all of her feelings, only for Mark to go,
Yeah, I knew that already.
Mark tries to explain that he didn't mean it that way in the show, but in the comic, he specifically says, "I don't think so," as a reply to, "You don't feel sorry for me," which is just ouchie, my dude. So the comics take this direction very differently. In the comics, Eve leaves after this note, and we don't see her again for 5 more issues, when Mark manages to track her down in issue number 48. She says she's not ready to talk to him yet when they're both interrupted by Cecil calling for Mark on his earpiece about, "That's right, you lovely people with good memories, the superhero's being abducted." Issue number 48 was the same issue where Cecil and Debbie are having their conversations just 1 page earlier. Cecil gives a lot more information in the comics, but in the show, Eve just leads the way and the two leave. So now we get Oliver trying to sneak out of the house and being caught by Debbie. This never happens in the comics. The only time he leaves the house before he gets his costume is a time that happens later in the show, so we'll talk about it then. His costume is also unique, and extremely reminiscent of Mark's costume before his dad found him. Look at these goggles.
Can you even see in these? Yes.
Let's talk about Doc Seismic now. Firstly, his personality is a bit more socially pointed in the show than in the comics. We knew this when he attacked the Washington Monument in Season 2, and even his particular wording about Mount Rushmore in Season 1. He's less socially aware in the comics and more just a mad scientist, which is cool, nothing wrong with that.
What'd be wrong with an older man having a hobby?
In the show, he specifically says that it took months to learn the vibrations of all the heroes, but in the comics, he says that for creatures who travel the core of the Earth, it took no time at all. Other than that, there's no other parts of the dialogue that really match up. In the show, we have 13 distinct bubbles, while in the comics, we have 11 that we can see inside. Let's talk about the captured heroes real quick. For starters, the comics have a lot more spin-off characters, like Capes Incorporated and Wolfman, so they basically all get dedicated bubbles and lines of dialogue in the coming encounter, including their own dedicated panels for them being captured. To get as into the weeds as I possibly can, Immortal is trapped in a bubble with Rexplode and Duplicate in the show, but in the comic, he's trapped with Bulletproof and Shapesmith. The next beat in both mediums is Immortal trying to bust his way out, with the bubble constricting and crushing his other captors. The fact that the bubbles would do this is specifically mentioned in the comics, but instead in the show it's visually displayed. Also, let's talk visual differences real quick. Doc Seismic has some of the most subtle changes ever, but at a glance, you'd basically never notice them. For starters, he has a belt in the show, but not in the comics, and his boots in the show have a red little stripe on it, but in the comics they're just regular black. The comics have his gauntlets as regular wristbands, but in the show they're full gloves. In the show, Robot transmits his location to the GDA, which is how Cecil knows where they are, but in the comics, it doesn't actually do this until Mark and Eve arrive on the surface of where they're going. Only then does Cecil get the Y chords from Robot. Black Samson asks Seismic what he wants, but in the comics, Seismic volunteers this information, saying that he only expected to thin the heroes out, not expecting to capture them all. The reason he was thinning them out was to get Invincible specifically, as he reveals later when he's unconscious. He says that he was grateful to Mark for throwing him into the Earth and allow him to find the legions of the Under-Earth, but that he wanted revenge after he was imprisoned on the surface once more. In the show, I guess he just wants to kill the heroes for the same socially motivated reasons he's always had. The next beat in both mediums is Mark and Eve busting in, led by her drill.
It's my old friends, token diversity and gender stereotype.
There's that social commentary I've been missing. Both mediums have a short conversation before Seismic calls for more help. Mark taunts him in both, and then the creepy crawlies join the fight, with Seismic saying some variation of "that's how we talk" in both. Really solid so far, even if the words aren't lining up yet. The creepy crawlies look really similar in both versions. Other than a color swap from blue to red, they're nearly exactly the same design. That, along with the lava dudes that remind me of the thumbs from Spy Kids, make this lineup of goons really familiar. The comics also have this green Sarlacc pit looking thing, and this gray four-eyed thing, but both of those are missing from the show. Hey, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. The show cuts away from the action to show Cecil watching and commentating. This break from the action isn't in the comics, so let's move along. Oh, haha, JK, we actually got to see Oliver get disciplined for sneaking out. Oliver sneaking out during Seismic's attack is not in the comics at all, and as I mentioned, Oliver only goes out one time before he gets his costume, and he doesn't get caught by Debbie when it happens. The only thing of note from this conversation is that Debbie tells Oliver that she'll ask Mark to start his training, so that he can be prepared for the fighting. But in the comics, Mark offers to do this from the first conversation about his powers in issue number 43, even saying he'll drop out of school for it. Let's talk specific choreography. Mark throwing the 2 lava dudes dudes into one of the monsters is 1-to-1, except it happens a little later in the fight, not the first beat. The first beat in the comics is actually Eve getting hit and going down real hard, while in the show they actually have the plan that she'll free the others while Mark holds them off. The specific wounds that Doc Seismic gives Eve are very similar to the wounds she gets in the comics. Mark puts up a bit more fight in the comics actually, managing to kill one of the creatures. In the show, it's the that makes him pass out, but in the comics he just gets his shit rocked so hard that he passes out when he reaches Seismic.
You're not supposed to win.
Things change.
Is just simply replaced with I win in the comics after Invincible passes out. In the show, a moment later, he wakes up in a bubble with Eve, but in the comic, his passing out actually ends issue number 48, and issue number 49 has a precursor that I'll get to in 1 second. Black Samson calls for Invincible in the show, but in the comic, he just wakes up on his own a few minutes later. When they do wake up, Mark actually wants to take a second to come up with a better plan, as he's worried that if they escape without a plan, they'll just end up back in these bubbles. In the comics, he's just recouping, but in the show, Mark and Samson don't have this worry since Seismic is actively bringing the roof down on them. Next, we go to the countdown Donald is giving, with Cecil giving Darkwing the nod to get involved. That is the precursor in issue number 49. The issue opens with Cecil freaking out that Mark is down, going to Sinclair and telling him to get the Reanimen ready for combat. The comics don't have Cecil talking to Darkwing, but instead, Darkwing is actually in the background of the panels where Mark talks to Eve, which I think is very, very clever. In the show, Darkwing lands a hit on Seismic's gloves with his great value batarangs, but in the comic, he uses the batarangs to pop the bubbles that the heroes are in. In the show, the Reanimen drop in on the pods and rush to the heroes, freeing them, but in the comics, they come in from the
Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
with Darkwing. In the comic, the Reanimen attack the creatures while Darkwing frees the heroes, but it's the exact reverse in the show. The fight in both mediums basically happens without Invincible. The heroes beat up on the creatures while Darkwing hones in on Seismic. The last beat before the end of the fight is Seismic planning on bringing down the roof and killing everybody at once, including himself. Mark goes in and tries to stop him in both mediums, but is blocked by Darkwing on both occasions. It should be noted that Invincible had his goggles smashed by the creatures in the earlier fight, but in the show, since he was poisoned, he still has them on. With Seismic gone, the creatures retreat in both mediums. The heroes celebrate, including, oh look, it's 80's Synth Girl from season 2. I'm glad she's still around. Oh, and One Punch Man was also in the fight earlier, so that's fun. Almost all the heroes in the show have had no introduction prior to this, but in the comics, they were nearly all taken from other comic series, like Brit, Capes Incorporated, The Astounding Wolfman, Savage Dragon, and Dynamo 5. Anyway, after the creatures retreat, Immortal asks where Seismic is in both mediums, leading to Darkwing revealing himself. The show makes the distinction that this is Darkwing 2, not just Darkwing, and Invincible shoulder checks him from a flying position. In the comic, Invincible is standing next to him, so the dude just turns and clocks him. In the comics, he yells out that he's a murderer, but in the show, that's kind of buried in the conversation they have after. The conversation is very close to the comics, except in the comics, Invincible calls them his army of robots, which paints a very scary picture to me personally. The differences kind of kick up here when Mark's argument is that Darkwing should be in prison. In the comics, Mark was more concerned about the morality of Darkwing's psyche, as he was enjoying killing people. It should be noted that Mark probably has a fucking point in the comics, because after being confronted like this, Darkwing does try to pull him into the Shadowverse with this evil-looking smile on his face. In the comics, that leads Mark to kick him, and Dragon from the Savage Dragon comics tries to hold back Invincible. In the show, it's Immortal who tries to talk down Invincible, and in the show, he leaves to confront Cecil. In the comics, however, Cecil arrives on the scene himself, where Mark is mad that not everybody knows Darkwing is a murderer. Robot even defends Darkwing here. Cecil blows him off, saying they'll talk about it later, leading to Mark leaving the cave. Going back a little, in the show, Mark says that he's specifically pissed about Cecil telling him that he put Sinclair and Darkwing away, it now being revealed that
That was a fucking lie.
in the comics, he heads to the surface and has a small talk with Eve about it, where he basically says the same thing. I specifically like the line of, "I've been too trusting, too naive." It's a big moment for Mark, and an even bigger moment will be coming in just a second. This conversation in the snow isn't in the show, and instead, Mark just leaves to talk to Cecil directly. Firstly, in the show, Darkwing warns Cecil that Mark is on his way, but this doesn't happen in the comics. Mark opens the conversation accusing Cecil of working with D.A. Sinclair. However, in the comics, this is not his first thought. He even specifically says that he only thought Cecil was using the designs by D.A. Sinclair, not that he was working with them at all. Actually, the Reanimen aren't even the first topic at hand here. Mark is much more concerned in the comics that Darkwing should be in jail, but isn't. It's actually more nuanced than that, however. Mark is concerned that Cecil specifically didn't tell anybody that Darkwing is a murderer, noticing for the first time that Cecil will suppress the truth if it benefits him. Funnily enough, this isn't actually the first time Cecil has done this. It's just the first time it's been against Mark instead of for Mark, like the attack on Chicago way back in issue number 13. A lot of that information was not public, and was leaked to the news, not given out by Cecil. The next something to note is that Mark slams the desk in Cecil's office, which he doesn't do in the comics, but he does very aggressively anime point at him, which I think is supposed to be kind of the same feeling. Broad strokes for the structure of this conversation. In the comics, Mark begins by talking about Darkwing, but in the show, he talks about D.A. Sinclair instead. In the comic, after talking about Darkwing, D.A. Sinclair enters the room while Mark is yelling at Cecil. This was not included in the show, and it makes Mark extremely mad, yelling louder than his earlier aggressive anime panel. In the comic, Mark yells about Cecil working with his enemies, while in the show, he's more concerned about D.A. Sinclair being free rather than behind bars. There's also the awkwardness that Mark just kind of correctly guesses that D.A. Sinclair is actually working with them instead of the GDA just using their design. And Cecil didn't even try to lie about it, instead just going the angle of Sinclair and Darkwing need needed reform, not punishment. Which leads us to the Darkwing side of the conversation in the comics, where Cecil basically pleads that Darkwing went temporarily insane and can do more good on the outside than on the inside. The show also makes this point with the added detail that D.A. Sinclair and Darkwing went through psychological reprogramming, whatever that means.
Your specimen has been processed.
Cecil also says that the Reanimen are built on donated corpses now, which he also says in the comics, but later in the White Room. Cecil walks away in the show, while in the comics he leads Mark away, saying that he'll explain everything.
Walks look good on camera. They give the illusion of the story moving forward.
In the hallway, Cecil brings up the double standard that Mark killed Angstrom, but is not being lenient on Darkwing. Mark claims that the situation was different, and in both mediums, I actually tend to agree. Mark's rationale is not one of legality, but one of morality, concerned that Darkwing is still a psychopath. However, in the show, he doesn't have a lot of proof of this. In the comics, though, there was that one moment when Darkwing tried to drag Mark into the Shadowverse after stopping Seismic. The show then gives this interesting out. Cecil tells Mark to go home, and Mark says that he simply will not, unless Darkwing and Sinclair are put behind bars. Only then does Cecil lead Mark into the White Room, where in the comics he was headed from the beginning. In the comics, Mark kind of makes an ultimatum in the White Room saying he won't allow Cecil to get away without punishing the two. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for since the first damn trailer dropped.
Protection from what?
From you, Mark.
This line is not in the comics. In the comics, Mark asks why they're in the White Room, and Cecil responds for the element of surprise, with a red outline on his speech bubble, much more hostile than in the show. Let's talk motivations. I remember reading this comic before the show came out, and being definitely surprised, let's say that. You'd think with the voice talents of Stephen Yeun and Walton Goggins, the legends that they both are, that communicating hostility from Mark that backs Cecil into a corner would be easy. However, I actually think they missed the mark here, in both mediums. This is my son Corbin, he wanted to sit down. The comics did a much better job of showing Mark's hostility than in the show, with panels like this, that illustrate his aggression towards the subject matter. However, Cecil's reaction is one of malice, rather than desperation. Over to the show, Mark's conversation is extremely calm almost all the way through. Sure, he raises his voice a bunch, but it's not quite the yelling that I know Stephen Yeun can pull out. Cecil, on the other hand, handles this very calmly, which I think would have fit really fantastically in with the outward aggression from Mark, accomplishing both goals of making Mark feel like Cecil isn't taking this seriously while allow Cecil to attempt to remain in control, and calm Mark down. But with both of them calm in this scene, let's just say I'm really glad they changed the words, because protection from you hits much harder, even if it's not built up to properly in my opinion. I'll have more to say about that next episode, but for now, let's go to Alan and Nolan slowly becoming BFFs. Alan and Nolan have a more limited relationship in the comics. Well, until later, but I won't spoil anything for the upcoming season. Let's put it like this. Most of the scenes of Nolan in prison do not feature Alan, until issue number 55, which we'll be talking about very soon. The big laser they use on Alan is in that issue actually, except it's red, not green. The revelation that Nolan is making friends, and the significance of that is not one explored in the comics. Once again, we'll be talking about that during their breakout shortly. And that's the end of the first episode. Super strong start to the season, so let's get a little bit more analytical about what it all means.
You killed Angstrom Levy. Should I lock you up too?
You know that was different.
So for this section, we're going to talk about why all of the things are different from the comic to the show, and all of the show exclusive scenes. Which means when things are one-to-one, or those scenes that are basically the same but with different words, I'm going to be skipping over them. So if you skipped ahead to this chapter, it might seem like there are some scenes that I haven't talked about. That's intentional. Let's start off with a quick recap of some of our themes from previous seasons. Season 1, the banger that it was, gave us Earth is defenseless, Nolan's humanity, and Mark is not invincible. The themes led us through every aspect of the show, from Mark's defeat by Battle Beast to Cecil knowing about Nolan's meltdown before Debbie did. Season 2 focused much more on characters, but still had fun themes to play with, including Cecil can't be trusted, Mark isn't his father, and the element of surprise, which I've been told isn't a theme, but y'all can cope, this is my video. I spent a long time deliberating over what kind of story this season was trying to tell. You see, Season 1 told the story of Nolan killing the Guardians and Mark needing to stop him. Season 2 told the story of Mark accidentally ruining a dude's life, and his revenge pushing Mark to a place he thought he'd never go. Season 3 is interesting. Season 1 had Nolan, Season 2 had Angstrom, but Season 3 doesn't have a traditional get to know the villain and then re-meet them in the finale kind of formula. When Conquest arrives, it's almost a continuation of Anissa, our Season 2 Viltrumite villain. Either him or it's Angstrom, who again isn't even in Season 3 before Episode 7. Which means we have to look at this season differently. We can't analyze this season on a plot basis, we have to view it more from an interpersonal journey. Every step along the way for this season helps reinforce themes and boundaries that Mark needs to establish and then eventually break. So enough yapping, let's get through the differences. Starting with our opening shot. Invincible and the Giant don't ever really have a fight in the comics, so what gives? Why start it this way? Well, it's not about their specific interaction, it's more about what the scene is trying to say thematically about Cecil. Season 2 brought us the theme Cecil can't be trusted, and while that kinda goes without saying for this season, it's deeper and more specific. You gotta think, who is the Giant? He's a kid who needs help from the GDA, but before that, he was a monster, a villain. As early as the opening scene, we see Cecil working with a villain, and beyond that, it's for Mark's benefit. Remember this, it'll be important when we talk about the end of this episode. This wasn't an aspect played within the comics so openly. Sure, Cecil was recruiting people like D.A. Sinclair, but the show is really hammering it in, especially with the Lobster Siren in Season 2. Other than that, the extended training montage I think is just to add a bit of extra context to Mark's training. In the comics he did get trained, just not this much. So I guess the next thing to talk about is Donald being present. Donald was a much smaller part of the Invincible comics, but nearly one half of the Brit comics. In the comics, it was quote unquote easier to get a hold of more backstory for Donald if you wanted, but I don't think Amazon will be making a Donald and Brit show anytime soon, although that would be kinda cool. Anyway, what this means is that all the info we will ever get on Donald has to come from this show. And granted, he is one of the more interesting characters to see, but beyond that, I think this season has a lot to say about the concept of mortality. Between Alan, who can't be killed by Viltrumites, Nolan, who wants to be, Cecil, who almost kills Mark, Mark, who almost kills everyone, I think Donald is an interesting role to play in that conversation, as somebody who dies repeatedly, for others. He is, in a way, what Cecil aspires Invincible to become. Sorry, I didn't expect to have so much to say about Donald. Moving along and skipping ahead, the scenes that include Doc Seismic are, I think, just to better establish and foreshadow that Doc Seismic will be a big component coming up. It's not bad that it's different, much like the first season, I think it just depends on what you value. The comics really enjoyed having old characters pop up with little to no advanced warning, but the show wants to make sure that everyone is on the same page about what it is we're talking about, since some of the things we're talking about happened like 3 years ago. It's the same reason we have the flashback for Chicago in the Powerplex episode, but we'll get there soon. Now the question on everyone's mind, why would they ever make it so the authorities will arrive in 3 minutes instead of 2.9 minutes? This change just doesn't make any sense. I have no direction for— okay, this joke is stupid, let's move on. While attempting to steal the Declaration of Independence is mostly the same, the differences in choreography and action sequences are likely to keep the scene fresh and a little bit more streamlined than the back and forth nature it was in the comics. Everything except for the biggest component of it, Mark deciding on his own to begin killing multipoles. In the comics, he was talked into it despite not being fully comfortable with it, but in the show, with Rex's life in the balance, it felt way more like he was backed into a corner. So why make this change? This time it actually is directly in service to our first theme we're going to be talking about this season: rules have exceptions. This theme is primarily about Mark, but not entirely, as we'll see later. After Angstrom Levy, Mark had a very clear "I'll never kill again" stance about taking life. Even in this instance where he knows he's only killing duplicates, it's a situation that he doesn't want to cross until that exception is made. So let's add a point here and see how many rules we'll have to break as we move forward. Everything else that happens in this scene is mostly the same, so Oliver. The show has a concise push to make Oliver more of a character than he was in the comics at this time. Oliver ends up being a super pivotal character for Mark and his family's journey in later issues. But in the comics, this aspect of Mark's familial situation, his half-brother who develops powers faster than he did, and the strain that puts on his human family, is not one played up very much in the comics. I don't want to use the word ignored, but it does seem like the conversation Debbie has with Mark immediately following the reveal is kind of all we get. Oliver's position at this point in the comics is almost exclusively to challenge Mark's worldview, and to make audiences think about Nolan's position in regards to killing people and how that relates to Mark. I personally feel like this interpersonal aspect of the family is extremely interesting, and I'm sure the writers did too, which is why they amped it up for the show, by giving Oliver more screen time than he did in the comics. The scene of Rex returning to the Guardians HQ is establishing who our Guardians are for this season. That, and to reintroduce Shrinking Ray back into the team, and to Rex's story in general. Shrinking Ray is a curveball to the established story of Invincible. I think she comes back for a few reasons. The biggest reason has to do with it being part of Rex's redemption, helping put him in the best spot of his life right before his death. This is actually kind of the calling card of Robert Kirkman. While watching The Walking Dead, you can almost always tell when somebody is about to die based on how happy they are with their life.
So true.
And since the show has been taking so many beats from the comic, they obviously knew that Rex was going to be biting the bullet soon, which is a funny phrase considering what happened in season 2. Bringing Ray back just helps to add to that story. The next bit is the bowling alley scene for William's birthday, which I remind you is new content for us comic viewers. During this first episode, you've seen how we directly, almost one-to-one, take events, beats, moments, and dialogue right from the comics. In this case, covering from start to finish issues number 48 and 49. And there's a problem with that. On average, an issue of Invincible is 22 pages. If each page is a minute, we've got a 22-minute episode. And even then, not even a minute, because they're comic panels. That does not leave us enough time to have an entire episode, giving us the reason for all 3 of these show exclusive elements. Donald, Shrinking Ray, and now William are all helping us pad out the episode. That doesn't mean they're filler. It just means that there isn't enough content in those specific issues to make up a full 40-minute run. But beyond not being filler, they're actually integral parts of some of the upcoming themes, and they help flesh out the world and other concepts that the show might want to talk about. William, and by extension Rick, are here to help Mark work out what he should do about the insider information he received about Eve's feelings from the future. It's like the most Invincible sentence I've ever said. The scene also serves as a pseudo-flashback sequence to remind the audience that Rick was made into a monster by the hands of D.A. Sinclair, a very important character for this first episode. Oliver using face makeup to go outside without being suspicious is in service again to making Oliver more of a character for the show. Cecil coming to talk to him is to help establish the distrust between the Grayson household and the GDA. But more than that, it's to begin probing at the idea of Cecil recruiting Oliver, something Mark would be desperate to avoid in the coming episodes. Not in the comics, but a really great addition, all done with one quick house call.
That was a productive meeting.
A lot of things are the same until we get up to Oliver sneaking out of the house. I've already said most of what I need to say about the Oliver situation. The show is trying to make him a bigger character, but this scene in particular is also trying to help Debbie, which is a really great choice in my opinion since she's in such a unique position compared to literally every other character in the show. So now we get to a unique one. Why doesn't Doc Seismic kidnap the same heroes in the show that he does in the comics? In the comics, nearly everybody who was kidnapped had a backstory, a comic spinoff, or an appearance before this. But the show doesn't do this, instead keeping with the same generic unnamed heroes we saw in season 2. Well, I don't know if generic is the right word, some of their designs are pretty unorthodox. But the point I'm trying to get at is, in the comics, it was Brit, Capes Incorporated, and other heroes who at least had been seen before in Invincible. Where are they? Why aren't they here? Especially if they're just gonna pop up later.
Okay, they can't just dust off one of the famous
Guardians of the Globe
with the giant pigeon wings. Carry him 3 feet off the ground to snatch up the nearest muffin crumb?
Well, I think the meta-knowledge of the Invincible Wars came into play for this decision. If you think to yourself, what's a better cinematic moment to introduce Brit? The answer that comes to mind most likely wouldn't be Doc Seismic. I'd probably be more inclined to say the missile base attack and have him come in and save Rex. But since they didn't do that, when's the next huge event for the entire world? Think like Chicago level, right? Yep, it's the Invincible War. That's the only reason he's not here right now. There was just a better upcoming part to introduce them. Other than this massive change, there isn't really a whole lot to say about this encounter until Mark arrives. The fight ends with Mark being poisoned in the show, but beaten into submission in the comics. I think this change was to help Doc Seismic seem more powerful and collected than he was in the comics. The comics really leaned on him being a mad scientist archetype, but the show wanted this to be more of a rebranding of him into being a leader of the Under-Earth.
It's evil, therefore it's serious.
Especially if they weren't going to show the prison break attempt in issue number 36. Everything else is basically the same, except the exclusion of Wolfman's assistance in the comics. In the comics, he had dedicated panels to show that he escapes the bubbles with Invincible, so he's present during the fight, which, you know, we really don't need. I know Kirkman loves Wolfman, but I don't. Nothing personal, I came here for Invincible, my guy. Stop having me read other comics. Mark's reaction to the Reanimant is stronger in the show than in the comics. Like, more visceral.
It's an emotional moment. I get it.
This change is tied to his attitude shift with Cecil. But first, let's talk about Darkwing. Mark's reaction to Darkwing is different in both mediums as well. We touched on it a little bit, but Darkwing's morality is called into question in the comics, while the legality is called into question in the show. The concern about morality is extremely justified as he tries to trap Mark in the Shadowverse once again. It's funny though, because generally speaking, a concern with morality sounds like it should be much more of show Mark's concern. In the show, he has tremendous guilt about Chicago, awful feelings about killing Angstrom Levy, and a tough time processing that his father has changed into being a good guy again. The comic touches on all of these, but it doesn't deep dive into them like the show does. It totally sounds like show Mark should be the one questioning if Darkwing is fit for duty again. But instead, they just make it a legal battle. So why the change? I think this one has to do with the hypocrisy of the GDA. The organization that is supposed to be saving the world and stopping bad guys is in itself working with bad guys. And that sits wrong with Mark. The show does a better job of establishing that Omni-Man really fucked things over in the world before he left. And he literally used Mark as a weapon to do it. His dad, his own flesh and blood, was the bad guy all along. And having Cecil, Mark's surrogate father, working with people who did something like that to him, it's all about transposing, you see. Darkwing didn't ram Mark's face through a train full of people, but he's a bad guy. Mark's father is a bad guy, so in his head, Darkwing might as well have killed that train full of people. And now Cecil is working with him. It's not about the prison itself, it's about what it means to Mark, that he is working with somebody who can excuse behavior like that. The kicker is that Mark's dad did repent. He did learn from the error of his ways, and worked hard to be a person that Mark can be proud of again. But Darkwing didn't. Well, at least as far as we got to see. Mark's perception of Darkwing is the same as the audience's. He was killing people in Midnight City, and now he's saving the heroes. Let's just roll this into the next conversation as well, since it's the most important bit of the episode, Mark's confrontation with Cecil in the GDA. So why are the emotional approaches different in both mediums? Show Cecil has an air of, this is how things are done, an attitude of, this is what it takes, while in the comic, Cecil approaches it as a debate to be won. In his head, if he can just sit Mark down and calmly explain his position, he's confident Mark will see it his way. And honestly, why wouldn't he? Comic Cecil has done a lot more for Mark than show Cecil did. From being an actual father figure to him, to actually giving him a salary for superheroing, to helping take care of Debbie in a more in-depth way than in the show. Put a pin in all that because we'll be coming back to it in the next episode. Cecil isn't the only one to change though. We've already talked about Mark's shift from being morally concerned to being legally concerned. So we have the show where it's a this is how it's done attitude versus a he should be in jail attitude, against the comic where we have a let me explain attitude versus he's not fit to be a hero. I already talked about Mark, so let's go over Cecil. Why this change? Well, for starters, changing one half of a dynamic usually doesn't work out, so it's kind of obvious to change both sides of it. But continuing on, Cecil's turn on Mark in the comics really does kind of come out of nowhere. And unlike the surprising nature of Nolan killing the Guardians in issue number 7, there isn't really a reason this couldn't have been built up to more. I mean, we have Cecil recruiting Sinclair after his arc in the comics, but other than that, there really is no real hint that this would have happened. The show had the lobster call in season 2, not to mention a greater general distrust of Mark from Cecil due to the actions of his father. As much as Mark isn't his father was a theme for Mark in season 2, it was also one for Cecil. He was trying his damnedest to make sure that Mark would never pull a Chicago like his dad did. But because it was so out of nowhere in the comics, it made sense that Cecil take an attitude that reflected that. One where he thought he could talk his way out of it and avoid the violent confrontation. Because Cecil was always planning for a confrontation with Mark, it makes sense that his attitude in the show be more of a, well, this is just how it is. He says next episode that Mark is scaring the shit out of him, and we'll talk about that more then, but the vibe of the show overall is just kind of, this couldn't have been avoided. While I understand it, I feel like this was a missed opportunity for something a little bit more emotionally centered. Especially with this killer of voice acting, it would have been really cool to do a, Mark, please don't make me do this kind of attitude about it. Especially because that felt like it was missing from the comics. Cecil was much more of a dad bro in the comics to Mark, which makes this confrontation even more of a betrayal, not just a difference of opinion. I could see why they didn't, since that paternal element is missing from the show, but yeah, I feel like the show could have maybe done a little more, but it makes sense with what we've been given. And that's really all I got for this one. There's the end credit scene about Nolan and Alan, but I'd rather save that for episode 4 since we don't really have a whole lot to work with there. Episode 1 started us off on our rules have exception theme, with Mark having a much more comfortable time killing. There's much more to say about this next episode though, so let's roll right into it.
What if he's hostile?
And Christmas comes early, and you all get that new director you wanted.
Starting us off, episode 2's title, A Deal with the Devil, actually may come from 2 places. In issue number 49, when Cecil leads Mark into the White Room, he says, "I'm not ashamed to admit I would make a deal with the devil to protect this country." The second instance is at the end of issue number 50. The 25s so far have done this interesting thing where, at the end of the issue, they've included a flashback of some of the most prominent characters. Issue number 25 included the expedited origin of Adam Eve, Rexplode, Duplicate, Immortal, and Monster Girl. Issue number 50 includes an origin story for Cecil Stedman, in which he tells a scientist that I would make a deal with the devil himself if it meant the safety of this planet and the people on it. Funny enough, that same flashback sequence in issue 50 is where we start out in episode 2. This episode opens with a young Cecil walking down a dock looking for something. He bursts his way into a clothing store, pushes his way to the back, and begins fighting the Order of the Freeing Fist in an attempt to stop Chemical X from being spread into the city. In issue number 50, this entire encounter is remixed a little bit thanks to Britt's involvement. Since Britt hasn't been introduced yet in the show, he isn't in this scene. In the comic, Cecil is already tied to the chemical weapon, and as Britt busts in to stop them, they activate it, releasing the chemical into the city and leaving Cecil to get engulfed by the gas. Oh, Britt is fine, by the way. He has
unbreakable skin. Boom.
The show handles this differently, with Cecil being the only one able to respond and managing to stop the chemical weapon before it infects the entire city. As far as motivations go, they're actually exactly the same in both mediums. Costume check quick, they're remarkably similar, with the woman's shirt just being a little less v-necked than in the comic. And the man's costume seems to be the same as well. He just has a bit of extra knives on his belt in the comics. Now, when the weapon goes off, the comic makes it much more subtle about what's happening, while still giving you a good and clear picture that their skin is falling off. Meanwhile, in the show, oh my god, is he slipping on his own blood? Holy Christ! Cecil holds in the blast in the show, but in the comics, he and Britt simply fail to contain the blast. The following scene of Cecil getting his new skin also follows the flashback scene of issue number 50, except in the comics, it's Britt he's talking to, not the GDA director. In the show, he asks how many they lost, and the number 17 is actually the same in both mediums, so I guess Britt and Cecil didn't fail after all. Cecil gives himself way more shit in the show than in the comic, and we have yet another instance of the words lining up. When Cecil is asked about his artificial skin, he says,
"It was all that was left of my real skin. They wanted to replace it, but I wouldn't let them. It's a reminder, and to never let it happen again."
Nicely done. Following this flashback, the Lizard League attack is the next beat, but the comic has an establishing shot of the Pentagon itself, while the show just has inside the building. The scene, aside from the words, plays out exactly like in the comics, except director Radcliffe in the show has them both working broadly for the GDA, while in the comics, he says they're his personal bodyguards. Both the comic and the show express this idea of what they're doing doesn't make up for the past, but I think the show makes it a little bit more pointed. Cecil executes them through the head in the show, but in the chest in the comics. In the comic, he's also using a bigger gun, leaving a massive bullet wound in their center mass.
Use more gun.
In the comics, this interesting thing happens where Cecil is actually confronted by the original Guardians of the Globe, with Immortal asking him what he's done. This moment is unfortunately omitted from the show, which sucks, because it would have been really great.
I don't work with criminals, not even if they're...
Okay, firstly, nailing this aesthetic for Cecil, allowing him to be in the same position as Mark just 20 years earlier. Secondly, an Invincible title drop. I like this one, it seems serious enough and reflects where Cecil is at this moment. And because he saw them die, yeah, to him, they are invincible. It's an interesting way to view his psyche at this moment. Next, we divest from the comic a little. The show displays this awful, horrible prison that Cecil was sent to, complete with prisoners killing each other and guards who don't care. There's a quick time lapse showing that Cecil's presence helped clean up the prison, and now it's as much of a paradise as a prison can be. Once Radcliffe pays Cecil a visit, we line up with with the comics again. Director Radcliffe tells Cecil that his time in prison was a rehabilitation, but in the comics, since the prison is basically just a cell for Cecil, this isn't the case. There is a slight discrepancy with how long Cecil was in there. In the show, he says it was 3 years, but the comic simply has this panel as months later. Still, the major beats of him stepping down and wanting Cecil to replace him are the same, including Cecil saying no.
You can be the good guy, or the guy who saves the world. You can't be both.
We're going to be getting much more of that moving forward, so keep your ears out. And now we go back to Cecil attacking Mark. Mark is very confused about the appearance of the reanimant, not understanding Cecil's need to have protection from literally the strongest person on Earth. Cecil's words about Mark being a threat to the planet are in the comics, but it's kind of one of the last words on the subject, not the first. Mark asks if Cecil uses the reanimant to keep Sinclair and Darkwing in line, which is omitted from the comics, and honestly it sounds kind of childish to assume that, but good characterization for Mark not realizing that he's literally the strongest dude on the frickin' planet. Mark makes the point that he only uses his powers to help people, which is surprisingly a point that is missing from the comics. Cecil makes a point to try to tell Mark that he's terrified, which again makes sense since Mark is literally stronger than— okay, you get the point. And he's only gotten stronger with Cecil's help. Mark once again acts childish, not understanding the threat he has over Cecil just by existing. And it's at this point with Mark's heightened emotional state that I really do see Cecil's need to defend himself, at least more than last episode. It should be noted that Cecil in the show is very concerned about Mark's outward aggression, but in the comics, he's specifically worried that Mark will kill him, mentioning that he doesn't want to end up like Angstrom Levy. Upon mentioning this very serious concern, Mark strikes first against the Reanimant. The show handles this a little differently, with Mark approaching Cecil and the Reanimant grabbing him to stop him. If this counts as aggression, Mark is using self-defense. If not, then Mark strikes first in both mediums. The dialogue is so close to lining up, but it's not quite there, sorry friends. But the specific mentioning about blowing the whistle is in both mediums, except Cecil's reaction is different in both. In the show, he seems pretty confident that people won't care about how he runs things. In the comic, however, he takes a more totalitarian stance, saying that he would be able to stop any news about him or the GDA from getting out, and I quote, "You underestimate my reach." In the show, while Mark is punching the first wave of cyborg zombies, Cecil asks him to stand down and talk this through. In the comic, he does this later, after the White Room walls fail and reveal his army. Oh yeah, that's different too. In the show, the walls just come down so the army can make a dramatic entrance. In the comic, they have a subterfuge failure for some reason. During the reveal, Cecil says some interesting stuff in the comics. Mark asks him if he's going to arrest him, and Cecil asks for what, being confident that they can come to an understanding if they just talk about it. Mark re-gives his ultimatum, saying that he won't stand down until they're both in jail, and Cecil dunks on Mark, saying that he won't adjust his work based on his strict views of right and wrong that are born out of a need to prove that you're not your father. Holy fuck, dude, what the hell? Alright then.
As she tries to work through her daddy issues by fixing you.
Mark clarifies that he's not gonna surrender, and Cecil says he has a better way to keep him in line. Over to the show again, Mark actually does threaten Cecil. Cecil calls him on it, and Mark doubles down, lunging at him. The next beat in both mediums is Cecil using his comm link to stun him, except the context is different. In the show, he most definitely was using it in self-defense. In the comic, it's a little more dubious. Now for the specific methods. In the show, this is the same sound that the lobster used on Mark in Atlantis during season 2. The Atlantis portion of the comic doesn't include the lobster, which means Cecil specifically put a weapon inside Mark to protect himself. This makes it so in the show, he kind of stumbles into a weapon to stop Mark, but in the comics he sought one out, which has different implications that we'll go over later. In both mediums, he says it was while he was in the hospital, but in the comics he specifically clarifies that it was after his fight with his dad. In the show, it couldn't have been during that time, since he wouldn't have fought the lobster yet. Although it is possible he put the earpiece in him during this visit and just didn't have the transmission frequency or whatever. In the show, this conversation happens in 2 different locations, while in the comic, it all happens inside the Pentagon, including—
You put a weapon inside me?
After what your dad put us through, you're goddamn right I did.
Although after the first use of the weapon, Cecil asks Mark once more if he can explain his side, and try to get them on the same page. In the show, I think they're past that. Mark flies out of the Pentagon in both mediums, and in both mediums, Cecil uses the weapon to ground him. Cecil's much more concerned about the cratering impact of Invincible's body in the show than in the comics, although the caution does go to the wind when he notices where Invincible is going, Guardians HQ. In the comics, he doesn't actually realize this until Invincible is basically already there. The show has this little interlude scene showing the Guardians returning after their fight with Doc Seismic. This is omitted from the comics, and instead, the first glimpse we get of them is when Mark crash lands there. During this interlude, we see that Rex is attempting to take a new leaf and be nicer to his team, before being interrupted by Mark's crash landing. In the show, he's much faster about getting to the point, while in the comics, he's still a bit disoriented. The first thing he really says is for Robot to get something out of his head. However, interestingly enough, he calls him Rudy in the show, but Robot in the comics. He also buries the lead of mentioning that it's Cecil after him in the comics, leading to some massive confusion when Cecil does arrive and continues his pursuit of Mark. Cecil's first words to the Guardians in the comics are to threaten their jobs, but in the show, he's a bit more neutral about telling them to back back off. The next beat in both mediums is Mark blowing the whistle about Cecil's involvement with murderers, with Bulletproof voicing concern in both mediums as well. In the comics, however, it's kind of a wave of everybody on the Guardians being concerned about what Mark is talking about, while on the show, it's mainly just Bulletproof, with Cecil insisting that Mark come back to the GDA with him, Mark refusing, leading to him activating the weapon once more. In the comics, he activates it for a different reason, actually. Frustration. He is pissed that Invincible's attitude about Cecil's morality seems to be infecting his other teams, and I quote, "You're spreading like a virus." Once Mark is down, Cecil teleports in some Reanimen, telling them to grab Mark, leading to Rex attacking first to defend his friend. In the comic, this plays out differently, with Cecil telling the Reanimen to restrain all of them, including the Guardians, and they'll sort it out later. Very much an attitude of kill them all and let God sort it out. This leads the Guardians to attack on behalf of Invincible. We then get to see a little example of each Guardian's strength, since we didn't get to see much of them while they were busy getting their asses kicked by Doc Seismic. Next beat in both mediums is Rex destroying Cecil's control switch, kicking the frequency into a feedback loop. In the show, Rudy notices this is a bad idea, in the comics he does not. To get as pedantic as possible, Rex uses his hand cannon to explode the device in the comics, but he uses a puck in the show. The explosion doesn't actually harm Cecil in the comics, but he's all bloodied up in the show. In the show, once the Dead Man switch is tripped, all the Reanimen change targets to attack Mark, but in the comic, there are like at least triple that amount, so they don't change targets. Even still, Mark gets his shit kicked in while he can't defend himself as the next beat in both mediums. In the comic, Bulletproof tells Cecil to call off the Reanimen, while in the show, Monster Girl beats a few of them off, but not all of them, leading to the next beat in both being Cecil telling Sinclair to turn off the cyborg zombies. In the comic, he does this in person via the teleporter. In the show, he does it via earpiece. In the comics, Mark is able to fight off the rest of the Reanimen before Robot announces that the frequency is blocked, but in the show, he announces it first. In both mediums, Mark uses Viltrumite fighting techniques, specifically the slash of the hand through the body. In the show, the fight lasts much longer, also using other techniques like the split in half and the skull crush. Jesus, I'm putting together a fight list like it's a Mortal Kombat game. Because the fight is longer in the show, we have much more room for reaction shots, showing that the Guardians are absolutely mortified and afraid of Invincible. This is omitted from the comics, if only because there aren't as many visuals of this fight, but also character development reasons that I'll be getting into next section. Cecil has words after this bloodshed, but they're different from show to comic. In the show, he guilts Invincible for making such a mess, and threatens him for the future. In the comic, he flat out fires Invincible, and makes it clear to the Guardians that if they want to quit, they're welcome to, and he doesn't care about them. And I know I mentioned it in my Season 2 video, but Cecil had Mark on payroll in the comics, like actually paying him a salary to protect Earth, which makes sense in Mark's eyes since he wanted to do that anyway. So firing him is terminating that deal, which was unnecessary in the show since no deal like that existed. Cecil leaving and Mark surprising him by pinning him to the wall like it's book talk is the next beat in both mediums.
We're done! And if you ever come near my family again, I will kill you. Rudy, get this fucking thing out of my head.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close, I'll take it. The marks on Cecil's neck in the show are omitted from the comics. Maybe he's got them, but we don't have an angle to view them. Mark has a lot more to say in the comics, specifically in regards to his severance package, which is just whatever Cecil had already paid him. He also specifically clarifies that if Cecil tries to recruit Oliver, it will be a problem, while in the show, he just generally talks about his family. Also, after Mark demands that Robot get this thing out of his head, he says,
"Yes, of course."
In the show, but not in the comic. The next scene of Mark returning home to Debbie, Eve, and Oliver is in the comics as well. The same issue, number 50, the very next scene actually. We're just rolling right through that issue. The implications all around are different though. In the comics, Debbie is only worried that Mark looks like shit, not that Cecil specifically promised he'd protect them. Mark also had the decency to change in the comics, but in the show, he's still in his torn up Invincible outfit. Mark does explain what happens off screen to Debbie, Oliver, and Eve. However, in the show, he specifically recalls that he would kill Cecil if he came near them, while, as far as I can tell at least, he doesn't say this in the comics. Put a pin in this, it'll be important for later. Debbie and Mark make it an important point that we don't kill people in this family, but in the comics they don't have a conversation like this until it's too late, which happens in the show, but later, so hold on to it, I'll come back to it later. The conversation in the show ends with Mark encouraging Oliver not to be in a rush. We then jump cut a little bit later with Eve enjoying the night by herself, which is where this conversation in the show is taken from, except not exactly. In the show, Eve mentions how Cecil was the first GDA guy who wasn't a dick, but in the comics they don't talk about Cecil at all, instead talking about Mark's mom and brother. Eve helps Mark feel better in the show, which is unneeded in the comic, but what's interesting is that Mark invokes Angstrom's death, which is the first time he's actually done that this season, and it's during reflection of the encounter with Cecil, actually acknowledging that he scared him, even if it wasn't his intent. Basically all of the rest of this conversation is exclusive to the show, including Eve's feelings on her future self telling Mark how she felt. Mark returns with his feelings, which, okay, this is interesting. It's a lot of the same words that Eve told to Mark in the comic, except in their first conversation about this subject back in issue number 44. It's just interesting that it worked out like that. Anyway, now that we've established the rest of this as a show exclusive, let's talk quick about the beats. Eve calls their romance a high school crush. Mark says it's more than that, and Eve says she doesn't quite know that yet. She's right, by the way. She says she'll have his back and leaves. The comics, or specifically the conversation they have in issue number 50, ends very differently, but don't worry, we'll get back to that in a bit. For now, let's go to the Guardians. This scene is entirely a show exclusive, Lamau. There's no scene of the Guardians cleaning up after a battle. In fact, there isn't a single panel anywhere in the comic of Immortal holding a broom. Find one, I dare you. Rey is having PTSD from the night when she literally died at the missile base, which sparks a lively debate between the team about if Cecil was right to rein in Mark. Notably, Monster Girl defends Mark for fighting with his dad, which is the first and only time that Chicago is acknowledged by anyone that isn't Cecil or Mark. Basically, we have two sides here. Immortal and Black Samson thinking that Invincible faced consequences for his actions, and Monster Girl/Rey being disillusioned by Cecil's handling of the situation. I'll add that I think it's interesting that Immortal specifically mentions that Cecil has been soft on him. As I mentioned, all of this is a show exclusive. Instead, we get Mark in issue number 50 telling Eve that he thinks the Guardians will break up after Cecil tried to kill him, specifically detailing which members of the Guardians will leave and which will stay. His estimate of who leaves and who stays is spot on, and congruent with the show. We then get a spat between Rey and Duplicate about how Rey is in infinitely more danger than Kate will ever be, leading to the Guardians actually breaking up.
Like a band? Like the Beatles?
With Immortal yelling at everybody to get in line or leave. Rex specifically calls Immortal a bootlicker, which I think is a very funny term for him to use because I wouldn't have ever thought of it, but it does really fit who he is at this time. The key words being at this time. Interestingly enough, Shapesmith stays due to Cecil's leniency during the mess on Mars. However, in the comics, Mark assumes that he would stick around because he was tight with Immortal. There's not quite that level of hero worship going on in the show, but it felt important to note. Also,
My bed is a race car? So?
In the comics, Mark doesn't give a reason for Samson staying, but in the show, he says himself that he wants to change the system from the inside. While a very noble pursuit, it's not found anywhere in the comics. Still cool though, I really support him. It's kinda cool to see that he doesn't fully approve of what Cecil did, but he wants to be around in case it happens to someone else. This is in stark contrast to when, just last episode, he mentioned that the family was back together. It's hard to see for his character. Oh, now this is interesting. The next scene after this is Mark telling Rick that D.A. Sinclair is not in prison, and is instead working for the GDA. I do not know why they included this scene, or why Rick needed to know this information at all, to be honest. It might just be a philosophical difference, but like, it seems like Rick has been through enough at this point. This doesn't seem like need to know information for him. Regardless, Mark tells him, which isn't found in the comics anywhere whatsoever.
Yeah, I thought we stopped him, but they just gave him a bigger lab.
Is particularly pointed, and I appreciate that. Again, I just wish it was with anyone but Rick. This dude really doesn't need that.
I cannot emphasize how little we thought about this.
Mark goes over the options, including if he had stopped Sinclair for good, as he puts it. Just keep this in memory, it'll be important for later. The next scene of the Guardians actually leaving Guardians HQ is again a show exclusive. Monster Girl spelling out her feelings like this is nowhere to be found in the comics.
You can't just have your characters announce how they feel!
And more importantly, Rudy mentioning that he'll need Invincible on his side in the future is absolutely exclusive to the show. But it does have some comic roots. Only problem is it's comic roots way later in the comics, and I don't want to spoil anything that might actually be coming up in the upcoming seasons. But just remember this come season 5. The next scene is Debbie on a date with Paul, who is the wonderful Travis Manawa from Fear the Walking Dead, before his untimely departure to go play the dude from Avatar. This scene is a show exclusive. I mean, mostly. There is actually a scene of Debbie and Paul having wine and dinner together, but it's in issue number 45, and it's more about if Debbie is ready to date after Nolan, which does have some overlap in the show. The scene after that is Eve attending her first day of school, which I think I mentioned is entirely a show exclusive. Adam Eve does not go back to college during her journey in the comics. The following scene of Cecil talking to the Guardians, or what's left of them, is from the comics though, issue number 51. The tone is extremely somber in the show compared to the comics. In the comics, Cecil talks to Immortal like he's a friend, while in the show, he just kinda gives him the lowdown about the Reanimen being available if they're needed. Cecil then introduces Darkwing to the Guardians, which in the show he kinda makes a suggestion, but in the comics he just says he is on the team. He mentions in the show that Invincible wasn't willing to give him another chance, but this is a show exclusive comment. In the show he mentions his dark past, but in the comic he just talks about wanting to be as useful as his predecessor. Immortal shakes his hand in both, which is the end of both scenes. Well, more accurately, in the comic, Shapesmith asks Kate who Darkwing is, lol. Cecil's conversation at the GDA with Donald about his reservations for Darkwing joining the Guardians is a show exclusive. As I mentioned, Donald is kinda living it up in the Brit comics at this time, so he's not really as present as he is in the Invincible run. And now finally we get to finish the flashback of Cecil's early years as GDA director. In the beginning of the episode detailed up until he was hired by director Radcliffe to take his spot. In the show we get to see Cecil's first day, talking to his subordinates and meeting Donald, who hasn't aged a day, which I think is a hilarious detail. Cecil observes that the reports they're handing in are repeats, and they're not giving 100% effort since he was... Everything up until this point has been a show exclusive. The comic has the end of one page being Cecil's recruitment and the next page being him 1 year later. The GDA operative interrupting them to inform that a new alien has appeared is technically exclusive to the show, but in the comic we do see Cecil already watching the monitor and seeing Nolan for the first time. Since we don't see any of Cecil's first day in the comic, his snarky remarks about the GDA getting a new director following his death is exclusive to the show. Now visual difference time. In both mediums, the blood of the creature is the the same color, however the creature itself is different. In the comic, it looks much more
tentacly,
while in the show, it looks a bit more sexpedal, meaning six-legged, get your minds out of the gutter. In the show, we see Nolan split the thing in half, which I will remind you is visually the same as how Mark was fighting the Reaniman earlier in this episode. In the comic, the creature is dead by the time Cecil arrives.
Who are you?
Cecil Stedman, director of the Global Defense Agency.
Pupils dilated, heart rate elevated. He's an alien, so we don't know his norms. But if he were a human, he'd be lying. What do we do, sir?
I don't give a damn about his motivations.
Again, very little lines up, but the parts that do are awesome to see. And other than that, there's still new and fun remixes that come with it. I personally love that the comics and show aren't one-to-one with each other. Even despite that, y'all can see the influences, right? The word choice and the dialogue. God, I love this show so much. The following scene of the GDA operatives doing a lie detector test on Nolan is also in the comics, immediately after Cecil meets him. This is also the second instance of the title, by the way. Cecil saying, "I'd make a deal with the devil," is in relation to Nolan's arrival on Earth, and damn does he pay that price. We then flash back to the future, where Cecil absolves Donald and clarifies what Radcliffe told him all those years ago.
We can be the good guys, or we can be the guys that save the world. We can't be both.
And damn, that's the episode. Except we have okay, I'm not actually gonna say that until we actually hear the credits music start, since we have a damn mid-credit scene for every episode apparently. So Eve finds Mark on the bridge and the two finish their conversation from before. The physicality of this conversation is a show exclusive, but nearly the entirety of the actual conversation is in the later half of the conversation they started in issue number 50.
Can we talk?
Sure.
When Cecil attacked me, I thought I was gonna die. When I was lying on the ground, with that sound drilling into my head, the only thing I could think about was you. What I feel for you, it's real.
After this dialogue, it departs pretty heavily from the comic, as at this point in their conversation, Eve grabs him and kisses him. Damn, I love her for that. In the show, she accepts that she'll date him, and finally says,
"So are we dating or what?"
Which, as I mentioned, is a quote from issue number 43, and they have their first kiss on screen. Which, not to dampen the mood, but their first kiss as a couple happens in issue number 50, as a resolution of their conversation. But before that, their first kiss was actually in issue number 38, completely randomly while Mark was still dating Amber. And that is officially the end.
Just like his father.
Mark's dad almost killed him, you dick.
Episode 1 was really interesting to me because it was really just set up for Episode 2. Episode 2, really begins our Season 3, with Mark's departure from Cecil looming over the entire season, and it also being the last episode where we see him in the classic yellow and blue Invincible costume. But I'm getting ahead of myself, let's start with the first scene. For the most part, it translates really nicely from the comics, but there are some key differences that were made. For starters, Cecil's skin disfigurement was done to him in the comics, but it was a choice in the show. Not to say that he wanted it, but, he knew the risks and still did it to save lives. That, combined with the additional scene about Cecil cleaning up the prison, were done for the same reason. The show wanted to build up a character profile for Cecil. Up until now, we knew for sure that he would have done anything to save the planet, but we didn't have many examples of him personally being in harm's way to benefit others. And I think that piece was really important to understand the kind of guy Cecil is, or rather, the kind of guy Cecil was. It's important to establish this as we bring Cecil into the present, where he would willingly work with criminals to save the world. He's changed. Director Radcliffe said it best himself.
You can be the good guy.
Which is actually going to be our next theme that we talk about for the season. Good guys can't save the world. We see Mark grapple with this as we continue, beyond it just being about Cecil. This framework is what made Cecil the way he is, butting heads with Mark. So let's move into that conversation. We established last episode that Cecil has much more of a "this is the way it is" approach to this conversation than in the comics, which carries into this episode. However, Mark actually does manage to get more emotional in this episode than the last one.
I'm not even doing anything!
He yells like a child playing with a nuke. Mark doesn't understand his own power. He doesn't understand why Cecil would be so afraid of him. And this is because of that new theme. Cecil is approaching the conversation as good guys can't save the world, and if Mark is saving the world, what category does that put him in? It's a reflection of his own views of himself, since he also saves the world and he does not regard himself as a good guy anymore. And so, if Mark is being a bad guy, you've got to have some measures in place if he decides to stop doing the right thing. This, combined with
"You're afraid I'll blow the whistle, huh?"
actually gives us our third theme folder, Perception is Power. Let me explain. Mark's concern at this point is that Cecil is doing bad things and others should know about it. They should all know the kind of guy that Cecil is. Cecil rightly points out that it wouldn't do any good. Like, who even cares? Because again, good guys don't save the world. The power that Mark is wielding right now, in his mind, as he slices Reaniman to smithereens, is the power to share the truth with people who it wouldn't even affect. Cecil understands this theme, and it's why he wants to help bring Mark over to his side, to explain why there is nothing to be concerned about. Because if he can help Mark realize that good guys can't save the world, his idealistic whistleblowing won't matter. This theme also explains why Mark isn't even aware that he's scaring Cecil. Mark's perception is that he's a good guy, and wouldn't hurt Cecil because of that. Cecil's perception is that, holy fuck, this is the strongest dude on the planet and we're alone in a room together. He's made Invincible such a threat because he perceives him that way, even if Mark wouldn't actually kill Cecil. Well, not at the beginning of this encounter. The themes of this season really interconnect like a web. I love it. Speaking of the tangled interconnectedness of the themes,
you said you don't do threats.
Yeah, well, people change.
Mark, it's almost like some rules have exceptions or something, eh? These themes permutate their way throughout aspects of the show we didn't even consider at the time. For instance, perception is power tying in with good guys can't save the world. Mark's fight with Omni-Man was, in the comics and partially in the show, censored by the GDA and Cecil's operations. It wasn't a concern when censorship of information was happening for Mark's benefit. Cecil was being a bad guy for Mark by helping him maintain his PR, and by extension, a degree of power. More on that later. And if that was an established rule we were going for, that we can suppress information if it's for the good of the planet, well then that rule must have an exception as well, since the Reanimen were aligned too far. It's beautiful all in all. So let's talk about the weapon that Cecil uses on Mark. I've already mentioned that there's no lobster in the comics, so the frequency is just something Cecil deliberately sought out in order to stop Mark. In the comics, this makes less sense, as Cecil's turn on Mark was a surprise attack. Well, surprise to us. While in the show, we've been building to this since Omni-Man. Cecil put the earpiece deep into Mark where he couldn't reach it, and that was long before Atlantis. So maybe he's been planning this the whole time. But do you see how Cecil's actions almost feel flipped from where they should be between both mediums? I do think it's a little more realistic in the show, because he does end up using this weapon again down the line. He doesn't in the comics. It seems like this weapon is forgotten. Well, until way later, like issue 104 later, but you ain't getting those spoilers from me. Cecil's concern about not bringing him down without knowing where he'll hit is in service to building out his character profile like we mentioned. The show kinda needs the audience to remember that despite him actively attacking Mark, he's not a bad guy. Mark's interactions with the Guardians is mostly the same, aside from Cecil's obvious frustration with the situation in the comics being absent from the show. But the reason this scene is important is because of our perception is power theme again. Mark understands that if he can just shake confidence in Cecil, if he can blow the whistle on the GDA like he wants, people will wise up. People won't be down with what he's doing. To quote Rex from the comics, I didn't sign up for this. That's the reason Cecil is so interested in this. In the comics, he's much more confident about covering it up, but in the show, he recognizes that the minute his mask slips, the minute people start asking questions, he loses a large degree of his power, which is the exact same reason he works with Nolan at all. His deal with the devil, as he puts it at the end of this episode. Nolan didn't ask questions of him, and he didn't ask questions of Nolan, as long as they worked together with each other. Their perception of each other was benign, and it kept them powerful to each other. This is why Mark is such a large threat to Cecil right now. Not for his physical ability, the lobster call has that on lock. Cecil himself is no longer in any danger. It's Cecil's organization, what he represents, that is in much larger peril right now. And I know this isn't copium because it works. Mark does successfully turn people off from working with Cecil, splitting the Guardians in half. It's a theme that'll come back at nearly every step along the way, but it's especially dangerous right now. The signal being blocked and Mark demolishing the Reanimen is next on our plate. In the comics, there's not a whole lot of reaction shots, but in the show, we get shots of Shrinking Ray, Bulletproof, and Cecil. This is, as you can guess, because of our perception is power theme. Invincible is only as powerful and as helpful as the people around him allow him to be. Mark here goes from being a helpless victim to a cold-blooded Viltrumite in the span of 10 seconds. People are afraid of him, just like Cecil was afraid of him. They see what he could do if he was let off the handle. And in a way, Cecil was protecting them all from that too. Once again, working for Mark's benefit. Invincible is scary, and Immortal, Kate, and the other Guardians separate themselves from it. Mark's threat is slightly different in the show. He mentions Cecil going anywhere near his family instead of Oliver specifically like he does in the comics. I think this is simply because Debbie has a much bigger presence in the show, and Mark wants to keep Cecil away from her just as much as he does Oliver. But other than that, we have dialogue matching up, so not much to say about those differences. I will say that overall, the first 22 minutes here is such an incredible section of television, helping reinforce our already strong themes of rules have exceptions, while giving us our good guys can't save the world theme and perception is power, themes that are only just getting started. But the way that the show starts them is really just wonderful writing. So next, Mark's conversation with Debbie and Oliver. Oh hey look, it's that pin I told everybody to put in the conversation. Everybody's got their pin? Tristan, you got your pin back there? Alright, good. I hope at least like 3 of you looked up or something. The pin was about Mark saying directly that he would kill Cecil if he came near his family. In the comics he doesn't say that, but even within the logic of the show, we know that Mark doesn't kill. He swore he'd never do it again. Even in the very next episode, he instills in Oliver that we do not kill. I'm not going to talk about episode 3 right now, but that is the rule. Except when his family is in danger, because rules have exceptions, right?
Yeah, you just went back and ruined what you said.
So next we have Immortal throwing Rexplode and Monster Girl out of the Guardians like the Try Guys threw Ned out on the street, except Ned actually deserved it. I kinda already touched on it, but this scene exists because Invincible actually achieved what he wanted, breaking the illusion that Cecil was a good guy. Another point for perception is power, as after Mark fucked up the Guardians' opinion on him, all the power was gone. So now we get an interesting show exclusive scene, Mark telling Rick that D.A. Sinclair is working for the GDA. I said previously that I have no idea why they included this, but I kinda do know why. It's because of... but not actually the one you think. It would be easy to say this supports the perception as power theme, but Cecil doesn't hold any power in Rick's world, so it's not stripping him of any by blowing the whistle here. Instead, this scene actually helps reinforce our good guys can't save the world theme. Mark's concern in the scene is that if he had killed D.A. Sinclair, Cecil wouldn't have hired him and had him working for the GDA. Only problem is, despite his threat to Cecil, he doesn't kill. If he did, he would be a bad guy, right? Well, guess what you can't quite do if you want to save the world, am I right, guys? It cuts both ways, too. Mark for thinking maybe he should have killed him and made himself the bad guy for the betterment of the world, but also Cecil for actively working with a murderer to protect the world. The heroes would have been fucked if Cecil didn't have an army of Reanimen to help stop Doc Seismic. He helped save the world in a way, but to shake hands with the dude, to work in the same building as a guy who took people apart, good guy or not, that is not gonna fly for Mark. There's also the problem that this isn't a professional disagreement anymore. Sinclair almost killed Rick. He almost killed William. This isn't just working with the enemy. This is a betrayal in every sense of the word. And these personal feelings tie into why this conversation exists. Validation. Think of it from his perspective. He just ruined like everything good going for him because his ideals told him that what Cecil was doing is wrong. He feels like he needs somebody to validate that. Otherwise, what was that all for? And who better to validate that your ex is a bastard than your bestie who was there the whole time? Moving along, next up is Darkwing's addition to the Guardians. In the show, it's different because Cecil makes it about giving a bad person a second chance. Which, if I can put on my psychologist hat, is projection. He's talking about himself, as if he was the bad person that Invincible can't give a second chance. After that, we have some more Cecil origin story flashbacks. Pretty much all of it is just reinforcing that character profile I mentioned, except his deal with the devil that he makes with Nolan. I mentioned briefly that he pays the price for that deal, but I want to expand on that. Imagine you are Cecil. Imagine a godlike creature arrives at your feet and says he wants to help, but you know he doesn't, and yet he still does. You, as the protector of Earth, have to think about what that means. You have to crunch the numbers, make people into statistics. Think about it as cold-bloodedly as you can. How many people could Nolan save in the time he was here? Would it be more than the people he killed in Chicago? Was the million people who died in an instant worth the millions that he saved in the at least 18 years that Nolan was helping the planet before that? Cecil had to do that. He had to make people into numbers like that. He had to make that deal for the planet because no one else would. He's not a good guy, no way in hell. But he's the guy who saved the world, for a while at least.
But social media is referring to him as Invincible.
For episode 3, our title, You Want a Real Costume Right, comes from issue number 51, when Oliver is flying with Mark throughout the sky. It honestly would make total sense to say this in the show, but I think they just didn't because that's not usually their vibe. The episode starts with a very stylized and dramatic retelling of Tether Tyrant's relationship with Magmaniac, who I have affectionately called Magma Guy in the past. My sincerest apologies to any Magmaniac stans out there. This sequence is found spiritually in the comics. After they were busted out of prison in issue number 36, they decided to lay low and go straight, just like in the show. We catch up with them again in issue number 47, where we see some pages of their shitty apartment, where they have conversations about not returning to a life of crime. As far as visual differences, Tether Tyrant is nearly identical from show to comic. The only discernible difference really is that his hat is blue in the comics but gray in the show. Magmaniac is like as close to 100% accurate as I think you can be, so really well done there. The comic is significantly more limited and less personal, only containing 3 pages. One of them where they talk about being straight, from crime, not sexually, one about Tether Tyrant's relationship with his tentacles, and one for them deciding to return to crime. They're also not gay in the comics, at least as far as I can tell. Maybe they got a thing going on, but they just seem like homies to me. In the comics, it's not bulletproof that stops them like in the show, it's invincible, like the second time when they get thwarted at the bank heist. Okay, this one's actually really fucking great. It really gives me chills. These two have had a really hard life, and there's 100% something to say about trying to reform yourself after being a criminal. This whole intro is really fantastic, really. So in the show, they're robbing a bank, but in the comic, they're specifically robbing an armored car. But in both, they don't make it very far due to Invincible stopping them. Also, interestingly enough, in the comic, this scene is overlaid with a conversation between Mark and Oliver, not Tether Tyrant and Magmaniac. Which means the spirit of this scene in the show is really beautifully echoed from the comic, where they don't even have voices in that story. In both mediums, Mark is grabbed by Tether Tyrant and saved out of nowhere by Oliver, except in the show, he specifically punches Magmaniac, but in the comic, he tackles Tether Tyrant. He does punch Magmaniac earlier, but it's not when Mark is in danger, it's after Mark had grounded him. Oliver doesn't have his makeshift costume in the comics, he's just in his street clothes. In the show, Tether Tyrant strikes back and manages to hold on to Oliver and Mark before releasing them and getting knocked out, panning over to the last leaf falling off the plant. Fucking sad ending, dude, and really chilling, probably my favorite cold open of the entire season. In the comics, he doesn't have this character moment. Instead, Mark and Oliver just beat these two to a pulp and leave. In the comics, Mark isn't very disciplinarian about Oliver's involvement, but in the show, he brings him back to Debbie so they can discuss what to do next.
I don't know what to do now. I don't have the parenting skills necessary to deal with this.
Mark's attitude about his half-Viltrumite brother in the comics is very different than in the show, and as such, the only discipline taken from him happens shortly after the encounter with the Maulers, and we'll be talking about that shortly. As such, this conversation in the house is a show exclusive. Although Oliver trying to fly to his room and Debbie saying,
"And what have I said about flying in the house?"
is actually the tiniest bit of references from issue number 50 in the background after Mark arrives back from his fight with Cecil. He tries to negotiate hovering, but she still denies him, lol.
I just want him to have a normal childhood. Or as normal as we can give him.
Are not an element tackled within the comics, but Mark's steadfast feelings about training him are. Immediately after Cecil fires him, Mark wastes no time in teaching his brother the ropes, since he, has nothing else to do, having quit school earlier when Oliver's powers came in. We then cut to some more show-exclusive scenes, with Eve leaving her day at school. As I said, in the comics, she doesn't go back to college, so this is all kind of new. Running into Amber is also something that doesn't happen in the comics. Visual difference time. In the show, Amber wears this orange tank top with a gray overshirt over it, and a lot of jewelry. Dangly earrings, studs, a necklace, and 2 bracelets. In the comics, she wore much simpler clothing, usually a primary color for her top, often with shorter no sleeves. And I know what you're thinking, and I really can't believe they changed such an integral part of her either. Like, her eye color was blue in the comics, and now it's green?
I can't believe you've done this.
I mentioned in my previous videos, but Amber and Eve don't really have a relationship at all in the comic. Although there is this one panel where Eve says she likes Amber, but that's kind of it. Amber and Mark break up in issue number 41, and she isn't seen again until issue number 56, which is actually within the blue and black suit arc of the comics, so it makes sense she'd pop up in this season. And it still could happen in the next season. Amber and Eve have a coffee together at the shop, which you can kind of infer doesn't happen. Although they specifically talk about the Angstrom-Levy incident, which is interesting because in the comics, Amber was actually present for those events, as she and Mark were still dating during that time. Amber drops to Eve that she started dating the guy from previous seasons, Kyle, but in the comics, her boyfriend's name is Gary. The next scene is moving day for the teen team. Surprisingly, there is actually a scene of their move-in in the comics, in issue number 51, immediately after they leave. It's much smaller, and it actually lines up much better with the part of the scene where Eve joins them. Rex showing Ray around the base is exclusive to the show, but has some kind of basis in the comics. There's actually a panel in that move-in scene where Eve asks Rex when he stopped being a total jerk, which is nice to see echoed in the show.
I thought you weren't such a jerk anymore.
Ray, as mentioned, is super uber mega dead, so there's no way Rex would be able to show them around, unless you like Weekend at Bernie's them. Although the small chemistry and spark between the two is absent from Rex's journey altogether. Rex didn't have a love interest outside of Eve, leading to the scene where Ray and Rex rejoin the others in the open area. A lot of specific dialogue is taken in spirit from the comics. Rudy saying that this is his first time physically being here is exclusive to the show, and something that the comics never really address. Rudy alluding to the pet project he's been working on is exclusive to the show. In the comic, once it's ready, he just unveils it, and there's no build-up before that. Eve dropping in is kind of the beginning of the scene in issue number 51. In the comics, she's asked what she's doing here, where she says that she's visiting, but in the show, she says that it's her spare apartment. Eve's shock that Kate remained with the Guardians is actually taken from Rex's thoughts in the comics. In the show, Eve tells them she's moving back in with her parents, but in the comic, she doesn't tell them that directly, she just moves in with them a few pages later. Her motivations for doing so in the show are that she wants to make things right, but in the comic, she just wants to be closer to Mark. We see Magmaniac and Tether Tyrant get herded into, I think, the same prison that Cecil cleaned up all those years ago, and on their way in, we see that they go past Multipal, sitting in a prison after Invincible threw him there last episode. The comics don't have any panels of Multipal patiently waiting to be rescued, just one of him impatiently waiting during the first breakout attempt in issue number 51. The conversation where Mr. Liu yells at Titan, however, is taken from the comics. It actually serves as a prelude conversation in the time before Cecil turns on Mark, back in issue number 47. Firstly, visual difference time. In the comics, Titan wears an open suit jacket, much blacker than his one in the show, along with a red pocket square. In the show, he just wears his black on black suit with a grayish white tie. He also seems to be permanently rocked in the comics, but in the show, he seems to take his rockness off. While we're at it, let's talk about Isotope real quick. In both mediums, he retains his eye shirt, but in the show, his suit is maroon and his hair color is teal/greenish. While in the comic, it's his suit jacket that is neon green and his hair that is black. He also has different facial hair in both mediums, and his hair is considerably longer in the show, long enough to flow behind him. Now secondly, and I can't believe I didn't mention this in season 1, but Titan was voiced by Mahershala Ali. You know, Uncle Aaron from Into the Spider-Verse, among dozens of incredible acting works. What a fucking score to get him on Titan, oh my jeez. Well, it was a score for season 1, as he does not return for season 3. Instead, he was played by Todd Williams, who does an incredible job capturing the essence of the character and Mahershala's performance, so much so that I didn't even realize he was a different dude. I know it's my job, but give me some slack. He really pulls out all the stops for this performance. Let's talk about his conversation with Mr. Liu. In the show, he's extremely adamant and clear that he doesn't care about Multipal or the Order, and his priority is only in the city, and that's his position as it stands. In the comics, Mr. Liu is insulted that Multipal is in prison at all. However, the conversation between them ends much more amicable, with Mr. Liu saying that he's happy to see Titan in charge, as Machine Head was an embarrassment. Titan specifically clarifies that he appreciates Mr. Liu during his transition to power, and that he will free his men from prison, he just needs more time. Very different takes. Isotope taking Titan to the roof to talk about bending a knee doesn't happen in the comics either. But there is kind of this similar scene in the comics. In issue number 51, Isotope reminds Titan that the clock is ticking, and if he doesn't doesn't do it, they might replace him. Something that Titan does not take very kindly. So the next scene is Mark and Oliver flying together. This happens as the first pages of issue number 51, except Mark is in his street clothes in the comic and his Invincible outfit in the show. I guess I should also note that Oliver's shirt has a white torso in the show, but in the comics it's one solid color. Oliver asks when Mark will start training him in the show, but in the comic, Mark offers to teach him without him asking, confirming that he spoke to Mom about it prior. Oliver's interest in learning fight moves is exclusive to the show, however. In the comics, he makes it very clear that they're going to see art, but in the show, it's kept a surprise. The scene where Kid Omni-Man gets his new costume is just a few pages later, still in issue number 51, and it plays out largely the same, so let's get specific. Firstly, holy mother of God, that's the Joker, baby! Mark Hamill once again returning to voice art. So starting us off, the dialogue is all different, although I guess this one part of
Kid Omni-Man is here!
lines up, so hey, there's that.
He told me the O was for Oliver.
Visually, Oliver's costume is actually really different. He's still got the yellow boots and gloves, but he has much more red on his costume compared to the comics, and his O goes through both the red and black, not just the red. The red part of his costume is also more pointed rather than rounded. They also stylized Oliver's hair to match young Mark's from the flashbacks in season 1. The comics have a much harder time doing this because Mark has changed design subtly so much since issue number 1, especially since they seem to get a new illustrator every 15 issues. In the comic, after he makes this announcement, Mark is confused as he didn't realize he was discussing names with Luke Skywalker, to which he clarifies that this is new to him. And same as in the show, Mark asks for a moment alone to talk with his brother. The conversations overall are the same, but the specific motivations are a bit different. In the show, Oliver is excited to remind people of his dad, and to help begin redeeming his name, and it ends with Oliver understanding a bit. However, in the comics, while Oliver does directly say that he wants to help redeem him, his motivations are actually that he doesn't fully understand the atrocities that Omni-Man committed on this planet. This isn't the first time it's come up, either. Remember the fight with Tether Tyrant when I said that it was overlaid between a conversation with Mark and Oliver? They were actually talking about how Oliver had perfect memory thanks to his Thraxan half, and so he remembers everything that his dad did for him, and for the Thraxan people. Because he only ever knew a post-Chicago version of his father, he simply doesn't grasp the atrocities that his father committed here, even trying to argue with Mark that even if Dad did do the bad things, he also did a lot of good on the planet before that, and he wants to honor him. The bad guy from the long walk returns to the conversation in both mediums to give Mark his new suit. Now, Mark's new costume. First off, in the show, Art says that it will help give him a fresh start, but in the comic, he actually mentions that his old costume annoyed him a lot, and he's been meaning to give this to him. Now, there actually is a slight discrepancy in the costume from comic to show. Everything is like 99% accurate, except the fingerless gloves. In the comics, they're full gloves, which is actually super fucking funny because not having fingerless gloves was one of the 3 complaints that Mark had in the comic about the new look. In case you were curious, the second complaint was that he liked the yellow, and the third complaint was that he had knee pads in the yellow suit that are missing from the blue suit. In the show, Mark is cautious because it feels too serious, but in the comics, he doesn't understand why he needs a new suit at all. Art's official answer is that the yellow would clash with Oliver's costume, as there are too many colors. In the show, the two are pulled away by an attack on the prison, and in the comic, they're pulled away for the same reason, except it's Debbie who rings for Art to get a hold of her sons. Before they leave, Mark makes Oliver promise that he won't get involved, and just watch, but in the comic, he only asks him to hang back a little. And it's not before they leave, it's as they're en route to the prison. The attack lines up really nicely together, but before we get there, Kursk talks in Russian in the comics, and English in the show. The beats are almost exactly the same. The bad guys start winning, Oliver and Mark arrive, where he clarifies that he must call him Invincible. The only difference here is that Oliver accepts that he doesn't have a new name in the show, but in the comic, he keeps calling himself Kid Omni-Man. The moment when Mark doesn't know what to call Oliver as he dives in is also from the comic, and
"It's raining boys!"
lines up perfectly. Too good of a line not to have in there. Oh, also, the attack takes place during the day in the show, but closer to dusk in the comics.
Oliver, are you okay? You almost got yourself killed.
I'm fine. It barely hurt.
Don't ever do that again. You either listen or you go home.
Okay, sorry.
There's a lot of conversation that doesn't line up, but we take it where we can get it. It looks great. The next scene is Debbie and Paul going out on another date. Same as last episode, the only date Debbie goes on with Paul is in issue number 45, and it's mostly Debbie downloading Paul that she told Mark about her new relationship. In the show, Debbie comes completely clean to Paul about Nolan's true identity, as well as Mark and Oliver's identities. In the comic, this is unnecessary, and I'll explain why in just a minute. So this entire scene is a show exclusive. Paul's feelings of,
I'm just a normal guy with thinning hair and a bad back,
aren't an aspect of his character that get explored in the comics. Next up, we have Eve reuniting with her family. This conversation happens in issue number 51, which is the first issue that Eve's parents actually make an appearance in the comics. In the show, they have a long talk where she lays out that she wants to be accepted by her family, and she won't use her powers in the house while she lives there. In the comics, this is unnecessary, and the conversation exists to make amends about Eve leaving for Africa without telling them. But in the show, they were present when she left, so that specific line for the family is missing. Adam proves to be a dick in both versions, with him not even talking to her when she makes her return, and making her feel bad about giving an ultimatum to people who are clearly hurting her in the show. That said, him accepting,
it's a deal.
actually does feel really nice for this family. Oh, also, the voice of Adam is Fred Tatasciore, which I mentioned in my previous video is a legend of voice acting. Chances are his voice is in something you've seen before. His talents are awesome. The next scene is Mark and Oliver returning home to find Paul and Debbie making out on the couch, which happens in issue number 51, and it's actually really close in both mediums. The biggest difference are that Mark says that he got back from a comic book store in the show, but Halloween in the comics. Debbie told Paul their secret identities ahead of time in the show, but this moment in the comics is when Paul finds out. Even still, Mark is really unhappy about Debbie telling his secret identities in both mediums actually. It just takes different shape. In the show, it's definitely more direct, but in the comic, it pops up in issue number 53, randomly as he's having a bad day, when he blows up on her that he didn't seem surprised to see them in costume, reminding her that it's his secret, not hers to share. Mark being called Invincible is in both mediums. But the funniest little detail, it's channel 5 in the show, but channel 6 in the comic. The scene of Mark and Eve talking outside on the roof is from issue number 51, immediately following the scene in the living room. Basically everything she says about her own personal stuff is exclusive to the show, but almost all of Mark's complaints about the day are in the comic. Eve makes it clear in the show that Mark can also depend on her, but in the comics she just offers to kiss him and make it better. And lastly, the floating orb watching them is also in the comics, that same page actually, but the next page reveals who it is, so no speculating for the comic viewers. Anyway, the next scene of the military base is in the comics as well, also in, get this, issue number 51. It plays out the same, except the military officers who are present are different, and the wall still isn't fully fixed in the comics. Also, Nate here, he's Fred Tatasciore. Like I said, dude is everywhere. The words of the conversation are all different, and the Muller twins shoot the military personnel in the show, while it's left ambiguous in the comics. Also, visually, they look different. First huge detail, the two in the comics are actually wearing different costumes to each other. One has stripes up the body, while the other has an M in the middle of his chest and sleeves. Meanwhile, in the show, the two are exactly identical. Additionally, in the comics, they have a bunch of tactical gear on, which is missing from the show. The following scene of the Mullers taking apart a nuke is exclusive to the show. When we see them again in issue number 52, the Guardians were already called to the scene and have already been taken down. Notably in the show, they specifically clarify that the gun they're using disrupts a target's nervous system, but in the comic it's left ambiguous. The back and forth they have about
I did, that's why I built it,
is from the comics though, except notably Muller says we built it, not I. The following scene of Debbie calling Mark into the living room to notice the Muller twins attack on the missile silo is from the very first page of issue number 52. Issue number 52 starts with Mark rushing off to stop the Mullers and ends with his conversation with Oliver after he kills them. Know that everything involving the missile silo, from the Guardians getting involved to the punches to the jaw to the nuke going off to Cecil showing up, is all one-to-one from the comics. So let's get specific. When Mark first hears the news, he initially says he doesn't work for Cecil anymore, and he thinks about not going until he's talked into it by his mother. In the comics, this isn't even a consideration. He knows people are in danger and immediately reacts, asking his mom to tell Eve that he's got it covered. The Mullers are much more talkative in the show than in the comics, being able to have an entire conversation about not killing the Guardians before Invincible arrives.
Who the hell are you? That's Invincible. I saw him on TV. He's new. He was new.
In the comics, Oliver flies off to help after Mark gets shot by the gun, but in the show, Mark gets fried by the nervous system before Oliver gets wind of what's happening. Oliver has much more eagerness and urgency in the show, as in the comics he was already training, so it was expected for him to come and help. In the show, the Mullers monologue to Invincible about their plan, but in the comics, it's actually this random missile silo employee who gets their wrath for comparing the Mullers to the Lizard League. Oliver destroys the weapon in the show, but in the comics, he just jumps into the fight and punches one of the Mullers, leading the second Muller to charge up the gun, pushing Invincible to destroy it himself. Also, Oliver is much more whimsical in the comics, saying he would have been there earlier if he didn't have trouble finding the place. The Mullers and Oliver talk for a bit more in the show than in the comics, as in the comics, Oliver just full sends a broken jaw in the next panel. I won't go on and on about how much was taken exactly one-to-one, but to illustrate how close this is, even the choreography of the Muller grabbing his leg and slamming him against the wall is taken from the comic. Although it is the jaw-broken Muller who grabs him here, while in the show it's the healthy one. Now, the only real sequence-breaking stuff that happens from comic to screen is intercutting Mark and Oliver's fights together. In the comic, immediately after getting grabbed by the leg, he flies through the other Muller's chest, while in the show, it ramps up to it a bit while Invincible chases the missile. Notably, while he chases the missile in the comics, he mentions that he really needs to push himself to catch up with it. Mark is also more pensive about blowing up a nuke in the comics, as he hasn't done that before. In the show, he seems to be less concerned. It's also a little unclear where Mark blows up the missile in the show. One shot looks like it's in the upper atmosphere, but in the wide shot, it seems to be like deep in space. In the comic, it's most definitely in space though, like kinda far from Earth, closer to the moon actually. In the show, Oliver flies through the unharmed Muller's chest, while in the comic, he flies through the one whose jaw is already fucked up. The look that Oliver gives, the unfeeling and unflinching at murder kind of look, is found in the comics as well, even if it is a little bit more whimsical, even saying, I didn't expect that to happen. In the show, the Muller just repeats, but in the comic, he specifically says, I surrender, just don't hurt me. Oliver says, too late, in the show, but you're gonna make this easy on me in the comics, which, like, damn, calm down, little serial killer. Immortal is the first to notice in both, but he doesn't call him a child in the comics. Mark goes slightly unconscious in the show, but not in the comics.
It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill them. I saved you guys.
They're just stunned, Oliver. Even superheroes aren't used to seeing kids do something like this.
I told you to stay away from my family.
I'm just here to clean up your brother's mess.
I stopped them, didn't I?
Sky, now!
The very start of this conversation is funny in the comics, as Oliver tries to say he defeated them, ignoring the fact that they are dead.
You killed them!
I didn't mean to, but now they won't hurt anyone else.
We don't kill!
Oliver splits it up in the show by flying away from Mark in the middle of it, but this doesn't happen in the comics. Instead, the two just have a long conversation above the missile base.
You can't just kill people and pretend it's no big deal.
You killed the guy who broke Mom's arm.
That was an accident.
So was this.
Life is precious. We don't just take it.
It's not precious. People kill each other all the time. And most people aren't even special like us. They're just normal.
You sound just like Dad.
So? Why is that bad? Do you ever think that maybe Dad was right?
In the comics, when confronted by this question, Mark extremely quietly replies, sometimes. He does not do this in the show, and it blew my fucking mind that they excluded this one word. Mind-blowing. That's also the very last panel of issue number 52, which I think officially counts as our least wasted issue of the comics to get adapted to screen for the entire show. Mark and Eve's first date. In the comics, their first date is atop a snowy mountain where they're having a picnic. Mark is distant because he's thinking about his brother's action, which is the focus of their conversation during the date.
Where would I be without you?
Probably still looking for Mount Rushmore.
Is a show exclusive line though, and it is really, really amazing. In the show, Mark and Debbie have this cute scene where they do dishes together, but that scene is omitted from the comics entirely. Mark doesn't have a conversation with Debbie about Oliver's actions at all, which also makes the following scene where she scolds him in his room a show exclusive as well. It does have some roots in the comics. In issue number 53, Mark tries to talk to Oliver about his actions. They have a second conversation much later in that same issue where Oliver uses logic to agree with Mark, saying that his time on this planet is limited compared to his, and that if Mark is willing to give the people of Earth a chance, he should too. It's a much more logical conversation than in the show, and the only bit of empathy that Oliver really gets out of it is from relating to Mark, not to Debbie. Now, at the end of the conversation, the two hug, and Oliver notices the red orb spying on them. However, he doesn't say anything until it happens a second time in issue number 56, when Mark actually rushes out to grab the orb, with it exploding in his hands. Unlike the show, where Mark notices it himself. And yes, as I mentioned, the reveal that it's Angstrom who's spying on them is from issue number 51, and it's, well, much more obvious than in the show. He also says, "Young love, how interesting," instead of,
"Such a happy family."
But that's just because in that issue, he was spying on Mark and Eve, not Oliver and Debbie.
Dad did terrible things here.
But you said he's different now.
Starting from the beginning, Magmaniac and Tether Tyrant's intro. I think this was their Oscar submission. Okay, that's kind of a joke, but you can't tell me that this stylized, no dialogue short film about how hard it is to be a gay criminal rejecting a life of crime doesn't make you a little sad. For such minor characters, having this much affectionate time given to them is a real treat, and one that the show seems to be handing out like cars. The only other piece of analysis I can offer on this part is that Tether Tyrant, without spoiling, does actually come back later in the comics with a different arc. It's a very small one, but I do wonder if it'll tie into the themes of season 5, or whenever it pops up. Moving along, we have Debbie's desire to give Oliver a more normal childhood. I think this is in service to building out a character profile for Debbie and Oliver more than it did in the comics. Just as they were building out character profiles for Cecil in episodes 1 and 2, they're building out character profiles now for Debbie and Oliver. And with Oliver's story from start to finish, it's worth investing time in the character now. After that, we get Eve's conversation with Amber. This one's a bit of a doozy, but I think I have an explanation. The comics never really give a conclusion to what happened to Amber after her and Mark broke up. There's that one issue where Mark goes to teach Gary a lesson, but I think that's a better comparison with the bowling alley scene in episode 6. This one in particular really wants to cement that number 1, there are no hard feelings between Amber and Eve, and number 2, it helps create a sense of camaraderie that Amber and Mark both get to move on in a way that feels satisfying. The comics actually nailed this with their breakup scene, but in the show they made that scene much more tense and emotionally high, so this scene, even if it's not between Mark himself, helps give that much needed closure.
Alright, closure!
The TNT moving back into their old headquarters, besides it being in the comics, is to help build Rex up to being at the best point in his life, before, fucking killing him. The little snippet we get of Multipol waiting to be rescued, along with Titan getting yelled at about it, is simple setup for stuff we'll see in later episodes, where Titan fights the Order. There's nothing thematic to say about it at this time, besides just saying that it's different than in the comics. I will say that I think the reason this scene was included here in this episode is because this episode is taking super heavily from issue number 51, and that's the issue where Titan loses his cool on Isotope. The scene on the roof is the only scene that has a comic equivalent, and since they were already taking everything else from issue 51, might as well throw that in here too, right? I don't have anything to say about Mark and Oliver flying together until they make it to Art's tailor's shop, and we get to talk about one of the more interesting changes in my opinion. Interesting being shorthand for bad. The show makes Oliver lean much much more on his human side, which is funny since he genetically isn't human at all. I don't have a direct answer on why this change was made. Maybe they thought that a fully alien Oliver would be too hard for audiences to get behind. But in the comics, Oliver's genetic and neurological differences are highlighted at every turn, especially in the conversation surrounding his father. In the show, he lets go of Kid Omni-Man, but in the comic he doesn't, having his own solo adventure where he calls out that name in issue number 56. He can't fathom why the people of Earth would hate a man who he has only ever known to be a well-meaning person. I really wish that they had kept more of this resistance up.
Wouldn't have been my first call.
And as we'll see in later episodes, it's thematically relevant as well. I don't really have much to say about the prison attack, besides that I kinda wish they kept Kursk speaking Russian during this encounter. The Invincible comics always felt like worldly. Eve going to Africa, the Order taking place in China, Kursk and Red Rush both being from Russia, even Titan being specifically from New York. It always felt bigger than just the United States. But the show doesn't quite get this feel for me. So maybe having a Chinese overlord demand his New York-based accomplice hire a Russian hitman to break out his Chinese-American operative out of an American prison would have felt better, but alas, nothing we can do. Now, Debbie's scene with Paul, who did not get this much screen time in the comics. For the sake of Paul's character, I am actually going to talk about something spoiler adjacent involving Debbie's romantic life past season 3, so if you want to avoid that, skip to this time.
1, 2, 3.
Good? Okay. Debbie in the comics dates Paul for a while longer, but eventually just breaks it off with him during a time skip in the comics, right before Nolan returns to Earth. I think that the show will instead have Debbie continue to date Paul during Nolan's return, building up that she will have to choose between him and Nolan. Spoilers over. And what they're doing with Debbie is exactly what they're doing with Oliver as well, really enhance the human elements of these characters. And with what they're building towards in season 4, they're gonna want as much evidence as possible that Mark is human after all, with all the feelings that go along with that. So now, Eve's family. The show has made a very strong movement to make Adam Eve more of a character than she was in the comics, where she was kind of more of a
Titan-killing long-term booty call.
Not to undercut her at all from the comics, but the show released the Adam Eve special as a special between seasons 1 and 2, as opposed to the story being a completely separate comic run. It's not like her backstory was Invincible issue number 41 or something. You had to go out of your way to find it. I also think this scene in particular was added to this episode specifically because they're taking everything else from issue 51, so they might as well continue the trend. Since episodes 1 and 2 had so much plot, episode 3 really wants to establish who our characters are, before we move into a very, very theme-heavy season 3. I've already talked about how, aside from some added dialogue and character interactions, basically everything from the Mauler missile silo attack is ripped beat from issue number 52. There are some added details though, like how the Maulers specified that the gun they built disrupts nervous systems. It's kind of tit for tat though, since we seem to trade that detail in for the detail of Mark being pensive about blowing up the nuke. I kinda like that detail. The first bit we actually need to talk about ties into Oliver's attitude about the Maulers. I joked that he's a little serial killer, but dude kinda is. The lack of empathy and remorse he has for the Maulers in the comics was offset by his whimsical nature.
I have a very trustworthy face.
But the show kinda leans into it, making his one-liners more cruel, and even bending the feeling of this scene by making the remaining Mauler have his jaw broken, so that he can only muffle through that he gives up. The show is trying to draw an obvious parallel from Oliver to his father, in contrast to Mark, who has spent his entire career rejecting his dad. I think this works with moderate success, especially hampered by Mark not saying sometimes at the end of the story. Let's talk about Cecil arriving and what that means for Mark. Yes, it was in the comics, but with the context of this season, we can easily see why it was included. Mark flies in and holds Cecil by the throat yet again, threatening him. I could add another point to rules have exceptions here, but this seems to be low-hanging fruit. I'm much more interested in why Cecil was talking to Oliver at all. Oliver killed these clones.
Not clones, men!
Stunning everybody, leaving only Cecil to talk it over with him. But why did he kill the Maulers in the first place? It's because Mark didn't train him sufficiently. Mark didn't teach Oliver right from wrong, and the consequence of that is that Cecil has to step in.
He really doesn't mean it, he never even knew his father!
This brings us to our last themes folder, actions have consequences. I know that's like almost obvious, and you may be asking why this is a theme instead of just a regular narrative device. To answer that, we have to look at the position of a lot of events that fit into this scene. This season has like a section of each fucking episode dedicated to continuing on, or sometimes concluding, a story that was established in the past. A decision that Mark has made, a choice that he didn't make, that allowed the story to continue in this way. And a lot of the time, it's not in a direct way. Like here, for instance, Cecil steps in to talk to Oliver. Cecil is the first person who talks to him after his first kill, because Mark didn't teach him restraint. That is the consequence here, and it's bigger than just Oliver killed a dude. It even ties into what Mark may have to do to Cecil, crossing a line he established because we don't threaten or kill, but rules have exceptions, right? We can also even add another point into our good guys can't save the world theme here, because how would the incapacitated Guardians stop the Mauler twins if Oliver didn't step in and, kill them? Oliver forfeits being a good guy here, at least in the eyes of the others, to save the world. Not to mention Cecil's explanation. That terrifies them. And why is that after all? He's just a kid. Why are they so afraid? Well, it's because he's willing to cross those lines. He's willing to be the Punisher here, and that makes him powerful, even if he wouldn't actually act on anybody who didn't deserve it, because perception here is the power. We hit all 4 of our themes with this one act from Oliver alone. It's gorgeous, which points us to that one excluded word, sometimes. It's crazy how one word will absolutely absolutely change the course of the conversation. Excluding this word means that in the comics, Mark was actually considering Oliver's alien position, and by excluding it from the show, it means that Oliver made absolutely no headway in this conversation. It almost makes me feel like, in that case, Oliver being a stand for his father was only included because of his comic origins, and not because it was actually meant to beg this question of, does Mark think that his dad is right? And this is a big question for Mark to face across the issues following Conquest, so we will no doubt be returning to this question as it pops up in Season 4, and I just wonder if excluding this one word will come back to bite them. The scenes that follow this do have comic origins, so I don't have much to say about them. I do have to ask, are we the viewers supposed to recognize Angstrom here? Or is it supposed to be revealed later? Because to me, his voice is a dead giveaway. And that wraps up our episode, introducing our very last theme to our themes folder and how it all fits together like a spiderweb. This episode also continues our streak of really sparing no page from the comic being adapted, as every page of issue number 52 made it onto the screen, a trend that will continue into episode 4.
Are we like too weird sometimes? Should we just be more normal?
The title for this episode, You Were My Hero, comes from issue number 55, during Nolan's execution. One of the Viltrumites says it to him, and it's exactly in the context you think it is. The opening scene of this episode is entirely a show exclusive. There isn't a scene where Rex, Ray, or anyone from the Guardians goes food shopping. Their shopping trip is interrupted by the street coming alive and attacking some people. The villain's name is actually Gridlock, and he's seen twice in the comics. Once is in issue number 11, actually, during Nolan's flashback as he tells Mark where he comes from, and the second appearance is in issue number 105. It's not really a spoiler, he just pops up and is easily defeated. The following scene where Rudy and the Guardians examine the remains of Angstrom's orb is the opening pages of issue number 57, immediately following the issue where Mark managed to grab it. In the show, Bulletproof and Monster Girl are a prominent part of the conversation, but in the comic, Bulletproof leaves and Monster Girl is playing video games with Rudy. Also, Oliver is missing. He was with him in the comics. Other conversational differences include why Rudy isn't helping Robot. In the comic, he says it's about analysis through precision. In the show, he says he has other matters to attend to. Monster Girl is the one who points out that Rudy and Robot talking independently of each other is creepy, but in the comics, it's Mark who says it's unsettling. When Robot finishes his analysis, the show says that it's of Earth origin, but in the comics, Rudy describes it as otherworldly. Rex leads the show into the next scene, when Mark confronts Cecil, but in the comic, he just leaves and tells Oliver to stay and play games with them. Oh, and Rex is present in the comics, by the way. In the show, he only comes in at the end. So the next scene in the show is exactly the next scene in the comics as well. Notable differences include that there are a lot more Reanimen that try to stop Mark, and Cecil has the lobster shriek tone that incapacitates Mark on standby. In the comics, he's actually able to talk Invincible down, and it seems like he's never really in any danger from the Pentagon. Although, and this is really awkward actually, the comics end this encounter kind of strangely.
I'm as fun as anybody. I can handle a back room. I'm calling the cops.
Because Kirkman was running a lot of parallel comics to the Invincible series, this one is kind of plagued by a spin-off. The interaction ends with Cecil asking Mark for a favor, to hunt down Wolfman and bring him in, as he murdered his wife, apparently. I don't know, I didn't read the Wolfman comics. Wolfman has already appeared in the comics at this point, so I don't know why this happened exactly, but it happened, even though he really should have said no.
You're better than this. Everyone's better than this.
Because this scene ends with Mark leaving to fight Wolfman, everything Cecil and Donald talk about is a show exclusive. I think it's interesting that they were still spying on him though, that's new from the comics. So next, Mark goes on his second first date with Eve. Remember last episode how issue number 52 was the entire last 20 minutes of that episode? Well, same here. Issue number 54 starts with Mark and Eve already in Paris, Mark gets picked up by the time travelers, and returns to Paris to finish his date. And because there isn't even a B story in the show, it just follows the comic from beat to beat again, which is really awesome. So all of the upcoming story is from issue number 54, and I will make note when some pacing stuff is changed. We'll have to get specific about the dialogue again, because that's kind of all I got. So to start us off, in the show, their date is on the street, while in the comic, they're up on a second floor balcony. In the show, he apologizes about being late, but in the comics, it's the opening of a new issue, so he isn't late there. The show combines the Pentagon attack of issue number 57 here, but in the comics, this date happens before that. In the show, they talk about how dating isn't actually weird, but by this point in the comics, the two had been dating for quite a few issues.
Please tell me that's not a glowing portal opening up next to our table.
You have no idea how much I wish I could say that.
In the show, Dropkick and Fightmaster, which I'm just gonna call DNF. So DNF are surprised the time travel worked, but in the comics they're not. Instead, they specifically say grab him, and Mark fucking decks the dude. They clarify they don't want to fight in both mediums, except they come out the gate with this in the show. In the show, Eve isn't having any of this and puts up a barrier between them, but in the comics, she's just kind of a victim of circumstance. In the show, Mark and them talk about the theft of the Declaration of Independence, but in the comics, this is not mentioned. The conversation in the comic is extremely short actually, but the overlap is them mentioning that they need help to save the future, and that's kind of it. In the comics, he's extremely eager to go and help them, apologizing to Eve about it. She's also interested in going with them to help, but they reject her to preserve the timeline. So the show exclusive parts include only having enough energy for one more jump, them mentioning their tyrannical king, and Eve asking if they can come back later.
Or earlier.
Mark saying no, and the manipulation attempt that follows, and them, like, kidnapping him. He goes very willingly in the comics. In the show, Eve gasps after Mark leaves by something behind her, but in the comic, it's a voice from off-screen talking to her. In the show, Mark is obviously hostile, but in the comic, he went willingly, so this beat just gets skipped. In the show, other Mark grabs his clothes from himself, where he notes that he looks kinda depressed. In the comics, he looks notably happier, but in both mediums, they are told to just leave it alone. In the comics, when he first arrives, Mark is told an extremely expedited version of the history of the future. Instead, the comics save this history lesson for when they're later incarcerated. Even still, the show does a more expansive job detailing the history of how this figure came to power, including several rebellions and acts of violence that were committed by him. They clarify in both that the ink from the Declaration of Independence was supposed to act as a poison and that it didn't work.
And has ruled for hundreds of years? Is he a Viltrumite? We don't know what that is.
In the show, Dropkick makes some noise to attract the attention of the guards, but in the comics that's unnecessary as they get noticed and captured immediately, even before landing. In the show, Mark punches a batch of them before getting arrested a second time, while in the comic, Dropkick successfully tells them that they actually want to be captured, and they do. The show makes sure to clarify that these are robots and not actual people, so Invincible can punch them, but in the comics he doesn't actually do this. And I actually think these are people, like in suits. There's no specific clarification, but they look awfully human-like to me. Also, broadly, the show makes the future out to be a wasteland ravaged by centuries of war, but the comic actually has the world, like, more together. It's industrial for sure, but it's not a literal war zone. There are buildings still up and lights still on. In the show, they slap on some cuffs and identify him immediately as Invincible, but in the comic, they don't identify him at all. They just specify that DNF will go to one place and the king wants to see Invincible alone. In the show, there's a conversation they have while walking on the way to the Citadel building, but in the comic, that conversation happens in a jail cell, or maybe in the back of a police vehicle. It's not exactly specified. Again, it's different because in the comic, they talk about the history, but in the show, they already did that. There's a bit of crossover when Dropkick says that they lost their mother, and in the comics, they say the king took his wife.
They killed my wife.
Next, Mark heads up to see the king. It's a much longer walk than in the comics, but nothing really more to note in that regard.
Is it really you?
I don't know, this title drop kind of feels like nothing. I mean, it was significant enough that, like, he remembers him and he's been waiting for him for so many centuries, but it just doesn't feel as strong as some of the others.
Immortal?
Only one man alive knows me by that name.
You're the king of Earth?
Mark Grayson.
I cut it short here, but most of their conversation actually does line up. There's also a portion where Immortal calls him the Gifted One, which I don't even know what that's about, but it ain't in the comics. Well, okay, I actually reread, like, the entire comic series, and there is one moment when somebody calls Mark Gifted. But it is actually within the last, like, 10 issues of the comic run, so if you don't want to be spoiled, skip ahead to this time. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna spoil, like, the entire premise for the main antagonist of Invincible, the dude who is going to be revealed in Season 4, so if you don't want the spoilers, consider skipping ahead. In issue number 140, during the final end of the comic run conflict, Mark fights with Thrag, where Thrag mentions that Mark was gifted with the blood of Argyle, who was the ancient ruler of the Viltrumites who had an estranged son, Nolan, and eventually passed that blood on to Mark. This is, as far as I can tell, the only instance of Mark being referred to as gifted in the comics. In the show, Mark asks Immortal what he wants from him, but in the comic, he comes right out and says that he wishes for death. In the show, there's a much longer dialogue over Mark saying no, including him suggesting Immortal just fly into the sun, which is all exclusive to the show. In the comic, Immortal asks, Mark refuses, and Immortal immediately attacks him. Oh, and the interlude where DNF escaped doesn't happen in the comics either. They just reappear after Mark is done with Immortal. The fight in the comics is massively different. He just wails on Mark for a while until Mark eventually rips his head off, specifically to get him to stop giving him spoilers about issues number 130 to 144. In the show, it plays out differently, with Immortal instead targeting Fightmaster, forcing Mark to stop him, and eventually rip his head off, which is exactly what he does in the comics. Only at this point does DNF join him, while in the show, they were present for most of the encounter. In the show, he kneels in front of the mess he's made, but in the comic, he kinda leans back. Mark has a bit more of a conversation with them in the comics, but in the show, he more so just spits out the relevant details. Keep his parts separated, he still did good, don't thank me for killing him. Mark needs a minute to process in the comics, but in the show, he's instead interrupted by the robots who say that power now returns to the people. This part is completely missing from the comics. We can assume that the future ended up being alright, but
there's no way to know that for sure.
The show displays Mark completing the time loop by getting his clothes back, but the comics leave this up to inference. Mark's return is a bit more suave in the comics, and
am I a good person?
Lines up exactly. He tells her that he doesn't want to talk about it in the comics, but he details his adventures in the show. The show makes this a moment where Eve and Mark promise they'll look out for each other, while in the comics, this is a moment where Mark realizes that he doesn't want any more distractions to stand in the way of his budding relationship with Eve. In the show, they make a point to mention the return of the Declaration of Independence, but in the comics, that thing's just gone forever. Both dates round out with a cute montage of them doing cute things together, including flashing back to their most prominent moments in earlier issues and episodes. The show ends with Mark admitting it might be too soon, but that he loves Eve, with her saying it back, ending with a kiss. The comic, I think, is much sweeter. Mark and Eve both look at each other and say I love you at the same time, then saying I love you too, except they stop each other and kiss instead. I love these two so much. Then we roll credits for the next 20 minutes. Just kidding, we get to see Mark and Eve getting it on, which, okay, so we just wrapped up issue number 54, first page being in Paris, last page being their kiss. Well, issue number 55 starts with Mark taking Eve back to his place, and ends after Nolan is free from prison with Alan. So again, anything from this point forward is found in issue number 55. So the first difference is that there's much more talking about logistics for Debbie and Oliver being out of the house in the comics. The show kinda cut right to the chase. And last little detail here, Eve with her powers takes off all of her and Mark's clothes in the comics, but in the show she remains in her underwear. Or her bra at least.
Alan the alien sits in a Viltrumite prison cell. These shackles cannot hold him. These walls cannot hold him. But still he waits, because Alan the alien has a plan. Lockdown, but not out.
Once again, I cut it down for time, but nearly this entire narration is one-to-one with the comics. It's pretty incredible, actually. So in the show, Nolan says goodbye to Alan, content on letting the Viltrumites carry out their execution. However, in the comic, they're both very much in on the idea that they will escape together once the Viltrumites arrive. It's actually the biggest difference of the comic to cartoon for this dynamic, and I'll talk more about it in a bit. First, more specifics. The quick recap that the narration gives is in the comics as well, except they actually go over different details. The narration in the show goes over the details that happened in Season 2, but the comic actually goes back to the extinction of the Unopans and Alan's previous battles with Nolan. The narration in the show says that Alan used his implanted brain device, but in the comic it actually says that he used his telepathic abilities. The narration in the show explains how Nolan is feeling.
You can't just have your characters!
And how he is ready to die for his sins. The comic, as I said, is very different, with Nolan teaming up with Alan to escape, all being part of the plan. There's another interesting discrepancy where, in the comics, the narration and Alan both make a point to mention that it has been a really long time waiting for the execution to take place. The show kind of omits this, instead focusing on the danger the Viltrumites present to Alan.
I disgraced my people. I betrayed my family.
Oh my God, this again.
I abandoned
cannot
my
take this
sons.
anymore. Why did they not use a bigger laser?
Jesus, Alan is so funny in the show. The Viltrumites arriving in the show is given much more fanfare than in the comics. The ship they're flying is taken from the comics though. The first ever appearance is in issue number 2, but also in later parts of the comics that feature the Viltrum Empire. No, I will not be spoiling any of it. I've learned my lesson.
Once is quite enough.
The Viltrumites arrive and talk a bit to Nolan, which isn't in the comics. Instead, they just drag him to his execution in silence. One of the executioners is John DiMaggio, which is just kind of funny to me. In the comic, Alan has an entire plan in place to destroy the entire prison, create havoc, and save Nolan. In the show, he just kind of wings it. In the show, the Viltrumites read Nolan his list of crimes, but this doesn't happen in the comics. Since Alan's plan was always to save the prisoners, he doesn't have moments of just flying around figuring it out as it goes. The show makes a much bigger deal out of freeing Battle Beast than the comic does as well. Alan kind of frees him on accident, pleasantly surprised to find someone of his caliber being held there. As such, all of the scenes of them talking isn't anywhere to be found. Battle Beast's desire to fight only the most worthy opponents is a core part of his personality, and is in both mediums. Also, Battle Beast is Worf from Star Trek, so that's pretty cool.
Was your betrayal worth death?
Yes.
This line is not in the comics, but damn, do I love it so much. It is beautiful shit. Alan and Sandman from the Santa Clauses mistaking the execution chamber isn't in the comics, and neither is Battle Beast's desire to fight Alan as a worthy opponent. However, when they do arrive to find Nolan, they burst through the ceiling in both.
At long last, my thirst for battle can be satiated.
Forgive him, he's a fan, he's been really wanting to meet you guys.
Holy shit, dude, Alan's comedic timing is just like right there. The battle begins and it's pretty faithful in both mediums. The comics even complete this fight with a "and they fight" portion, which is just a montage of the carnage. Although Nolan's cuffs are broken by Alan in the comic, but in the show, Nolan breaks his own to defend him, which his fake-out death does not happen in the comics either. It's a little anticlimactic to say that most of the fight is exclusive to the show, until Alan punches a hole in the side of the ship, bringing the fight to space. Battle Beast's fight and the fight with the remaining Viltrumite are both in the comics, complete with the crushing of his head between Nolan and Alan's fists. The conversation in the show about Nolan having a friend in Alan is moot in the comics, since that's not an aspect to be explored.
There are fewer than 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites left in the universe. This is the Empire's most closely guarded secret. It's also why we can beat them.
The last detail is that the return to Mark and Eve is also the last page of issue number 55, except in that issue, they don't say they need to get their own place. Acknowledging that living in Debbie's house makes their relationship more difficult doesn't come up until later, in issue number 58. Which is actually where we're going for episode 5, but first, let's do the analysis.
What kind of man lets others die because he won't act?
As an overview, this episode, aside from episode 8 as you'll see later, is probably the closest we get overall minute to minute for the comics. Adapting literally every page and every beat of issues number 54 and 55 are absurd, and even the beginning of issue number 57, it's just incredible. There's a bit of show exclusive elements sprinkled throughout, so we'll have to get really specific on not only why they were included, but why they were included now. And the first and best place to start is Mark's attack on the Pentagon.
You're spying on us again.
It's not ours.
I find that answer vague and unconvincing.
In the comics, this was after issues 54 and 55, so why put it at the beginning of this episode? Let's look at it like this. In season 2, Angstrom Levy had his position as an established villain in episode 1, and then followed up on that threat at the finale of season 2. That window for season 3 was missed, and instead we got to focus on the relationship between Mark and Cecil. Now that the dust has settled, I think the showrunners wanted to have the audience kind of know what to expect from the finale. Otherwise, what is Mark fighting against exactly? Now, there are some key differences. For starters, Oliver's involvement in the Teen Team HQ. He was present in the comics, but not in the show, so why not? Well, I think the show is trying to focus on specific areas of Oliver's life, and having him meet up with other superheroes just kind of dilutes the message the show is trying to set him up for, which is already a little diluted from the comics, so I think not bringing Oliver is a fine choice. It also allows the show to take this moment much more seriously, since Oliver's very existence adds a layer of whimsy in the comics. There's a part worth mentioning here about when Monster Girl says that Rudy using his robot to talk is creepy. Aside from being a parallel to when Mark says that in the comics, it's thematically important for Monster Girl to say it here, because this is going to begin the next phase of their relationship, the rejection of Robot. This isn't relevant at all for season 3, but it's setting the seeds for what will eventually be a dividing force between them. We're getting a lot more seeds for the future than I was expecting, but that's nothing to complain about. Mark's attack on the Pentagon plays differently in both mediums, but why specifically? In the show, he's actually stopped. In the comic, he isn't. I'm glad this change was made, since it's kind of just question marks on why Cecil didn't use this weapon against Mark the second time in the comics. More importantly than that though, the scene ends very differently in the comics. I know I mentioned it, but issue number 57 was the tie-in with the Wolfman comic series. So after Mark breaks in, Cecil asks him for a favor and Mark complies in turn. So this is radically different, and I'm so glad they didn't do this in the show. Think about it, if Cecil in the show asked Mark for a favor in this moment, Mark's laugh would have been heard from space. It's incredible that in the comics, Mark helps him out at all, but what does it mean that it's missing from the show? Having a moment where Mark would be able to help Cecil even if he disagrees with him sets us up for the Invincible War, where Mark manages to come together with the GDA. Although I gotta be completely honest, this was a moment where the logical integrity of the comic kind of fell apart. The scenario that Cecil could have told that lives are at stake didn't even come up. Instead, it was just more of a, this murderer is on the loose and you can stop him. Mark barely asks any follow-up questions. And that story in and of itself sounds super easy to just lie about. And yet Mark complies anyway. I wonder if Kirkman and the story writers knew that it was a logical oversight, and that's why they didn't include even a sliver of it in the show. Obviously, the correct course of action here is to make a special between seasons 4 and 5 for Wolfman specifically.
Not sure that's the lesson I want you to take away from this.
Now, when we finally get to Paris, I actually have frighteningly little to analyze, which overall is great. When the show and comic line up, it basically means I just get to critique the comics, which there is plenty to critique, don't get it twisted. The comics are not perfect. Anyway, I guess the most prominent difference is in the first part of the DNF story, Eve gets to be much more of a character. The show just wants to give her a larger screen presence because she was much more of a this thing happened to me kind of character in the comics, rather than an active participant. This is actually the quintessential example, where in the comics you wouldn't even know she had superpowers if you saw this issue out of context. So skipping way ahead to when Mark confronts Immortal, Immortal calls him the Gifted One. I mentioned I only have one spoiler basis for this comment, so either the show is trying to build up for that, or we're gonna have to put on our analysis hat for a minute and figure out why this term was used. Starting with Immortal's personal feelings, there are certain moments that allude to Immortal feeling this way about Invincible. Throughout the show though, not the comic. Like Mark demonstrating that he is more powerful than him in the Sesquid mission. No, I won't say Sequid, you can't make me.
That's not how you're supposed to say it! You said it weird!
In the comics, it was about Immortal's ego, but in the show, it was just about Mark being the right guy for the job. In this very season, Immortal says that Cecil always took it easy on him, so maybe he views him as a gifted child. That's really all the supporting evidence I have for this term. It's not something ever said in the comics, and Mark never really was viewed as gifted. At certain points in the comics, he wasn't even viewed as the strongest hero on the planet, which he most certainly was. Well, until issue 110, but we'll get there. Maybe.
Keep waiting.
Nothing really to say until Mark ends up returning to his date with Eve, except for the broad discussion. Why was this issue adapted at all? Last video, I actually mentioned that issue number 54 was a throwaway adventure and probably wouldn't make it to screen, kind of like how issue 56 and 57 didn't make it to screen for this season. Although I suppose 56 could get adapted for season 4, but the point is, I was wrong, but why was I wrong? Why did this one make it? The answer is always the same, guys, you know it. Okay, wait, I can see how that would be confusing. I actually meant rules have exceptions. This theme plays a huge part in this story. Mark doesn't kill, unless someone he cares about is in danger, or someone innocent, like in the case of Fightmaster. So, add a point there. Interwoven with his beliefs about himself, Mark is a good guy, but even he has to kill Immortal because he's become a tyrant. He forces himself into a bad guy position, because good guys can't save the world. That's why he's insistent that he isn't thanked for murdering somebody.
Please don't thank me for that.
In a way, this story even hits our your actions have consequences theme as well. Ironically, just not for Mark's previous actions. The consequence he's butting up against are the actions of his future self, the one he may become by being forced to be a bad guy for the sake of the world. You could even hit the perception as power theme here too, since Invincible's perceived power and strength is the only thing that can free the future from Immortal. There was no guarantee that Mark would be able to liberate them. He was sought out because of his strength, not even his altruism, as DNF didn't even know he would come when they arrived. So when a story arc can hit all 4 of our season's themes in one swoop, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to adapt it in the story. To prove this point and validate my good guys can't save the world theme, Mark even directly asks, am I a good person? Bro knows that he can feel himself slipping, and he did save the world just now, and Cecil kindly reminded him that you can't do that if you're a good guy. Now the last bit I have to talk about here is actually the music choice. After Mark returns from the future, him and Eve do have a cute romantic montage together where they fall deeper in love. In season 2, this sequence existed with Amber, where the song Feel It played. The man was truly cooking before he, well, you know. This time the song choice is Your Man. I do remember a handful of comments in the last video saying they wish Feel It could have been saved for when Eve and Mark started dating, but I don't think it's indicative of where Mark is emotionally. Let me explain. Mark dates Amber without any social regard to what she wanted her life to look like and how it would fit into his own. He was going off the fact that she was interested in him and she took action on that. They weren't acting with any thought to what their realistic future would look like. They just took the moment and felt it. That's why it's such a sad and heartbreaking moment for Amber when him and her realize that they're not right for each other. The feelings can only take you so far. It's not enough to love somebody, there are other considerations at play. However, Mark's relationship with Eve is about more than just feelings. It's about the two of them always having each other's back. It's about caring for more than just the relationship these two can have together. It's about supporting and sometimes endangering yourself for the other person. Their love, as opposed to the comparatively simple feelings of Amber's relationship, is about making each other their person, her man. I personally like Feel It better as a song, but I don't think it fits into the vibe that Mark and Eve have going for each other. And the last thing I have to mention in the Mark and Eve part of this story is that in the comics, the two say I love you and I love you too at the same time, and I think that's super fucking cute, and I'm really upset that they changed this for the show. And now we move on to the Nolan and Alan portion of the story, and basically the only episode that features my man J.K. Simmons. My man, like my goat, not my friend or anything. Although, you know, if you want to like get together for a coffee or something, let me know, I'm available. I actually don't have a whole lot of specifics to go through. A majority of the changes made to the sequence are just to give it a new spin and new edge, making it more dynamic and allowing Alan to be more of a spontaneous character. I think the comics had Alan be a bit more of a planner than in the show, but I think with someone like Seth Rogen playing him, it makes sense to change this. So let's talk about this broadly. Nolan is willing to accept his fate and be executed by the Viltrumites in the show, but in the comics, him and Alan had become friends, and that's enough for him to want to continue living. And, you know, his sons probably had something to do with that decision as well. In the past seasons, Nolan was pretty central to the themes of the season, but in this season, his role is significantly limited. I mean, he does give us like the pivotal piece of information about the next step of the Viltrum Empire, but season 1 had a theme like entirely dedicated to him, and season 2 had a theme that was tangentially about him. Since his presence is reduced in season 3, there isn't really a theme that directly fits into him. Those are more so reserved for Cecil, who does take a much larger role in this season. But I guess if there was ever an episode to talk a bit about Nolan, it would be here. In the show, a much larger deal is made out of Nolan actually having a friend than in the comics. The comics never make this a part of his or Viltrumite culture in general. Yes, Viltrumites have their very Darwinian views, but Nolan had friends in the comics. I think this will be fun to revisit in the future, as the Emperor of the Viltrumites is brought in and developed a bit more. So what does it mean now that Nolan gets to have a friend? Well, it means that he gets to assuage his loneliness. Being the strongest and top of the pyramid absolutely gets lonely, and remember that for episode 8, because we're going to talk about it there too. Alan gives us hope in this moment that Viltrumites can change, which will be important for the longevity of Nolan's story. Before Alan, family was the only thing that ever moved the needle for Nolan. I think it's a really awesome change in addition to Nolan's journey, to give him yet another reason to defy the Viltrum Empire with Alan. It's also funny because long term, Nolan has a funny habit of stealing Mark's friends, so this starts us on that journey. Beyond the friendship angle, Nolan gets asked if his betrayal was worth it. We don't have this moment so incredibly spelled out in the comics, and it makes the events of season 1 and season 2 really come into focus for him as a character. Every event from this point moving forward, every decision Nolan makes will be colored with the full and direct acknowledgement that he would betray the Empire again if given the chance. Nolan is a really interesting character, and I'm glad they're allowing him to wear his feelings on his sleeve. On another broad note, let's talk about the Viltrum Empire up until this point. Until this moment, the reveal that there are less than 50 full-blooded Viltrumites left in the galaxy, the task to take down the Viltrum Empire seemed insurmountable. It's unclear if it was always the plan to have there be so little Viltrumites left to fight in the galaxy, or if this was a decision made after thinking about the logistics of fighting thousands of literally the strongest being in the galaxy. I went back in the comics to try to find the Invincible section where Kirkman would have spoken about this decision, but issue number 57 is the last issue with them in it, for a while at least, and they only talk about issue number 54, one issue short of this big reveal. So we'll never know, and I refuse to do additional research on it because I'm mad.
I am a victim of a hate crime.
That's not what a hate crime is.
Well, I hated it!
This was a decision made in the comics that got translated to the show, so it's less about why the choice was made and more about what it means for our themes. Let's look at this from another angle. Good guys can't save the world, and for Nolan, this moment cemented his traitorous lifestyle in his mind. His betrayal, his being a bad guy to the Empire, is set in stone. He would do it again if possible. He has become the bad guy, which means he just may have the ability to save the galaxy now. So give it a point there. I could also include your actions have consequences here, as Nolan is literally facing charges for his previous actions against the Empire, a natural progression of that story based around the choices he made in Defiance. You could maybe also say that the Empire's rules have exceptions, at least to Nolan, but since these are punishments for his crimes in previous seasons, I don't feel super strongly about that one. Oh, and I can't believe I almost missed it, the perception is power theme. Since the Viltrum Empire is literally using their perceived power and strength to mask the most closely guarded secret that there aren't even enough of them to fill out a football team. And lastly, why this adventure was put here for the season. I simply think that the reveal about the Viltrum Empire's numbers was a really great halfway point for season 3. And that's our episode 4, somehow our most thematically relevant episode yet, with the first half and the second half hitting all 4 of our themes. I don't know what it is about issue number 54 and 55 that the fucking stars have aligned to produce this outcome, but hey, not bad for what I thought was gonna be a throwaway adventure.
Look who it is. My own personal Judas.
Starting us off, the title of this episode, This Was Supposed to Be Easy, is taken from issue number 53, when Titan is confronted by Invincible outside of the prison. And it's not the reason you think. Don't worry, we'll get there. So this opening shot of Titan getting ready for his day is a show exclusive. I've mentioned it before, but Titan is given a lot more personality and time to shine in the show compared to the comics, where he just is in the rogues gallery. Titan's daughter is also not even a character in the comics, so all of the scenes with him caring about her and her medicine, etc., it's all to enhance show Titan. Moreover, the following scene with the insider view of the prison isn't in the comics at all. We only get to see an outside view. That goes double for Multipol's escape attempt. Besides being like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life, he never tries to break himself out of prison in the comics. The collar they give him to prevent him from multiplying is also exclusive to the show. If I may, let me just also mention that Multipol gives some illumination to how I believe Duplicate should have been using her powers. Remember in season 2 during the missile base attack? I was championing for her to act as a spawn point and basically throw copies at the bad guys. Well, it only occurs to me now that that's somewhat inhumane if you're trying to save all the versions of yourself. Making yourself cannon fodder isn't usually the best way to go about doing that. The flip side of that is Multipol, who apparently has no problem killing himself 1,000 times over to escape prison, which, besides being gruesome, does kind of make me renege a little bit on being a spawn point for other versions of yourself. But there's also a difference between being a spawn point that hangs back from the fighting and someone who intentionally manipulates their copies. I just felt like I had to mention it because Multipol makes me feel like writers can think creatively for these characters, it's just selective.
Has the concept of women having choices gone too far?
The follow-up conversation where Kate visits Multipol is a show exclusive as well. Man, after almost an entire episode going scene by scene with the comics, this episode is definitely a departure. The flashback sequence that Paul and Kate have to their father actually is in the comics though. I know I've mentioned it before, the flashback sequence for a bunch of heroes in issue number 25. Sing Cha is depicted as going mad and being carted off to an asylum in that issue. Even the following part about them being turned into weapons is in that issue as well. I mean, since we're scrimping for comic content here, how about I divest a little bit and tell you about what the origin story of Kate and Paul was in the comics. In At Long Last, The Secret Origins of Duplicate, we see that one of her ancestors, Feng Cha, fought his way to the Chinese emperor. Upon arriving, the emperor cursed him that the 7th generation after his 7th grandchild would be cursed with a family too large to care for. Hundreds of years later, it was Kate's mother who was a descendant of Feng Cha who died in childbirth, leaving their father Sing to care for hundreds of children, driving him mad. The source of their powers was never discovered, which means that the fact it's not talked about in the show actually does make sense. Duplicate and Multipol became a heroic duo, fighting together. Hopefully that satiated everybody who wasn't feeling like there was a whole lot of comic accuracy out there. The scene of Mark heading downstairs and pretending that Eve arrives at the door is not found in the comics exactly, but there is a scene counterpart. In issue number 56, the issue following their first time having sex in issue number 55, they wake up post-coitus and are interrupted by Oliver saying that there's a phone call from Mark. Shortly after, Mark leaves, and then Eve leaves, and his mother noticing and laughing that he obviously wasn't sleeping when she checked on him last night. The show handles this differently, with a bit more humor I think, letting Eve come to the door and join them for breakfast. There isn't actually a family breakfast scene in the comics for the Grayson household. Well, except the ones with Omni-Man in issues 1 to 13, but we already covered those in other videos. Mark asks his mom how much it costs to rent an apartment, but this conversation is not one he ever has with her in the comics. Mark and Eve talking about moving out on the roof happens a few times. During this leg of the comic journey, issues number 48 to 65, it's kind of their main personal focus. They talk about it in issue number 56 after they wake up together, and again in issue number 58. But the comics always make it about logistics, money, and land, not if it's a good idea or anything like in the show.
Now we just have to figure out how to afford it.
Bitch, you make apples solid gold! What the fuck do you mean, how can can you afford it? She tries to cover this up by saying it's about finding the land to build on, but like, just pay someone for the land? The comics also had this problem, and I vividly remember complaining about why they're so worried about affordability when Eve can rearrange atoms at a molecular level. But the show has the problem of Eve already solving this problem for her parents in season 2, episode 2, when she turns an apple gold and tells her dad to sell it. Like, just do that? Oh, but that's illegal, I hear you little snot noses in the back of the class saying. Oh, but yeah? Then what? She's forcing her father into a trolley problem of be a criminal and sell this, or don't and starve? A much better explanation would have been that to replicate a dollar bill, she would need a very advanced knowledge of the inner layers and films of the dollar. So basically, she would need to have the same knowledge as somebody who would, like, make counterfeit bills. Like, the solution is possible, guys. Someone tell me, without using legality as a reason, why Eve couldn't just rearrange some air molecules into a fat stack of hundreds. No, go on, tell me, I'll wait. The worst part of this entire thing is that this is a problem in issue number 58 where they talk about this, but it is not a problem in issue number 78 where the comics do actually follow through on my note. Eve mentions that they have more than enough money to put money down on land so that she can build a house for them like she did in Africa. So, like, maybe they'll address this in the future, especially with her going to college for architecture? I really can't believe they stuck with this decision.
But given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it.
So in the show, this conversation on the roof leads to Mark and Eve thinking about Mark getting a part-time job, and eventually going to the prison where Eve talks to Warden about a private security firm.
We're called Ink.
Okay, as far as the title drop goes, I think this one's actually hilarious. A good break from the classic formula to add a bit of comedy, while pushing the story and plot forward. So firstly, the show calls this prison Peyton Penitentiary, but in the comic, it has the name Stronghold Penitentiary. Secondly, in the comics, we don't actually get to see Eve schmooze the warden. Instead, we get to see her in the beginning of issue number 58, leaving the prison, and the only details given about the security arrangement are described in the comic by Eve to Mark, again later in issue number 58. The warden is eventually seen in the comics, but not in issue number 58. Instead, in issue number 68. They look different, though. In the show, they're a woman wearing a business suit, but in the comic, it's a guy wearing a security uniform. The next scene of Titan being yelled at by Mr. Liu about his failed breakout attempt is not in the comics either. The timeline for the Multipol breakout is very different in comic land. After Multipol gets arrested in issue number 46, Titan gets contacted by Mr. Liu to break him out in issue number 47, then reminded he hasn't done it yet in issue number 51, and then in issue number 53, he goes to the prison to do it himself, where his breakout attempt is unsuccessful. We'll leave it there because the actual attempt is in this episode, so I'll be going over it shortly. Needless to say that this scene in the show is exclusive to there, which also means that the next scene involving Titan rushing home to his family are not found in the comics either. So how about this next scene with Mark and Eve talking about his new business? Well, nope there. To basically all of it. As I mentioned, Eve tells Mark about Invincible Inc. in issue number 58, and the conversation doesn't go like this at all. In the show, Mark is enamored that she managed to set up an entire business, but in the comic, he's actually trepidatious about being a superhero on retainer. In the comic, their conversation is concluded when the two have sex, but in the show, Debbie grabs Mark to tell him that Oliver has gone missing. Now, Titan. Man, I'm getting some flashbacks of season 1. Titan is such a lesser developed character in the comics compared to the show. I mean, it is kind of in the comics, that little reminder scene I mentioned in issue number 51, but the topic of conversation is different in both mediums, so not really. Next up, Mark and Eve looking for Oliver. Let's talk broadly first. Oliver has no interest in humans in the comics, saying as much in issue number 53 after he killed the Maulers. So him sneaking out in the night to make friends is a show exclusive angle for Oliver's character, which also means Mark and Eve looking for him are a show exclusive angle as well. So now let's get really specific. Mark worries with Eve that someone may have taken Oliver, listing the person who has been spying on them as a possibility. Mark only mentions the spying orbs to two people in the comics, Robot, who analyzes what's left of them, and Cecil when he destroys the Pentagon in a rage. He never actually talks to Eve about someone spying on him in the comics, at least not that we can see. Mark then wonders if asking Cecil for help would be the right move here. This actually is kind of a shadow of something that Mark says in the comics. In issue number 53, he laments that he doesn't have somebody in his ear telling him where to go, as he's back to patrolling crime without Cecil on his side. So that kind of jump cuts us to Shrinking Ray watching The Bachelor by herself. Which, let's all just remember that The Bachelor is an in-canon show for Invincible. I just think that's funny. Rex knocks on her door and shows her that he's cooked dinner for them. Super sweet, super kind, super not his characterization from season 1, and super duper not in the comics. Moving right along, I guess. Ah yes, we finally get to a comic adaptation moment. Right here in this establishing shot, the visual of Peyton Penitentiary is from issue number 53, where it shows the prison with text Stronghold Penitentiary. And now the part where Titan walks in is a show exclusive, so, you know, I'm really kind of grasping here. There are some interesting things to mention at least. The security guard is reading a Seance Dog comic, which is a character from season 2, but he was adapted from the comics before that, except in the comics he was Science Dog. If you've seen season 2, I go into it more there. There's also this interesting bit where the security guard recognizes Titan and calls him Sir, which implies some level of ownership of either the guard or the prison. This is not an aspect of the comics, where Titan was removed from the prison entirely. So anyway, Titan visiting Machine Head. Anyone want to guess which one this happens in? Let's play multiple choice. Is it A, issue number 53, B, issue number, it doesn't happen, okay? Machine Head never returns to the Invincible comics after issue number 19, okay? This is all a show exclusive. I guess this is a good time to mention that Machine Head and Titan both do make an appearance in the Guarding the Globe comic run, but they never have an intimate conversation like this there. I checked. Although admittedly I didn't check that hard, so if you want to prove me wrong, just do it in the comments. That comic run also goes completely different than what you're expecting, but I'll save it for a little later since it'll be relevant in a bit. The conversation is show exclusive, except I suppose this one part where Machine Head predicts that Invincible is still pissed at Titan for
My giant space cat rearranged his face.
In issue number 53, when Invincible and Titan come face to face again, he is pretty fucking pissed at him. Mark tells Debbie about Oliver's friends, which isn't needed in the comics since Oliver is a little antisocial weirdo, so no comparable scene there.
I imagined you are regularly bullied with your personality.
Mark then gets called away to deal with Titan attacking the prison, his first call from Peyton Penitentiary. So firstly, Titan attacking the prison is from issue number 53, but it's actually much more tame than in the show. The show has him throwing cars and getting shot at, but in the comics he just strolls up and gets intercepted by Invincible before he even enters. Also, at that point in the comic, he doesn't actually work for the prison, he was just patrolling. Firstly, Mark's first call as the prison's hero on retainer in the comics is, get ready for this one, y'all, during the Invincible Wars. Yeah, hope the prison has an exception for world-ending events clause in your contract. That's actually not a throwaway comment, it's actually a note from the comics in issue number 68. Continuing on, Mark doesn't actually get a single punch-off on Titan in the show, but in the comic, after Titan taunts him some more, he bitch slaps him. Titan apologizes for Invincible almost dying, but in the comic, this is only brought up by Mark as a means to say, I know you took over for Machine Head. Mark flying Titan to the neighborhood, them talking about it, and then Titan's escape immediately after is all a show exclusive. The lasting effects of Titan's takeover from Machine Head are not seen in the comics at all. As Titan says,
"Not that guys like you ever came down here."
Titan's plan for escaping is actually really unique though. Wanted to throw that out there. Very, very clever way to escape someone with Invincible's powers. Do have to wonder though, wouldn't Invincible be able to see wet footprints on the ground? Dude was walking through sewage. The following scene of Eve reminding Mark that refusing Titan's offer was the right call is yet another show exclusive. And the next scene of Mr. Liu yelling at Titan is, you guessed it, another show exclusive. Although funnily enough,
your time is up,
does line up in the comic. There's literally no similarities besides Mr. Liu saying that to Titan, so let's just move on. In the show, Isotope sides with Mr. Liu, but he never actually leaves Titan's team after he sides with him during the takeover from Machine Head. In fact, when Mr. Liu yells at Titan for the last time in issue number 53, after his failed breakout attempt, Isotope proves his loyalty to Titan by teleporting Mr. Liu and company back to China. The scene concludes with Mr. Liu in his dragon form heading to the prison to break out Multipol. So remember in issue 53 when I said Invincible bitch slaps Titan? Well, after that, the two have a very small engagement which is interrupted by Mr. Liu's dragon attacking the prison to break out Multipol. Liu tells Titan that he's out of time and he's waited long enough, and Titan immediately dips out after this, not even fighting him, leaving Invincible to try and fend off the dragon by himself. Mr. Liu never actually has a fight with Titan in the comics. Well, not in the Invincible comics at least. There is one fight in the extended comics universe, but the only real similarity is that Titan, Mark, and Mr. Liu's dragon projection fight each other. They're not in front of a prison, and Multipol isn't even in the issue. Titan isn't seen in the comics again after that. Well, technically that's not true. He pops up for the tiniest of cameo appearances in issue number 83, and then there's another cameo in issue number 100 when something huge happens and all the minor characters from issues react about it. Other notable figures from this event include D.A. Sinclair, Amber, Kursk, Doc Seismic, Davian Darkblood, Powerplex, and Wolfman. In the show, Mark and Eve have some lovey-dovey words before they break off to defend the prison. While in the comics, this doesn't happen, and Mark is caught off guard by the dragon's attack here. Eve doesn't show up at all during this altercation. So this fight, along with Multipol escaping with Adam Eve stopping him, is all one big show exclusive. The fight in the show is super tough on Mark, which is actually in line with the comics. So again with these branching issues, in the second issue of Invincible Universe, yeah, I know, there's like a billion different spin-offs, it's not my fault, Mark does actually have a fight with Mr. Liu's dragon, where it's shown that Mark has a really, really tough time breaking through Mr. Liu's skin. This fight in the show is concluded by Machine Head working alongside Titan and Isotope, giving Mr. Liu the Old Yeller treatment. Titan then ports away, and Mark and Eve go back to their rooftop. So this is a massive departure from the comics. Mr. Liu doesn't die for the entire comic run for starters, but most definitely not by Machine Head. Dude was in issues 18 and 19, then pops up for a visual in 83, and he never turns on the Order. That is an aspect that just doesn't happen. I actually have more to say about this, but we'll save it for the conclusion scene. For now, Mark and Eve. Their conversation on the roof has, I think, one part of the comic that has a reference. She mentions that they were paid 3 or 4 months rent, which is the same number and figure that she gives Mark when selling him on Invincible Inc. Other than that, their talk about not getting an apartment and slowing down their relationship is not an aspect ever considered in the comics. They move at the speed of lesbians, and it works for them. Which means that the next scene where Mark tells Debbie about it is also a show exclusive. There's also no conversation about Oliver learning to be a kid, as that wasn't a journey he went on in the comics.
Moving right along, Fuzzy.
Machine Head takes over Mr. Liu's seat in the Order. Titan enters the room claiming the city, and Machine Head just lets him.
You think you can steal from us and just walk away?
Yeah. So, comic comparison. Machine Head does rejoin the Order, except it's not in the Invincible comic run. In 2010, the comic series Guarding the Globe was released, right between Invincible issues number 74 and 75, for whatever reason. The quickest overview I can give is that with Invincible off-world for whatever was happening during those issues, shh, don't tell them, Cecil puts together a new Guardians to defend the world, with Britt leading it and connecting nearly all of the caped superheroes we've seen up until that point. The main antagonist is a dude named Set, who unites all the members to destroy Paris, I guess. I mean, they probably would have just surrendered if you asked. But uniting all the members means that Mr. Liu, Titan, and Machine Head all work together under his leadership. It should also be noted that these freaks in the Order meeting are also all members from the comics, and they all have names. We have the Face, with territories in northern Canada, the Walking Dread, having Eastern Europe, Red Eye, taking Brazil, Embrace, Middle East and Israel, Machine Head, who is given territories in LA after Titan keeps his territories in New York, Slaying Mantis, who gets Ireland, I guess, Insomniac, creating Spider-Man PS4, wait no, misread that, Egypt and Northern Africa, and finally War Woman 2, with territories in the Mediterranean Sea. So really cool to see all of them so faithfully adapted. Which leads us to our last scene. Well, second to last. Not my fault every show thinks it's a Marvel movie with a scene hiding behind some credits, alright? Kate discovers the same cutout paper that her and her brother used to make when their dad still had custody of them, indicating that Multipole is still out there. Not quite sure how he knows where she lives, but whatever. Now finally, our kicker scene. Great Wall, yes, that's his name, not a racism, revives Mr. Liu with his own spirit dragon thingy. There's, man, do I even call it a comic counterpart? How about we describe it and we'll leave it up to you. In the spin-off comic series Invincible Universe, Mr. Liu goes to Cecil to help quell the dragon within him, or whatever. Cecil asks Robot for his help and does brain surgery on him, eventually reviving him. And he gets away after everything, so whatever. That's all I have for some kind of something happening to Mr. Liu.
Thanks for the help, hero. Doing good even if you didn't mean to.
Let's start at the beginning. Enhancing Titan's character was a big component of Season 1, and continuing it here is a natural progression of that. So all of the moments about him and his family are to build on that character profile for this guy. Now what I think is fascinating is about how they're spending a lot of time with the guy whose last appearance is this story. Now the show makes it kind of clear that the Order will be a much larger thing to deal with, but in the comics, other than a random pop-up cameo, there isn't another storyline dealing with Titan. Same goes for Kate and Paul. Multipole doesn't have an appearance after this story. He goes back to the Order and continues his shenanigans in guarding the globe, and even then, they just make him a background character. Now granted, I think Multipole has a unique role to fill in the show, being that he is a mirror of Duplicate. The reason that mirror matches are always so common in superhero stories is because the question of motivation always comes up. Kate was motivated to be a hero, but what if she wasn't? Spider-Man has his with great power moment, but what if he didn't? These questions are almost always interesting to an audience who cares about the emotional journey of the characters, which I think is why it was extended to Multipole, and Titan to an extent. When we first saw him, he was Invincible's mirror. Both got humbled, both wanted to be good guys for their community. So allowing the moral grayness of Titan to persist throughout Season 3 is probably a strong choice, and the story in and of itself does have some parts that are thematically relevant. I just keep drawing back to the future immortal adventure of episode 4. I feel like for our themes, that story was unironically as good as it gets. All of the parts with Mark and Eve are to give it a bit more of a digestible spin, and because, again, Eve actually gets to be a character now. The only real bit I have to talk about here is how Mark and Eve continue to pretend like she can't make money out of thin air. I know, I've already gone over it, it's stupid and I hate it and it makes no sense, comic or show, I just had to mention it again. Now let's talk about why this episode was put here, not like episode 3 or 4 or 6. The show so far is pacing itself out in a very, very deliberate way. Each episode kind of follows up on the previous one. Mark is saved by the Reaniman, then he has to break up with Cecil, then he has to figure out what being solo means, then he has to have an adventure without backup. I suppose if this adventure was to switch anywhere in the Order, it could have been episode 4 instead, but it could not have been episode 6. The reason is, Powerplex enters the comics at a very unique time, and it basically had to be right there. I'll explain more about that next episode though. I think episode 4 was right where it needed to be though, as having Nolan drop the news about the Viltrum Empire was an awesome mid-season point, and Mark having experience doing solo adventures leads him to being more confident once Titan does re-enter the picture. Moving along, Oliver makes some new friends and Mark spies on him about it. Again, this is simply in service to building up Oliver as a character, allowing him to have more autonomy and adventures on his own compared to the comics. Oliver plays a very specific role in the show, but it's not really relevant to talk about until episode 7, so we'll just keep that fact in our back pocket and move right along. Because Oliver in the comics spent so much time avoiding regular humans, it makes sense that they don't really have a comparable scene like this. But why was it included in the first place? Well, I think beyond building a profile, there's something to be said about how Oliver can still be a normal kid with the powers that he has, considering Mark was never given that choice. From the moment he got his powers, he was pushed into being a wieldable weapon by his father. Whether he saved people or not, his time just being a kid was behind him. I think in a way, Mark gets to live out this part of his life by proxy, and that's pretty wonderful. A silver lining to it being so different. I've talked enough about Rex and Ray at this point though, right? He's gonna die, the show wants it to be extra tragic, and basically the way to do that is to have somebody really love him, so we gotta get on that. The fact that it's Ray actually points to how little female representation there is in the superhero community though. That's not me talking, that's actually a quote from issue 105, when Monster Girl and Rudy have a conversation about how despite being 50% of the population, there are so few female superheroes. But there is a point to be made here. If you look at the Guardians lineup around this time, besides Duplicate, who only just recently returned and is also married, Monster Girl is the only woman on the team. Or she would have been if Shrinking Ray didn't get revived. And thus, we have our answer to both. Why Ray was made a woman, and why they survived the Lizard League attack. The pickings were slim and they wanted to give Rex a relationship with somebody on the team. I mean, I suppose they could have gone the route of giving him a non-superhero superpowered GF, but that's not really Invincible's style. Now, Titan arriving to the prison does actually give me some stuff to talk about. The implied ownership of the prison by Titan is absent from the comics, and I think that's a good thing. If Titan owns the prison, or he had some hand in it, why is he struggling getting multipole out? Also, why would the prison need a superhero on retainer if Titan's organization regularly employs them? It's like owning a mob ring and having a police captain on standby. Okay, not like in the pocket, but like, you get what I'm saying? You don't need a police force if you have tons of other superpowered people at your disposal. And if Titan owns the prison, doesn't he own Invincible? Doesn't Mark, like, have a problem with that? Like, he's literally on Titan's payroll then.
I don't understand.
Now, Titan's conversation with Machine Head. Obviously not in the comics, so why? Well, since Machine Head is only presented in like 9 pages total in the entire Invincible comic run, I could just say that they wanted to develop an underdeveloped character more, but let's go deeper than that. What does the conflict between Machine Head and Titan represent? Well, firstly, it's the continuation of Invincible's role in the story, where him putting Titan in charge resulted in Mr. Liu pulling rank and demanding he fall in line, leading to the eventual death of tons of other people. Mark's actions had unintended consequences, point there. Beyond that, let me ask you this. Who's the good guy here? Machine Head was obviously a mob boss, but so is Titan now, except Titan is helping the city become a better place.
No more murders or crime except for yours.
Surely it's safer, but at what cost? Was Mark a bad guy for putting a bad guy in charge? A bad guy who did eventually make the world better? Good guys can't save the world after all. There's also an underestimation of Titan from pretty much everyone throughout the story, as his outward rocky appearance does make people perceive him as dumb, which allows him to outmaneuver them, allowing Titan himself to embody the perception as power theme. Maybe there is quite a bit to say thematically about this episode. I do have some words about Titan's attempted prison attack. In both mediums, Mark shows some amount of restraint. In the show, he manages to not punch the fuck out of Titan's face, while in the comic he bitch slaps him, causing a pretty severe nosebleed. He mentions that he was holding back, but he has gotten stronger since they last saw each other. Now this seems to be the tiniest of details, but I think there's actually a lot to say about this. Why is it significant that Mark is able to hold back in the show, but not in the comics? In the comic, this is a throwaway moment, but the topic of restraint and control,
there's that word again,
is a central theme of the Invincible show. The fact that Mark is able to control himself here is helping establish the level of self-control he has in the show, allowing him to slip and fall in the season finale. But not before episode 7, where he, well...
I'm really not at liberty to say.
So put a pin in this moment and we'll talk about it in another hour. The point is that the show really needs to establish that Mark, after killing Angstrom, has a real, true grasp of his powers and restraint. He demonstrated it in episode 1, fighting Fightmaster, and now fighting Titan. Even in the Immortal fight to an extent. But, you know, all rules have exceptions. Mark's conversation with Eve is interesting. Remember how I said that Oliver plays a very specific role in Mark's emotional journey? Well, Eve does too. Beyond being a bona fide partner and lover, she is an enabler. Nearly every decision that Mark wants to do or decides to do is backed up by her. That's why she reassures him that not letting Titan break Multipole out of prison was the right call, and why it wasn't in the comics. She wasn't quite an enabler in the same way, but that may have been because she wasn't really in the comics nearly as much as she's in the show. I think this goes double for her action involvement. She's involved in at least 2 large altercations that she wasn't in the comics, that being the dragon fight here and the conquest fight. Or, I mean, she was more involved in the show than she was in the comics. So this conflict is resolved by Machine Head being sneaky and assassinating Mr. Liu while he's astro projecting into the prison. Not in the comics, so why not? Man, I don't even know. This whole plan, this whole situation with the Order, that just makes my head spin. I don't know which writer it was that said, hey, remember the Order from Guarding the Globe? What if they had a bigger presence in the Invincible world? But I would like to have a word with you in my office, please.
I just want to talk to him.
I think this whole story was designed to morally gray up the area around Invincible. Make us as an audience start to question what it really means to be a good guy. If Machine Head, a verifiable asshole, can do something to help Titan end up on top, maybe being a bad guy to save the world isn't the worst thing that someone can do. I think that's really what this whole episode boils down to. Push the audience into thinking, what does it mean to be a good guy? Titan helps demonstrate this in a lot of ways, not only with the actual good he's done for the city, but with his family, giving them a better life and not bending the knee to the psychopaths in his city. I don't have anything else to say about Mark or Eve that I haven't already gone over, so how about the Order scene? I don't really have anything specific to say about this. I mentioned before that this entire storyline happened as a consequence of Mark's actions in the past, and this rings true here too. I don't know, man, it seems pretty straightforward. I don't have much to analyze outside of that.
I can take a night off. You know there's other heroes out there, right?
The title for episode 6, All I Can Say Is I'm Sorry, comes from issue number 59, when Mark talks to Powerplex about him losing his family in Chicago. Let's be clear from the start of this episode. This entire episode is taken from issue number 59. The first panel of that issue is Scott practicing his threat to Invincible, and the last panel is Scott in jail, with Mark talking to him. Similar to episode 4, the major beats of the Powerplex story are taken from that issue. Every other scene falls into 2 camps, taken from issue number 58, the issue immediately before it, or it's a show exclusive. I know that's like the whole drill here, but it's interesting that, like, similar to episode 4, I can straight up say say, yeah, this is the issue number 59 episode. Also, if you've watched the show, I know you know what happens, but if you somehow missed it, the end of this episode has a pretty heavy trigger warning for people with kids, so just keep that in mind as we move forward. The episode opens with Scott sitting with his sister feeding pigeons in Chicago. There's already a lot to go over here, but firstly, this scene is a show exclusive. There isn't a flashback sequence anywhere in issue number 59, and that would be the issue that the flashbacks happen, as Powerplex isn't really a player in any issue after that. Well, slightly in issue number 61, but we'll talk about that next episode. And a very small part in issue number 81 way in the future, but it's not really worth talking about right now. Next point, the family that Scott is visiting, we actually do get to spend quite a lot of screen time with in season 1. They are, in fact, the family that Mark was individually trying to save during the Chicago massacre. Scott's sister Jessica is the arm that Mark recovers from the wreckage when trying to save her and her daughter. Really fucking awesome of them to bring that random family back and make them mean something. And lastly to note, holy shit, Mr. White, that's Jesse fucking Pinkman. Aaron Paul brings such emotion to every performance he's a part of, and I wouldn't have been able to predict that Powerplex would fit him so perfectly. But I mean, with all the shit he went through in Breaking Bad, it's almost like he was made to play this character. So this scene of them feeding the pigeons together is actually not in continuity with the comics. Even though they don't have a direct scene like this, Scott mentions later in that issue that the last he saw of his sister was the day before, where they talked about this new guy she was dating, and he made fun of her for it. In the show, obviously, he was a direct witness to his sister's death at the hands of Omni-Man. He actually mentions in the same conversation that her body was never actually recovered, but in the show, I mean, her arm and leg are right there, so 2-6 body parts recovered at least? No, that's awful, don't say that, Lance. Oh, and Scott seems to have innate powers of some sort, which is 1-to-1 what he says in the comics. Anyway, the following scene of Scott approaching a district attorney about the Invincible case is not an aspect that happens in the comics either. There is no Invincible case in the comics.
Our laws don't apply in situations like this.
This is also an interesting element of the show, however, this aspect in particular isn't explored in the comics either. Kind of a waste, but I guess it depends on what kind of story the comics wanted to tell. The next scene of Scott working at the GDA is in issue number 59 actually, but it's not the first we see of that issue, it's page 3. Except in the comics, it doesn't actually show anything that the show displays. The show makes this a showcase to explain that the GDA is working on countermeasures for the next Viltrumite attack, something we don't actually get to see in the comics. The following scene in the show is Scott talking to his coworkers about an inventory miscount, the power discs that Scott uses going missing. That is actually the content of the GDA panel in the comic, so same environment, different conversation to both scenes.
Invincible is the only real weapon we've got right now if more Viltrumites show up. Till 2A grows up, at least.
This is not in the comics whatsoever. The GDA taking an interest in Oliver at all, basically, is entirely a show exclusive as well. The following scene of Oliver using the elephant as a training dummy is a show exclusive. For one, Oliver never fights the elephant. For two, the elephant has had extremely limited moments in the comics, his biggest debut being in issue number 8 when he fights Mark. Every other time, he basically gets his ass kicked or is in the background. There is kind of a scene worth mentioning involving the elephant in the comics, though. In issue number 57, when Mark gets the orb examined, Rex tells him that they fought the elephant last night, and he still holds a grudge for Invincible. Then, once again, much later in issue number 68, Oliver talks about how he just came from fighting the elephant, but we don't actually get to see that fight in the comics. The elephant is also John DiMaggio again. Guess one episode wasn't enough for him, but hey, I ain't complaining. After beating the elephant, the three, Eve is also there, the three have burgers on top of a roof. Oliver requests that next time he fights someone stronger, which the wording is funny given his adventures in the comics. In issue number 56, an issue that is not largely translated to the show, Oliver goes on his own solo adventure where he runs into a dude in the streets tearing it up, saying he needs to find someone much stronger than him to bust him out of the suit he accidentally got stuck inside. Mark eventually shows up to bail him out and scolds him for the same thing he does in the show, collateral damage. Their conversation location is a show exclusive, but bits and pieces of the things they talk about are taken from random points in the comic. Oliver talking about the complicated relationship Earth has with Nolan is from issue number 51, and then again in issue number 53. And Oliver mentioning that he has a really good memory is again from issue number 53. Mark recollecting on the two halves of Omni-Man is not an element explored in the comics. It's broadly gone over with Nolan's journey in general, but Mark's acknowledgement of it is extremely limited. The most prominent example being in, oh my god, I hate that they do this. So between issues number 70 and 71, there's a fill-in-the-gap one-shot comic that is technically a different series than the 144 issue run of Invincible. It's titled Invincible Returns. And yeah, a lot of the shit that happens in issue number 71 would be really out of context without reading this first. Believe me, I know this because I did that. Really wants the mic. Any fucking way, Invincible Returns has a date between Mark and Eve where he talks about Omni-Man's position in his life, given the past mistakes he's committed. I won't get too specific on them here, but that's really the only time in the comics that Mark lays out his feelings about the duality of Nolan's past. And there's absolutely nothing as powerful in that conversation as,
so which one is the real dad?
That shit stings a little.
Invincible! You think you're above consequences, but you are wrong! You will pay for your crimes against humanity! Powerplex will make you pay!
This is the opening panel of issue number 59, but everything after this lineup is completely different. The physical location of Scott's living room lines up perfectly, however the comic has his son Jack sitting and observing with his mother. Immediately after this lineup, the show and the comic take different priorities. The comic goes with an angle of this is a side hobby coming second to real life, with Becky requesting that he get dressed to go to the grocery store with her and Jack. The three of them basically workshop his speech together and still continue living a normal life. The show first shows this tack board of Invincible's activity, which is absent from the comics. Then Scott and Becky open the stolen GDA power discs and implant them onto Scott's body to help him absorb enough power to fight Invincible. As mentioned, Powerplex's powers of storing energy do translate one-to-one from the comics, but there's never a part of the comic where he intentionally takes a hit to store power. Becky's note that she misses Jessica as much as he does is a quote taken from the comic as well. Visually, Scott is actually 100% accurate to the comics. No joke, from his boots to his costume coloring to his power disc placement, this dude is one-to-one ripped right from there. Even his eye color remains consistent, so awesome. The only thing that didn't come with him were his powers colors. His lightning is yellow in the show, but green in the comics. The next scene of Mark, Eve, Oliver, Debbie, and Paul sitting down for dinner together is exclusive to the show. I've already talked about how Paul only has like 4 real appearances in the comic, so I'll just save it.
Yep, none of this in the comic. I mean, it's fun and all, but yep, nope.
We ain't found shit.
Scott jumping off the roof to charge himself up prior to his fight in the streets is exclusive to the show. In the comic, there's no setup for Powerplex's street attack. The page just flips and we're there. And the scene where Mark, Eve, and Rick go bowling for William's birthday is another show exclusive. I know I've mentioned it before, but there's only one scene where Mark goes bowling, and it's in issue number 48. We don't actually see the bowling alley, just the outside of it. A birthday celebration for William never happens in the comics, though. And I know I mentioned it in season 1, but William has a much smaller presence in the comics. Matter of fact, other than a small panel he has in issue number 60 and 63, I'll talk about them next episode, he doesn't actually feature in this part of the Invincible story at all. He helps Mark move out of his dorm in issue number 53, and then only pops up again to talk to Eve in issue number 78. I'm not telling you why, though, it probably happens in season 4. Amber showing up at the bowling alley doesn't happen in the comics, obviously, since there is no bowling alley in the comics. As far as I can tell, William and Amber aren't even really friends in the comic. She was one of the popular girls at high school, and then they went to different colleges, so they never really developed a friendship. Unlike Eve and William, who briefly dated, he and Amber never had anything to connect over. As such, after Mark and her break up in issue number 41, her last appearance, besides that pop-up in issue number 100 I mentioned, is in issue number 56, when she has a small side adventure that she needs Mark's help with. I'll talk about that more next section. Powerplex coming on TV and demanding people leave for his fight with Invincible is not in the comics. Although, as I touched on, him attacking the street trying to draw the hero out is in the comics. We don't actually get to see much of Invincible throughout issue number 59. It's a really interesting issue because by all metrics, Scott is the main character of that issue, with Mark only coming in at the end.
Why is above the law? Why does never pay for his crimes?
Okay. I know I've been kind of rough on the title cards in the past, but this one's rather creative. I really like this one. The dialogue of this entire encounter is vastly different, but the beats remain mostly the same. Powerplex rips up the street, and Shapesmith shows up to stop him. In the comic, he kicks first, asks questions later, but in the show, he's much more sympathetic to Powerplex in an attempt to talk him down. The gag about no one recognizing Shapesmith isn't in the comics either. And honestly, it makes sense a bit, with as many damn heroes running around as there are. It'd be kind of impossible to know them all.
Although, man, I feel like such a nerd.
In issue number 98, the Guardians get called in to stop well, it doesn't matter, but in the background of Brick calling the shots, you can see a woman getting an autograph from Shapesmith. So she knew who he was at least. Maybe she's a huge Shapesmith supporter, or maybe she would have gotten an autograph from any superhero, but I don't know. In the most technical sense, this is a departure from the comics. Anyway, the beats are a little exaggerated in the show, but mostly the same. Powerplex demands Invincible, Shapesmith morphs into him, and Powerplex eventually leaves after causing an explosion that Shapesmith gets caught in. The show has more details, like again reinforcing that punching Powerplex only feeds his energy, and a look at Shapesmith's injury, as well as confirming that he's not actually dead. The following scene of Becky and Scott reconnecting after their street attack is in the comic as well, but the dialogue is vastly different. Broadly, it kinda plays the same. Scott is furious that his plan didn't work and scares his son in the process. Although he doesn't cry and crawl to Becky, that's only in the show. Now, they talk about and then lead into a Chicago memorial in the show. There is no Chicago memorial in the comic. There are some similarities during the event, but we'll talk about that in a second. The scene in the Grayson house, as well as flying Debbie, Paul, and Oliver to Chicago, is all exclusive to the show. Which brings us to the next scene of Rudy constructing Monster Girl's belt. The scene of the actual construction is exclusive to the show. However, in issue number 58, there is a scene where Rudy tells Monster Girl that he's made a breakthrough to stop her de-aging, leading into the next scene where Rudy runs some tests with Monster Girl. In the show, he's not telling her why, but in the comic, this happens a few pages later in issue number 58, where she's well aware of what the purpose of these tests are. In the show, they're running tests with a computer lab present, but in the comic, Rudy has already completed the belt and is 100% confident it works, and doesn't require the testing or scanning that Robot does. The scene plays out largely the same, except the dialogue is different. Monster Girl and Rudy have had multiple conversations about her curse not meaning she's broken, and it's not something to fix, and so he clarifies in the show, whereas that's not an element in the comic. Her diving diving in for a hug happens twice in the comic, in both scenes I've mentioned regarding this. Ironically, in the show, she says thank you, but in the comic, she doesn't know what to say, and it's Rudy who says thank you works. In the comic, this scene is concluded when Invincible drops by to talk about the orbs that are spying on him, as he found another one just a page earlier. In the show, Ray heads upstairs to talk to Rex, which, okay, we get the picture, right? This is as show exclusive as it gets. I suppose there are some parallels. The show talks about Ray quitting the team, and several people cycle in and out of the Guardians. I mean, hell, all of this team are previous Guardian members. However, the teen team, they never picked a new name, so I'm calling them that. The teen team never has a member leave the team in the comic run. Well, except Rex, but that wasn't exactly voluntary, and we'll talk about that more next episode. So now, the Chicago Memorial. I already said that there's no scene like this in the comics at all. However, in issue number 59, the Powerplex issue, Powerplex does have a second attack after his street assault. It's at an undisclosed location, and he doesn't end up fighting Adam Eve, but he does fight the teen team. The show has the Guardians wrap up that fight instead, which I think is a fun remix. The fight in the comic is extremely short, and doesn't actually have a conclusion besides Invincible not showing up and Powerplex leaving to go home again. The dialogue isn't even the same. Instead, he just talks about more of the same, not wanting to fight them and instead wanting to fight Invincible. During the comic run, Scott is only arrested in the comics at the very end of his journey, so his incarceration and detainment by the GDA, including his breakout, is all show exclusive. Mark and Eve mourning the loss of Chicago is another moment that is just completely missing from the comics. I know I talked about it a little in season 2, but there's really no period where Mark gets to recollect himself after his fight with his dad. Eve makes some flowers and—
I'm sorry, I just can't sit idly by.
Those are like 1000% plastic, right? Cause like, excuse me miss, I can't control living matter, plants are alive. I had the same problem in questions involving season 1 when she went to reforest Africa, or wherever it is she went. So I guess this isn't anything new, but like, Jesus, someone explain her powers to me. Cutting back to the scene where Ray quits to Rex, once again, show exclusive. There's never been a conversation where Rex considers leaving being a superhero, and Ray doesn't have enough of a personality in the comics. I will say though that Rex's very abridged recap on his origin story is found in the comics. Firstly, in issue number 25, during those flashbacks I mentioned, but also in a spin-off comic called Adam, Eve, and Rexplode. It's like the Adam Eve special, except about Rex. The next scene of Scott and Becky planning out how to flush out Invincible is in the comics, but pretty much in location only. In the show, they talk about how the GDA will be bearing down on them, but in the comic, it's more about how there are too many superheroes getting in the way. The show makes the stage kidnapping Becky's idea, but in the comic, it's Scott's idea. He also has hesitation about it because it would make him look like a villain, and he says that's something he's been trying to avoid.
Oh wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
The next scene of Donald giving Invincible the GDA files on Powerplex is exclusive to the show as well. As I mentioned, Invincible takes a backseat in issue number 59, and on top of that, Invincible is far more personally and emotionally invested in the show than in the comic. There's really nothing about this scene that's found in the comic, so let's move on to Powerplex's broadcast. In the show, we actually get to see it. In the comic, they only talk about it while he ties up his wife and son. The show opens with Powerplex talking about how he'll find them when the heat dies down, but this is not an element considered in the comics. As far as I can tell, Scott had no exit strategy prepared for after Invincible would have died. In the show, Scott takes his family to the building where Gretchen and Jessica died, but in the comic, they're in a decommissioned government-owned weapons testing facility.
Jessica Duvall. Do you know that name?
After this one line, though, everything is different. For one, Invincible is much more sympathetic to Scott in the show after attending the Chicago Memorial. For two, he got that personnel file from Donald just minutes ago, so he's very familiar with the story. In the comic, he's not even familiar with their names, or what any of this is even about. In the show, Mark mentions that he knows how Scott's powers work, but in the comic, he was only briefed that explosions make Scott stronger, thanks to Rex throwing a disc at him in the Teen Team fight. It takes a minute for him to realize that it's kinetic energy of all kinds, something that Mark is already aware of in the show.
I'm getting these people out of here. What the hell?
For the pain you've caused, for everything you've done, die!
The comic gives a specific explanation on how Becky and Jack died, saying that the electrical current moved across the floor and fried them. The show doesn't necessarily do this because they're in a cement or concrete building, so I'm not entirely sure what happened in the show. I guess just all the energy coming off Invincible fired back. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this scene is probably the most horrific in the show, and it's probably one of the worst interpersonal moments that happens in the entire comic run. I remember seeing this for the first time, like, needing to take a minute after I was done. I don't have any jokes to say about this part. As a guy with a kid, I just want to talk about this scene as clinically as possible and move right along. After this moment, the comics have a lot of dialogue from Scott about how Invincible made him kill his family, but this is kept more silent in the show. The scene ends the same way, with Invincible hugging the energy out of him and Scott weeping over his loss. Whew, alright, let's move right along, kiddies. Put on your clown noses, let's have fun again. In both mediums, the next scene is Scott in prison talking to Invincible. In the show, Donald is there overseeing the transfer, but in the comic, he's absent. The show makes it clear that removing the discs would be impossible, but this is left ambiguous in the comics. The show makes this a moment where Mark reflects on his motivations and actions after Chicago, even saying that he does remember Scott's sister and niece. In the comic, Mark instead takes the route of trying to remind Scott that he's done a lot of good in his time, but he doesn't get very far before Scott cuts him off.
Sooner or later, I'll find my way free. And then I will find you.
ending this moment in both the comic and show with Powerplex threatening the most powerful dude on the planet. Mark then sits with Eve on the roof, and they begin a conversation we don't get to see. In the comics, there's no debrief with anybody about Powerplex after it happens, so this is exclusive to the show. And then we roll some credits where our mid-credit scene finally confirms that it is Angstrom Levy watching them through the orbs, returned to full strength as he's gathered other Invincibles to help him exact his revenge, finally giving us a start to the Invincible War. In the show, he says,
"This will do."
But in the comics, he says it's a start. It's found at the very last pages of issue number 58. An odd place to put it if you ask me, where we have this huge reveal, and then Powerplex, and then the Invincible War right after it in issue number 60, which is where we're heading next after this analysis.
Cecil kept me sheltered from all this. But shouldn't I be seeing stuff like this?
This episode feels more somber than the rest. Despite having what I feel like is the most clever Invincible title drop, it really is not a laughing matter. Scott was written to be a character you feel bad for, which is exactly why all the additional details were added for his story. Yes, Becky is a very willing accomplice, but this visual specifically is designed to make us feel, oh, look at the lengths he's going through to make this right, complete with the crying at the end. This also applies to him intentionally jumping off the roof to charge himself up. It's not quite about creating a character profile like for Eve or Rex, because Powerplex means something different to the story of Invincible than they do. He's a direct consequence of his actions in Chicago. It's just straight up tragic that he's assigning blame to the wrong person, but that's the whole deal. This story and all the show exclusive elements were added to actually give Invincible a reason to remember Chicago, something the comics don't, except for this one issue where it feels like a half measure. As such, Scott having a final moment with his family and then witnessing their deaths, it's a little bit of a torture porn. If you're unfamiliar with that term, go watch a Squidward video essay, but the concept is basically about putting a character, usually one who isn't evil, through some kind of torture just for the heck of it. Squidward in SpongeBob SquarePants is a jerk for sure, but in some episodes he just wants to be left alone, and is punished severely for it. Scott, while he has a story to tell about wanting revenge for the deaths of Chicago, suffers much more in the show than he did in the comics. And that was deliberate. The Invincible case, along with the 3,000 signatures he gathered for it, isn't an aspect of the comics, and I'm glad it exists, at least in passing. In the comics, we actually get to see that the world seeing Invincible as a hero becomes a point of contention for some other people later in the comics. No spoilers, but it's just cool to see a level 0 of it right here, so we can build it up as we go. The show makes it more of a point to note that the GDA is working on Viltrumite countermeasures, which I think will be really interesting for season 4, but that's just speculation. I think throwing it here is an easy way to get people excited for the inevitable Viltrumite confrontation, and show that despite Mark's good on the planet, Cecil hasn't forgotten about the bigger picture. So we've already talked about how Scott's very existence is playing into the your actions have consequences theme, but there's more than just that. Scott's story is interesting because think about what it is he wants. He doesn't just want to kill Invincible. I mean, he does, but that's not the only thing. He wants people to see that he is a monster, that he's no better than a mass murderer. Why does he want that specifically? Well, obviously on an individual basis, it's gotta be awful to see a bad person get a lot of praise, but more broadly than that, Powerplex is trying to take power away from Invincible on a personal level. He feels like Invincible is the big bad in his life. He is his boogeyman, and no one is doing anything about it despite him ringing the alarm bell. So what's one way to take someone's power away? If he can make people see that he isn't a hero, he won't be. To Powerplex, perception is power, which is why he gives that speech at the Chicago Memorial. He doesn't just want to kill Invincible, he could do that privately. It's bigger than that. It's the reason he exists. Here's a random miscellaneous thing though. Elephant, in his human, non-transformed form, is black, even if his elephant form is white. I don't know how that works. Maybe his skin is ivory like the elephant tusks? I don't know. Oliver fighting him helps build up his character profile, as well as Eve's, and sets up Oliver for where he needs to be in the finale. Still questioning about if Nolan was right. Soon, baby, soon. I'm excited to talk about it. The bowling alley scene isn't in the comics, so why is it here? I think it serves a few purposes. Firstly, like the coffee date with Amber in episode 3, I think the show wanted to give Amber some closure. And while she got that indirectly with her friendship with Eve, now she comes face to face with Mark, and it doesn't explode, which is awesome, and puts them at where they should be for this point in the comics. Let's talk about issue number 56 real quick. In that issue, Mark and Amber reunite where her boyfriend hit her and Mark has to defend her honor by threatening to murder him if he does it again. A perfectly reasonable reaction to a situation like this, following up the issue in 109 when Mark does find Gary and murder him because he accidentally forgot their anniversary. Okay, that one's a joke, but not the other one.
All joking aside, that did happen.
While this issue could still be adapted for season 4, its absence from season 3, where it could obviously fit, means that they had to give Amber a different scene, and this is it, showing that her and Mark ended up being mature, reasonable people after all. I could technically throw this in your actions have consequences as well, since Mark breaking up with her did lead her to Kyle, somebody who obviously clicks better with her. It's just poetic that this consequence is a good one, while nearly every other one is a negative. Nearly. We love you, Nolan. Powerplex on TV demanding to fight Invincible is more of that sweet torture porn. Poor fucking dude. But at this point, I can talk about how having an issue where Mark isn't the main character is a really interesting move for the comics. And if the episodes of the show were shorter, I feel like they totally totally could have pulled off an Invincible only comes in at the end kind of episode. I think they didn't because having Mark be absent for nearly 1/8 of your entire season is probably a bad sign, and I don't think Powerplex needed that much time to be developed anyway. That's why I'm thinking if these were like 16 30-minute episodes, leaving Mark absent from one of those would only be 1/16 of the series. And that wouldn't be that crazy since Nolan's breakout would be 1/16 as well. It'd just be a cinematic choice like having Tether Tyrant and Magmaniac's intro. Just something to think about. I think there's something to note about how Mark actually rejects this call to action. This is now the second time in the season that he decides not to engage with people who need his help. I think this helps articulate the moral graying of Mark's character, as we have examples of him dropping everything to help those who need it in both Season 1 with Titan and Season 2 with the Thraxans. His reasoning is that there are other heroes out there, which is 100% true, and he does not need to go fight this dude right now. I do have a few details to talk about with Shapesmith here. Have you noticed that he fights like a human superhero? Compared to the abilities and the fighting style of the Martian in Season 1, even though we only got a tiny bit of him, Shapesmith leads much more with his fists, like he was trained to fight by Earth superheroes, not utilizing his Martian physiology as much. The comics have this as less of a problem, as it seems like he really utilizes his stretchy, Elastigirl qualities. I just think it's interesting to think of the specific fighting styles of different cultures, like the Viltrumites versus Reanimen. It's details like that that make this world really feel fleshed out, and I really appreciate it. Now, the scene of Rudy constructing Monster Girl's belt. If I may, I do have a nitpick about. Similar to the Rudy being Iron Man thing, why the hell is Rudy constructing this belt with his own 2 hands? Robot hands would definitely be a better idea, not only reducing the risk of bodily harm, but like, what if the materials are sharp or hot, or needs you to make extremely precise cuts or something? Wouldn't you rather a machine do that? I get it, we're montaging here, but just a thought. There's a reason we let robots do surgery. I will say that I like the thoroughness of running the additional tests that the comics didn't do though. So now the Chicago Memorial. I'm really glad that the weight of Chicago is coming back in a meaningful way, especially since it's an event that you would think would never leave Mark. I wish there was a bit more complexity to it in Mark's eyes though, or even Oliver's, since that's not his most recent memory with him, as his most recent memory was defending a defenseless planet from a Viltrumite attack. Still, I'm glad that not only is the weight of this event being recognized, but that it's being utilized as a weapon for someone like Powerplex. I've talked to death about Rex and Ray's relationship, although I guess in this episode there is something specific to be said about the way Rex describes his own identity struggle. This actually is a subject that went back to Season 2, after he got his new hand and tried to fight Octoboss. His entire identity, since being a kid, has been wrapped up in being a hero, and without that, he doesn't know who he is. It's a really grim and ugly look at somebody who was raised to be something from a young age. It's why a lot of child stars end up spiraling after their shows end, because who are you if you're not who they raised you to be? In a way, this mirrors Mark's journey, as he was put into this world to be a weapon for Nolan to wield. Come to think of it, you'd actually think that Mark would need to talk about this at some point. Get this boy into therapy already. Now let's talk about the change where kidnapping the family was Becky's idea instead of Scott's. In the comics, it was Scott's choice to endanger his family that got them killed. In the show, it was Becky's choice, but still Scott's actions. I think there's something the show is trying to say here about how Scott, at almost every point in this journey, has not had his hands on the wheel here. He feels pushed into fighting Invincible because he killed his sister, but then only because the DA ignored his Invincible case does he actually take up arms against him personally. Only because Shapesmith interfered did he actually need to take his extra step, and now only because Becky suggested using live bait does his family die. My man has been moved by external factors, even some very close to him from the very beginning of his journey. And it's one thing if the dude brings it on himself, like Scott kinda does, but to have things happen to you outside of your control or influence, it helps build up the tragic angle of this situation once more. Donald giving Invincible the file on Powerplex is fascinating because thematically, the GDA doesn't work with Mark, but rules have exceptions when lives are at stake, huh? But besides that, I think it gives a great deal of autonomy to Donald's part in wanting to do the right thing despite Cecil not approving, and I hope that continues into later seasons. Donald has been a much cooler character in the show than he was in the comics, and I do genuinely enjoy the scenes that he's in. I think they add a lot of flavor based on his view of mortality now that the cat's out of the bag about him being immortal. Now, the encounter with Scott is much more sympathetic in the show, and I think that's the result of spending more time with Mark rather than Scott. The comics had this basically be Mark's only scene, but the show had Mark observing this journey from basically every step along the way. And especially after receiving the GDA file, it makes a lot more sense that he would feel bad about what happened. It's kind of surprising that he isn't slower and more caring about the situation in the comics. Although I guess not knowing Jessica's name does kind of put a stop to any understanding these two could have had.
Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported.
I don't have anything more to say about Scott's family's death, and since the prison scene has words of dialogue that line up, I think we've reached the end of Scott's journey for this episode. And now we have Angstrom Levy's appearance at the end of this episode, with the Invincible War right on the horizon. But in the comic, we instead had this reveal for the end of issue number 58, with no mention of it in issue number 59. I'll be honest, I remember picking up issue number 59 being very confused, because it totally seemed like if you were gonna introduce Angstrom and bring him back, why have Powerplex right in the middle? So I, for one, am really glad that they moved this reveal to the end of this episode so that we can follow up directly on it next episode. Now that we're all done here, we do have to talk about Powerplex's placement in the show. He is episode 6, which is the appetizer to episode 7, which is the main course to the dessert of episode 8. Powerplex's whole point was to push our perception of power theme in our face, allowing the world a chance to see Invincible as a monster, and he doesn't quite succeed on his own. This was true in both the show and the comic. But if one Invincible isn't enough to show the world what a monster he is, what about 20? That's why Powerplex exists, and that's why he was the buffer between Angstrom's reveal and Angstrom's attack. That's why he was necessary to have before the Invincible War. And with that said, let's finally get into what has consistently been the best episode for every season, episode 7.
So we need to get back in the game.
I don't have legs.
What Have I Done is our title for episode number 7, except that line isn't actually spoken in issue number 60, which is where this entire episode is taken from. The words "What have I done" actually come from issue number 50, when Cecil and Mark have their big blow-up. During that fight, when Rexplode destroys Cecil's remote and sends Mark's earpiece into a feedback loop, it's said by Cecil in response to Bulletproof's mention that Mark could actually die. This is the first, but not only, episode where the title is actually a misnomer for which issues will be adapted in this episode. We'll talk about why later. We start out this episode really strong, with the first word spoken being directly from the comic.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh
god. Go! Destroy everything in your path! Make them see Invincible! Make them fear Invincible! Make them hate! Do this, and everything you want will be yours!
Wow, we are super fucking strong in this episode, continuing our streak of episode 7 being my favorite episode in every season. Okay, maybe episode 8, but I don't know, I'd have to think about it. I also want to point out that aside from the dialogue matching 1-to-1, the visuals of the comic basically act as storyboards. Like, look how fucking similar this shit is. Yeah, we're actually going to take a moment and go through it one by one. Seriously, guys, if you're just one of the people who listen in the background, take a second, peek into the video. The visuals line up, like, absurdly well. It's unbelievable. Also here, have a surprise Corbin since you stopped in. Good to see you. While I have you here, let's actually talk about all the different Invincibles taken from other worlds, because they all have really funny names. Before we even get there, the designs of each Invincible is, as you may have guessed, 1-to-1 with the comic, so there's no visual distinction that needs to happen otherwise. Now, let's talk numbers.
The numbers, basically. What do they mean?
I've consulted several wikis and tried my damnedest to parse this out on my own. The panel in issue number 58 when Angstrom says it's a start features 16 Invincibles, which is also the same number that begin the war on day 1. However, throughout the Invincible War, Angstrom seems to have brought in more, as there are a total of 20 Invincibles seen throughout the war in the comics. The show seems to have 18 though, so let's start with those guys. First up is Goggles Vincible, since he wears big-ass goggles. Creative, I know. Then we have Cap Vincible, because he wears a cap over his hair. Mask Vincible, covering his entire face with a black mask. Mustachable, not to be confused with Viltrum-Vincible. The mustache differentiates the two. We've got Hood Vincible, wearing a hood over his face. My favorite, Omni Vincible. I really like the red on Mark, okay? Bulletproofable, which I will say is noticeably more orange in the comic than in the show, but whatever. Sport Vincible, wearing a windbreaker. Do you think he has a zipper on his costume? Prison Vincible, who got his name for doing hard time with those shades on. No Gogglesable, who, as you can imagine, doesn't have goggles. Flaxenincible, who has technology modeled after the Flaxens who appear periodically in both the show and the comics, issues number 3, 14, and 71. Movincahawk, who has the most unique name, putting the invincible part in the middle rather than the end. The most unique name for probably the most unique character, as we'll see in, like, season 6. Hair Vincible, who has really long flowing hair. Cape Vincible, who wears a cape. Last season, I called him drippy as fuck, so just between us, I'm gonna call him Drip Vincible. Bro is stylish as fuck. Stripe Vincible, who has black stripes adorning his costume. I really like this one. It kind of looks how I would imagine a live-action adaptation of Invincible would make his costume. Light Blue Vincible, whose costume is light blue. Yeah, that's the whole thing. And finally, No Maskable, who has no mask. Not to be confused with No Goggles Vincible. Those are the 18 that have show adaptations, but the comic also has 2 others that didn't make the final cut. Those being Pads Vincible, whose comic has knee pads. He's one of the final 8, actually. And Wolf Cuttable, who has a wolf cut hairstyle. Not to be confused with No Maskable or Hair Vincible. I've been assured this is a very unique Invincible. Anyway, next scene. Mark and Eve lie in bed together in both mediums. Oh, I guess I should clarify. Okay, so the Invincible War is entirely issue number 60. And again, just like every other episode, every beat of the comic is given to the show. There are a number of show exclusive scenes and elements that the show plays with, but overall, as you can tell, extremely similar to issue number 60. So yeah, the next scene in both is them in bed. In the show, they debrief about Powerplex, but in the comic, they instead talk about Mark meeting Eve's parents. I mentioned in episode 6, but there's no debrief on Scott after issue number 59 in the comics.
Why don't you want me to meet your parents?
I don't know if you understand fully how terrible they are.
I don't understand terrible parents.
The show actually lines up this entire conversation from the comics, but it's not exactly the most exciting comic show lineup, so we'll just skip past it. Both scenes end with a call from prison, but Eve answers it in the show, and Mark only alludes to taking it in the comic.
This is what you call a prison on your world? Pathetic! I wouldn't even keep you as a slave in my empire! After a year in a Viltrumite prison, I could use a warm-up. I've killed you before, and I'll kill you again.
Wow, we are really fucking one-for-oneing this bitch. I love it. There are some things to talk about though. For starters, Stripe Vincible attacks what looks like the White House in the show, but London in the comics. As such, he fights a dude with a Union Jack on his chest in the comics, but this armored-looking dude in the show. Completely different people, and this isn't the last instance of character switching. When Prison Vincible fucks up Russia, the show has this hammer and sickle character defending them, but in the comic, there's no hero to oppose him. Viltrumincible fights off Wolfman in the show, who we have seen in the comics in issue number 57, and even late in issue number 60, but in the comic he fights Spawn. Wait, Spawn? Like, for real? Oh, damn, okay. Next, Drip Vincible fights Best Tiger in the show. Best Tiger is a character from the Guarding the Globe comic series. Issue number 4 has his first official introduction, and his first appearance in the Invincible comics is actually as a background character in issue number 82, but I didn't even notice him in my first read until issue number 112. Anyway, needless to say, he's not in issue number 60. Drip Vincible instead fights a guy named Duncan Rosenblatt, specifically mentioning that the Duncan of his dimension would be ashamed of him.
I hate to say it, I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is.
I'm sure that's blasphemy for some of you comic viewers, but I'm just gonna keep going through. Lastly, in the show, Mustache Vincible fights Tech Jacket, but in the comic, it's actually Wolf Cuttable. Tech Jacket also has pink energy in the show, but blue in the comics. And that's the last I have to say about it for now. The show stops as Carnage to view Rex helping Ray move into her new apartment. The two have an intimate moment where Rex admits that he's finally happy in his life for the first time, before the Invincible War comes right to his doorstep. Well, Ray's doorstep. Now in the show, the prison is evacuating as Mark arrives, and Mo Vincehawk tells him to GTFO. In the comics, when we flip the page, Mark and Mo Vincehawk are already mid-fight, so this conversation is a show exclusive. There is some dialogue that lines up, like Mark asking how he got here, but it's not really enough to properly line up. Also, it's only here when I notice they're fighting each other that there is a slight discrepancy in the costumes. Mo Vincehawk has a slightly lighter blue than Invincible does. In the comic, their blues are exactly the same hue. The conversation is entirely different in both mediums. In the show, Mo Vincehawk says they're here to make his life miserable, but in the comic, he only insults him for being a pale reflection. Mark knocks him out the same way in both mediums, which goes double for Capes Incorporated trying to attack Mark, which does line up word for word. Another inmate attempts to break out with Wolfman stopping him. Like I said, Wolfman is in this issue, just not where we saw him in the show. He even tells Powerplex to get back in his cell in the comic, which is similar to the show where Powerplex gets out and is happy to see the heroes turn on Mark. Mo Vincehawk getting up and fighting Powerplex is exclusive to the show, however. The panels that are shown during the broadcast are the same ones in the show, except a little out of order. The comic shows April, then Debbie, then Amber, then William, but the show has it Debbie, April, Amber, then William. Just one spot swapped. The comics interrupt this broadcast with No Maskable fighting Adam Eve, but the show has Oliver running. Wait, running?
You better be joking.
The fuck you running for? You can fly. First off, this really emotional moment where Oliver wants to put his life on the line for the people of Earth is kind of skirted in the comics, as immediately after the panel of Adam Eve fighting, there's Oliver already mid-battle with Mask of Invincible. Secondly, we've seen in issue number 52 that when there is a problem that Oliver wants to help out with, he's out of the house before Debbie can even react. So the fact that he's running out of the house here with enough time for Debbie to talk to him is just kind of funny to me. It's like the Flash in that CW show where he just doesn't use his super speed for any reason. The next scene of Capes Incorporated and Mark getting on the same page is kind of after we see Oliver's fight, with Mark telling them to call in everyone they can. They don't actually restrain Mo Vincehawk in the comics, but we do see him pop up later, so we know he's not dead. Next up, we have Flax Invincible's attack on the Pentagon. In both mediums, he's already dead, but in the show, Cecil uses the noisemaker, while in the comics, this isn't something they do. They actually don't use this noisemaker at all in the comics after Cecil uses it on Mark in issue number 50. Cecil also uses the reanimant in the show, but in the comic, it looks like Britt and Donald just beat the fuck out of him till he stayed down.
We make calls.
To who?
Everyone, Donald.
The show also makes a point to mention that Flax Invincible wasn't as strong as their Invincible, but the comics never actually mention this. I suppose that it's implied, but since it was never expressly stated, I always viewed it as like Viltrumite invasion levels of this is fucked up. Speaking of Britt, he makes his debut for the first time in the show in the very next scene. And he's Jonathan fucking Banks? Are you serious? No way.
You are the guy.
Anyway, the scene where he rallies all the heroes at the GDA is from the comics as well, except it's not him leading the forces, it's this bow and arrow dude.
Sorry, I can't remember anybody's names.
The dialogue doesn't line up, but they're basically saying the same thing. Also, visually, Britt in the comics at this point wears his classic green sweater, which Britt in the show does wear, but only underneath his red and blue outfit. The red and blue outfit is from the comics, but it comes later in the continuity, when Britt accepts a formal position leading the Guardians of the Globe, and Cecil gives him some upgrades. Next, Oliver helping recover some people from the wreckage. Oliver has an extremely limited role in the Invincible War, only really coming in at the end, when Mark finds Angstrom Levy. Okay, my bad, he also has one panel of him fighting Drip Vincible in the middle of day 2. Just know that broadly, all the parts with him are not in the comic, which also means that him catching up to Cap Vincible isn't in the comics either. The scene where Mark and Eve fly through the sky together is taken from the comics as well, but it's not quite the same conversation. It's like mostly the same, except Mark is more concerned with how these Invincibles got here. In the show, he dismisses it super fast. While they're flying in both mediums, they notice a group of superheroes trying to fight Hood Vincible. Same Invincible, different heroes in both mediums. In the show, we have...
I don't even know who you are.
And in the comic, he fights the Cyberforce. Who's the Cyberforce? I don't fucking know, man. I just read Invincible. Hood Vincible's attitude that they won't be enough is in the comics as well.
Unfortunately, he's right!
In both mediums, once Mark arrives, the fight concludes. The show then moves to another show-exclusive scene, where No Goggles-able crashes into Cahor's tomb. Cahor is a show-exclusive character, so this is a show-exclusive moment. Oh, also, Cahor is Mr. Krabs. Dudes, I fucking love Clancy Brown. I can't not mention it. Also, Immortal is in this fight, but he doesn't actually have an appearance in the Invincible War, aside from, well, we'll get there in a minute. Let's go back to Oliver. Show-exclusive, as I mentioned. But I guess there are some comic characters in here that I can talk about a bit. Drip Vincible fights El Diablo, who eventually joins the Guardians of the Globe under Brit's leadership in the Guarding the Globe's comic series. No Mask Invincible fighting this big wrestler guy is exclusive to the show.
Someone make a note of that man's bravery.
Stripe Vincible fighting, the subtitles call him Business Baby, alright. Alec Baldwin here is a show exclusive character as well. And then Hair Vincible fighting the goddamn Purple Man is also exclusive to the show. Go back to FNAF with that shit. Mark and Eve fighting Hood Vincible is show exclusive, although the injury she sustains at the end of the fight is from the comics. Most likely from Hood Vincible, as that's who they're leaving behind when he flies her to the GDA. In the show, she gets that injury from Omni Vincible, but it's still in the same fight. The fighting here is awesome, and I really love the character design for both Hood Vincible and Omni Vincible, so this scene is just fucking awesome to me, especially the choreography. In the show, Mark is bailed out by the Reanimen, but in the comic, the Reanimen only really make one appearance during the Invincible War, which is strange, but alright, it's what we got. Donald insisting to Cecil that he can do good out there is exclusive to the show, as in the comics, he's already accepted that he's an android and lives to die to protect others. It's not a big part of the Invincible story, but it's a big part of the Brit comic series, which features Donald as a secondary protagonist. Now finally, No Goggles-able fighting the Guardians of the Globe. This is an extremely limited part of the Invincible War in the comics, and the fight is already 90% over by the time we tune in. In the show, he taunts that he kills Shapesmith, as well as taunting Immortal, and then picking up his head and throwing it through Kate in both mediums.
We're not dead yet.
This is how the fight ends in both mediums. I guess I should also mention that in the comics, this is intercut with the Teen Team fight, and the panels are out of order. Debbie and Paul watching television is taken from the middle of this fight as well, but William and Rick leaving campus is a show exclusive. William and Rick do pop up in the Invincible War, but we've already seen them, and it's nothing as in-depth as Rick saving William's life with his cyborg body.
Ah, shit. I was really looking forward to killing her again.
You gonna make it?
I'll eventually be able to pull myself together. Where's Darkwing?
That monster must have killed him. Trapped himself in the Shadowverse. Darkwing sacrificed himself to save us.
Seriously hitting it out of the park so far. During this conversation in the show, Shapesmith mentions his core, and how if that isn't damaged, he'll be able to pull himself together. This is explained in the comics by Black Samson, but it's a panel in issue number 61, not in issue 60, and it's not said by Shapesmith. Still cool to see though. Now, Goggles Vincible attacking the Teen Team. Like I said, it happens at the same time as the Guardians attack, and similar to the attack in the show, it's significantly abbreviated in the comics. The beats are the same, but the specifics are a little wonky. Firstly, Goggles Vincible trying to find the ugly body of Rudy isn't in the comics, that's a show exclusive. But Bulletproof tackling Goggles Vincible off of Rudy before he's distracted by Rexplode is 1-to-1. Bulletproof eventually gets Rudy and Amanda out of there at the behest of Rex, who says he has a plan in the show, but that it's kind of a suicide play in the comics. Rudy is destroyed about leaving Rex, but Bulletproof doesn't give him a choice. The fight with Goggles Vincible ends with Rexplode lighting up his entire skeleton in both mediums. I really wish I could line up the words here, but there just isn't enough dialogue to do 1-to-1 for that. It's basically the same though, complete with Rudy mourning Rex's sacrifice in both mediums. Ray mourning Rex's sacrifice of course only happens in the show, as it would be pretty hard to do from 6 feet underground in the comic. Both mediums then take a bit of stock, showing fallen heroes and otherworld invincibles in both. They're not the same heroes in both mediums though. The only crossover is that I don't know their names in either the comic or the show, so just take a look I guess. The show has Brit dig Donald out from the rubble, which is exclusive to the show. These two are tight in the comic, but not the Invincible comic. There isn't time for that. Which brings us to our next scene.
You can't be here, kid.
She needs me.
We're losing this, Mark. The world needs you.
I don't care. You got every superhero on the planet fighting for you right now.
I hope you don't regret this.
Cecil tries to blackmail Mark by invoking Oliver's name in the show, but not in the comic. The comic is a much shorter conversation. Mark in the show tries to justify staying by saying that the other Invincibles could try to kill Eve, so he has to be there to protect her. But in the comic, he just says he needed to be here for her. Bulletproofable dying at the hands of the Reanimen is next in both mediums. Like, literally the next panel, actually, so that's cool. They snap his neck in the show, but in the comic, they just seem to beat him to death.
Oh, there it is. We did it, Brian. We made 9/11 happen. High five!
Oliver helping out another hero is again exclusive to the show. It does confirm the death of Hair Vincible, though, so that's another in the ground. Instead of of that, we get panels of another dead hero.
Put her on a milk carton. If anyone knows who this bitch is, let me know, because I don't.
The comic then shows Invincible dead by the hands of a yo-yo. Yeah, that was alluded earlier when exclamation point man was fighting him, so I guess he won. The show instead has Powerplex get his revenge on an Invincible at least. And we're gonna have to do some math here in a minute to figure out which of these Invincibles he actually killed. It should be noted that this is the first and only time we actually get to see Powerplex smile in the entire show. In the show, Tech Jacket is then shown to have killed Mustachable, which isn't in the comics. Now, this dope cinematic we get for Day 3 of the Invincible Wars is inspired by the page of Day 3 in the comic, and I gotta say, I have a really hard time picking which of these I like more.
Phase 1 is complete.
Let's pause for a minute here and go over the Invincible deaths that we've got confirmed so far.
Just keep hearing the fucking numbers!
Firstly, the survivors. We have 8 members of Team Evil Invincible that are here in front of Angstrom, those being Mask-Vincible, Omni-Vincible, Viltrum-Vincible, Prison-Vincible, Mo-Vincihawk, Drip-Vincible, Stripe-Vincible, and No-Maskable. We have confirmed deaths of Hair-Vincible from Oliver, Flaxen-Vincible from Cecil, Bulletproof-Vincible from the Reaniman, Goggles-Vincible from Rexplode, Mustache-Vincible from Tech Jacket,
Sport-Vincible from
and No Goggles-Vincible from Darkwind. So back to that math I mentioned earlier. There are 3 Invincibles unaccounted for: Light Blue-Vincible, Hood-Vincible, and Cap-Vincible.
If we skip ahead to episode 8, we actually can see Light Blue-Vincible being turned into a Reaniman. So we know for sure that he died sometime in the war. So 2 left somewhere, but we know for sure that Powerplex killed 1 of them. So we still have 1 evil Invincible completely unaccounted for. So that's neat. Seems like, if there was gonna be an Invincible left over, you could've given him to Cahor or something, I don't know.
That'd be really awesome, but I don't think that'll happen, probably.
Anyway, the comics have almost the same exact lineup for the surviving Invincibles. The only one that is different out of this group is the aforementioned Pad-Vincible, the one with knee pads, taking the place of Omni-Vincible, who died at the hands of exclamation point man.
Sorry, I prefer to make an entrance. Not only have you destroyed his planet, but you've also destroyed him. Every single person who survives will forever think of this when they remember his name. Find Mark and bring him to me.
How about we don't? Your stupid plan got most of us killed. Give us our dimensions, now, or we'll kill you.
There's actually much more of a conversation to be had in the show. The Invincibles talk about the different deals they made with Angstrom in exchange for this crusade, and we show off a bit of their personalities as far as what's important to them. There's only one line of dialogue in the middle of it that has any comic bearings, but it's much later, so if you don't want to be spoiled for these issues, skip ahead to this time.
1, 2, and 4.
Mo-Vincihawk mentions that if he kills Angstrom, they'll be stranded, so instead they'll just torture him. Firstly, stranding Invincibles in other dimensions is actually Angstrom's whole thing, Lamau. But beyond that, in issue number 103, Angstrom makes yet another return, where he brings Mark, our Mark, to the same dimension he stranded him in the first time, where the other Invincibles still are. Mo-Vincihawk ends up grabbing Angstrom and taking him back to his dimension, and attempts to hack into him to find out how he has the power to jump dimensions. He does this by torturing the fuck out of him, in what is truly a brutal display that we get to witness in all of its glory in issue number 108. So when he says that he could torture him, well, wait about 40 more issues, we'll get around to it.
So in the show, the next beat is Mark pacing around Eve's hospital room.
This scene is a show exclusive. In the comic, after Angstrom traps the other Invincibles in the barren dimension, Mark just flies up to him.
I knew it was you! Oh good, you came to me.
In the comic, Oliver and Bulletproof come along, quickly getting dispatched by Angstrom's orbs. But in the show, it's just Mark who shows up. This entire encounter is actually really short in the comics, with Mark and Angstrom barely having a fight before Mark gets a grab on him. The part where a swarm of orbs try to push Mark into another dimension is exclusive to the show as well.
Is this what you wanted? All of this death?
Kill him! Before he escapes or something! Look at what he did! Kill him so he can never do this again! What are you waiting for?
You've given me no choice.
Truer words.
No!
So gross!
There's more dialogue in the show, but guys, the closeness that we're lining up here in the show is ridiculous.
Mark taking a look at all the destruction his doppelgangers caused is the very last page of issue number 60, except Oliver isn't with him. However, issue number 61 is the Invincible War Aftermath comic, and the news report in the show is the very first page.
Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York are almost completely leveled.
Nearly every word of this broadcast lines up word for word, but it ain't that interesting, so let's move on.
The next scene in both mediums is Mark at Eve's bedside, but the conversation had is different in both. In the comic, he just wants Eve to wake up, and is very worried that she won't. In the show, he talks mostly to himself, but some to Cecil, about how he should have killed Angstrom Levy.
After this is over, we're still not working together.
Yeah, perish the thought.
So in both, they take the teleporter to New York to help recover people from the wreckage. And there's already a lot of heroes there helping. Oliver joins Mark in the show, but in the comic, Mark doesn't even get a second to breathe before Powerplex attacks him.
How dare you show your face here!
Oliver punching him, or even getting involved with Powerplex at all, is exclusive to the show. The solution to this problem is the same in both mediums, with Mark saying they need to pin him down until he runs out of juice. But in the comic, it's this huge rock guy who holds him down. In the show, it's him and Oliver who do it themselves. The dialogue for the most part actually does line up, but it's a bit scattered and different since Mark is talking to Rock Guy in the comic.
No! This isn't right! What's wrong with all of you? He caused this! Every dead body you find is a person he killed! This is all Invincible's fault!
In the comic, Oliver tries to cheer up Mark, but in the show, he doesn't. Immediately after this in both, we get to see Mark sitting over Eve's bed, hoping she wakes up.
This is all my fault. Angstrom did this because of me. I can't ignore that anymore. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, excuse us.
She's our daughter, and we'd like some privacy with her.
The scene where Mark talks to Eve's mom in the hallway lines up word for word too, which is just damn. The next scene in the show is rebuilding the Pentagon and the Immortal. This scene isn't quite one-to-one with the comics, but it's pretty damn close. But ultimately it's pretty boring, so let's move on.
Immortal and Duplicate are retiring, Darkwing is missing and presumed dead.
What about Rex?
Rex is dead.
I don't know what you're proposing, Cecil.
I want you to lead the Guardians.
What? There's no way I'm qualified for that.
You stood up to me, Mark. That means something.
If something big comes up, call me. Otherwise, I'll be helping with the cleanup.
In the comic, Donald shows Invincible out, but in the show, it's Cecil, who tries to tell Mark that if he needs to talk to somebody, he can talk to him. Mark shoots him down pretty hard, but still says he appreciates the offer.
Got another one over here.
Stand ready for my arrival, Worm. You were given orders, and yet I find this planet unprepared for the arrival of our Viltrum Empire.
This isn't a good time.
The Empire anticipated your resistance, which is why they sent me. I am Conquest.
You don't understand. All this is my fault. So the only thing I want to do right now is hit something as hard as I can.
Good.
And that is the very last panel of issue number 61 as well. Also, Conquest is voiced by Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Negan from The Walking Dead? Excuse me? I should also mention that this is the only episode in the season that doesn't have a post-credit scene. Now granted, all of the other post-credit scenes aren't actually post-credit, but still, every episode has had a little bit of the credits start, and then the last scene comes up after that. This one instead just has the credits roll, and then that's the end. No more content after that. There are some other exceptions to this rule, but aside from season 1 episode 7 and 8, and season 2 episode 3, it actually seems like the reason for this rule is tied to Mark's relationship with the Viltrum Empire. Season 1 episode 7 is the episode where Mark's dad really traumatizes him, and the same PTSD feeling comes back at the end of season 2 episode 3. So that's pretty thematic actually, if you ask me. This one is missing a post-credit scene because they wanted this Conquest fight to be one big fight with no interruptions. And that marks the end of the episode. So let's analyze this bitch before we move into the final episode of the season.
Delray! I'm sorry I didn't finish helping her move.
Okay, so let's start with the title again. I mentioned earlier that this episode title comes from issue number 50, not issue number 60, where the rest of the Invincible War takes place. So why is that? Well, I think this one is 100% a meta decision by Amazon to throw people off. See, once people picked up that each title would give away which episodes were being adapted, it was really easy to tell what plot points were coming up. I mean, hell, I knew from the title of episode 4 exactly what was going to be happening there. So the misdirection kinda makes sense. I feel like, with how the entire rest of the season was leading up, it would have been really easy to predict that the Invincible War was on deck. So, kind of unnecessary, but I see what they were going for. But this sets a funny precedent where I can't wait for all the episode titles of season 4 to be from like issues 1 to 30. The reason they picked the title What Have I Done is interesting though. Numbers wise, maybe they liked the symmetry of having the title be from issue 50, not 60, or maybe they thought it made sense for Mark killing Angstrom in the first place, which it does. I double checked though, and Mark doesn't actually say What Have I Done in issue number 34 though, or anywhere in the issue number 60 flashbacks. Now, I understand wanting to keep the secret of the Invincible Wars, but after the episode dropped, I wonder if they couldn't have renamed it now that it's out in the world. And let me cook here for a second. I think a way better title would be You Can't Be Here, which number 1 is spoken by Cecil to Mark in issue number 60, number 2 identifies the craziness of bringing alternate Marks here to Earth in general, and number 3 reflects Mark's disbelief about how this could be Angstrom's doing, since he, well, killed him. It would allow Mark, via the title, to own up to the idea that this can't be Angstrom, since he's accepted that he did kill him. But hey, what do I know? Now I gotta be upfront, I feel like my job is mostly done with the comic comparison. When things are like 1-to-1 with the comic, there isn't a whole lot left for me to say. I can talk about the two missing Invincibles though. Pads Vincible and Wolf Cuttable are missing from the show adaptation, which I don't quite know why. I understand wanting to change the final lineup of Invincibles so that Omni-Vincible could be there, cause fuck does he look cool. But you could have thrown Wolf Cuttable and Pads Vincible somewhere else. But the show doesn't even have the same lineup of heroes, so I may be asking a lot. Speaking of, Spawn isn't in the show, for what I guess are obvious copyright reasons, instead replaced with Best Tiger, who Kirkman does have the rights for. I do think that it's really funny that Spawn got a cameo in the Invincible comic in the first place though. I will say that what feels kinda strange though is to have Capes Incorporated and Brit show up now, when they could have been introduced in the first episode. Like I said, I guess this is a much bigger and more dramatic entrance though, so whatever. I'm glad to see them one way or the other. There are some really big events coming up in the future of the Invincible series that I'm glad they get to be around for. When Omnipotus attacked in season 2, they were all absent, so I definitely got worried. Let's talk about Mo Vincehawk's conversation with Mark. It's definitely interesting that in the comics, he only talks about how he's a lesser version of him. In the show, he talks about how he's here to make Mark's life a living hell, so why this change? I guess it's just different motivations that Angstrom gave them. Who knows what the conversations were like in either medium? Or maybe it symbolizes something more thematic. Yep, let's talk about Angstrom's plan. Angstrom's plan, aside from having the Invincibles bring Mark to him, is to taint Invincible's image to the entire world. Think about it, make them hate Invincible is not the same as
kill that guy.
Similar to Powerplex, he understands it's about image, about how the world sees him, and the power that comes with that. I imagine that no one understands that better than Angstrom Levy, the man that was so obsessed with image and appearance that upon being bibbidi-boppity uglied, he turned into a villain. The Invincible War is a PR nightmare for Invincible, even evidenced by Capes Incorporated mistaking Mark for an evil Invincible and attacking him on sight. It robs him of his ability to protect people, because not only do people have to live with the sight of Invincible fucking up the entire world, they have to live with the rational knowledge that the real Invincible couldn't stop them. I mean, he eventually did, but look at this devastation. Powerplex was the appetizer, man. This is the main course. Now, Oliver wanting to put himself in harm's way. In the comic, he definitely was a participant in this war, but that was because Oliver kinda had a bloodlust in the comics. Like, well into his adolescence, actually. The dude was hungry for a fight. In the comic, that was enough to justify being involved, but in the show, he makes it more about wanting to protect the people of Earth, which is unique to the show because Oliver had apathy towards humans in the comics. Why the change? Well, I think with what's about to come up at the end of this episode, it's important for the show to display that Mark rubbed off on Oliver at least a little bit. Oliver isn't the same kid who came to Earth all that time ago. He really has listened to the wisdom and guidance of his brother. Moving along, gotta say that it's a great stroke of luck that Flax Invincible was the weakest of the bunch, given that if the strongest of the bunch went to the Pentagon, it could have been really bad for Earth's counterattack. Now, Mark and Eve's little conversation in the air is different from the comics versus the show. In the comic, he tries to parse out who could be behind this, doubting that he 100% killed Angstrom Levy. In the show, this doubt isn't present, so why is that? Well, I think it's because the show has been putting in a lot of work to have Mark's guilty conscience more present than ever, with this moment solidifying that he's officially accepted that he killed a man. He didn't need to go on that journey so heavily in the comics, but in the show, it was a huge trip for him. It was a massive deal for him to come to terms with this, and it's still a sore spot for both Oliver and Cecil. I just think the lack of doubt is very telling at where he's at in this moment, you know? The next thing of note is Cahor's tomb. Before, I feel like I lacked understanding for what Cahor was supposed to be in the series, but I think I understand Cahor being the joke villain a little better now. Even with that said, imagine how hype it would have been if No Gogglesable was host for Cahor's antics. Like, wow, what a random dope-ass storyline they would have had. And such a departure from the comics. You've got enough Invincibles, Cahor can have one, come on.
Why is it whenever I'm having fun, it's wrong?
I think Donald's little scene where he asks Cecil to go into combat is a nice wrap-up for his arc from the last season. Last season, he accepted that he dies for others, but he didn't really have a choice to demonstrate that since the conflicts were super interpersonal for Mark. Admittedly, Anissa posed a much larger global threat, but Donald didn't get the chance to help there. Funnily enough, he doesn't actually die in the Invincible War, though, which makes me think that if Cecil had actually told him that he was part robot before season 2, he could have been avoiding death like a whole lot easier. Rick is different, though. I wonder if they want to set him up to be a hero of his own somewhere in the future. Maybe an anti-hero working specifically to try to take down Sinclair. That's only speculative, though. There isn't really a whole lot of thematic relevance to him saving William, and there wasn't even a whole lot of build-up to it happening either. So it's just kind of something that happens, and we'll have to see how it pays out in the future. The transition to Day 3 is different from the comics, but only in a technical sense. I think that the way that they did it in the show, with the face and eyes, is much more, what's the word, like it's made for moving media. Now, the conversation between Invincibles and Angstrom Levy is making me nationalistic for my Viltrumite culture. Let me explain. It's interesting to think that from a Viltrumite perspective, all of these Invincibles who teamed up with Angstrom are weak as hell, and that reflects on their power levels. Even Donald says that some of them weren't as strong as the others, and yes, that is true, but I'm talking emotionally. If you had the raw strength of the Viltrum Empire, or the resolve to reach the greatest and strongest warrior in the universe, there would be absolutely no need to team up with other Invincibles, or Angstrom at all, in order to accomplish that. Mo Vincehawk kinda mentions this when he says, "They were weak!" But that's not enough for me. You're weak if you try to expand your empire in this way instead of just finding out a way to hop universes on your own. Now, I don't know why Oliver and Bulletproof aren't present in the show, but they were in the comics. I guess that since they were dispatched so easily, it made sense to just have Mark, but that means that Oliver just pops up out of nowhere. Little bro, where were you? Help out, what were you doing? So the fight in the comics is really short, and in the show, it's long. So why? Well, to put it as simply as I can, this This is the climax of the Invincible War. This is what it was building towards. Yes, fighting other Invincibles was scary and devastating to the world, but Angstrom brought them here. This was his plan. And he has history with Mark. I think this is particularly why the Invincible War always felt super fast to me in the comics, because this moment of closure for Mark on the topic of Angstrom lasted 3 pages. But this fight is the climax for more than just the end of the war. It's the climax for this moment in particular.
Do it! Kill him!
This war, but beyond that, Angstrom's return hits all of our themes one by one. Mark's decision to kill Angstrom in the first place, or in this case keep him alive inadvertently, put all of this in motion. As Mark says, all of this is his fault. His actions caused these consequences. He doesn't kill, he's avoided it all season, at every chance he possibly could, and yet, it always seems like he found a reason. He always found some way to justify it, to make sure that there's no other choice. We don't kill, but rules have exceptions, and now he's finally accepting that, allowing him to kill Angstrom. This theme has a bit more to go through though. Notice who told him to do it. Remember when I said that Oliver has a larger role in the show? His role is to push Mark into the direction of his father. Oliver's presence, and the reason they've been building him for the entire season, is basically to be a bad influence on Mark. He doesn't have an arc or a change that the story tells this season. His development the whole time was to place him right here, telling Mark that he must kill somebody, the only thing he wanted to never do. Seeing the destruction, hearing his brother and reminding him the viewpoints of his past, Mark finally internalizes that if killing makes him a bad guy, that's what he has to do to save the planet. This moment hits all of our themes in such a satisfying way, not only for Mark, but for Oliver as well. It must be cathartic for Oliver to finally get Mark to reach the point he's been at his whole life. And this isn't even the end of the episode yet. Once we get to the conclusion, to Mark helping out with the reconstruction, we can add another point to our rules have exceptions theme, as he said he would never work with Cecil, but of course, you know, we never expected to have an attack on the scale, and we never thought we would need to. So, you know, we can let this one slide, right, smiley face? So the next thing to talk about is Powerplex attacking Mark again. The comics and the show both have this serve the same purpose, making everyone look at and question Invincible, and if he's good for the world in the first place. Fuck with his PR more, why don't you? Add another point to perception as power, I don't mind. The show has this situation end with solidarity from Mark and Oliver though. I think it's really impactful to have Mark and Oliver hold down Powerplex and let him shock and hurt them to protect others, rather than it just being some big rock guy do it. In the show, it's a moment where Oliver can accept his brother's ways fully, putting himself in harm's way and sacrificing his own flesh for others. Not to mention doing it with his brother as equals for the first time in the show, which is a big step for Mark. Not only teaching him, but suffering with him, something that Nolan didn't do during his training. I mean, I'm glad that Rock Guy here was able to help out in the conflict, but it's definitely a less emotional moment than in the show. Since pretty much everything else lines up, I really only have one other moment that feels significant enough to talk about. In the show, Cecil tells Mark that if he needs someone to talk to, he's there. The comics have this moment in issue number 57 where Cecil offers to help Mark solve the mystery of who's spying on him. So Cecil being a true bro isn't a show exclusive idea. Even though Mark shuts him down, he says he appreciates the offer, and I'm really excited to see how this progresses. Even after their blow up in issue number 50, Mark leans on Cecil a lot in the issues after. And I hope it gets even more intimate than in the comics. Not like that, shut up. Last season I talked about how Cecil was even more of a dad to Mark in the comics than he was in the show. So this is a good start. You know, little pieces, the show can catch up.
You have to start somewhere.
I don't have much to say about Conquest yet, since his episode to shine is really episode 8, so let's just recap why this episode in particular was so awesome. We covered our perception as power theme, with Powerplex being the appetizer to Angstrom's main course. Forced Mark to be a bad guy and decide to kill Angstrom, since good guys can't save the world. Made Mark betray his own principles about murdering people, because that rule doesn't apply when the entire world is being fucked over. And you have to remember that this entire episode, all of these events were put in motion because of Mark's previous decisions. Cannot fucking believe how awesome this episode is. And we cap it off with episode 8, which is just a masterpiece for completely different reasons.
Already getting tired of your bullshit.
And now, finally, episode 8, I Thought You'd Never Shut Up. So remember last episode when the show was intentionally trying to mislead us so that comic viewers wouldn't know which episodes to expect adaptations of? Well, I Thought You'd Never Shut Up comes from issue number 68, after Mark fights a new enemy, Dinosaurus. Dinosaurus, as you know, is not in season 3, and he has nothing to do with this episode whatsoever. There is nothing within this episode that lines up within that issue. Another misdirection from the showrunners. Now onto the episode itself. This is the only episode that doesn't do an Invincible title drop. It instead just has the title flash on screen before the action begins. I guess we'll speculate why on this later, but that's our last Invincible title drop for season 3. Now, the episode begins with Conquest and Mark, like, literally in the same frame as the last episode's ending, which is also the last page of issue number 61, and the first page of issue number 62. Same as the Invincible War, episode 8 takes place throughout all of issues number 62, 63, 64, and 65, with that section of the comics being called Invincible War Aftermath, subtitle Conquest. So yeah, all of this is in the comics, and we will talk about what isn't. For starters, the choreography is really tight, and hey, again, to all of you audio-only Andes, you may want to lend me your eyeballs for this part, because a lot of the fighting is storyboarded right from the comics, so you'll want to see that. This starter shockwave that's sent out is our first beat of the fight. In the show, Conquest slams Mark into the ground, but in the comic, he throws him through some other buildings first.
Right about now, Anissa would be telling you how the Viltrum Empire would turn this wretched planet into a utopia. How you would be stupid to resist. I'll tell you no such thing. The truth is, I want you to resist. I'm not here to spread the greatness of the Viltrum Empire. I'm here because I enjoy this. See, to me, there is no greater pleasure than feeling the warmth of my fists drenched in blood. Okay, that's a start.
I want more! Very good!
That was just a warm-up.
That was a long section, dudes. We are in for a treat. In the show, when they're in space, Conquest blows Invincible a blood bubble heart, but in the comic, he simply smiles at him. Conquest brings him into the atmosphere, and the dialogue exchange here is different in both mediums, but it ends the same way, with Conquest smashing into his face and destroying one of his goggles. Notably, he does it with his mechanical fist in the show, but his regular arm in the comic.
That's not too far away. I can help.
Oliver!
Your voice is strong, Deb.
Debbie has an extended conversation with Oliver about running away if it gets too dicey, but not in the comic, as he's already out the door before she can even say don't go. Debbie's concern is also exaggerated in the show, because in the comics it's shorter, and, you know,
that's not enough time!
This part of the comic is a little remixed, but it's basically the same. Conquest hitting Mark all over the country and Oliver struggling to catch up with him, leading to Mark on the ground. Visually, both of his goggles are broken in the show, but in the comic only one of them is right now.
Stop! Listen to me. Just listen.
Are you crazy? Think I'm gonna give you a chance to surrender? I am having the time of my life here. Don't give up. You can do this. When I am done with you, I am going to kill everyone else.
In the show, Conquest seems to encourage Mark a little bit, trying to get him to not stop fighting back, but in the comic, it's more of a threat. Still motivating in a way, but more so about how without Mark standing in his way, Conquest could kill the entire planet.
Big-ass beatdown coming up!
In the show, Conquest fucking clotheslines Oliver, which is brutal, but in the comic, he just grabs his arm. Oliver insults him at this point, but it's a much more serious tone in the show.
And you are. I prefer to know who I'm dismembering.
Oliver, get out of here!
We can beat this guy!
Go! Idiot. You need all the help you can get. The time I spent killing him might have given you a moment to gather your thoughts. Maybe even outwit me. Where is your Viltrumite heart? Until I see it beating in my hand, I won't believe you have one. Show me your power. Show me your rage. Almost there. If that's all you got, this is just not gonna end well for you.
Now! This has to happen now, of all times. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I've got probably the most powerful superhuman I've ever seen beating the living shit out of what's definitely the strongest superhero on this planet. For God's sake, just give me some good news, Sinclair.
We're at least 2 weeks away from even a trial run. You have no idea how dense their muscle tissue is. It's like cutting through rock.
Fuck me, man, we are just 1-to-1 all the way through. Cecil makes the comment, God help us all then, in the comics before he leaves, which is the last page of issue number 62, as we move into issue number 63. And also, before we move on, as I mentioned in season 2, Eric Bauza voices D.A. Sinclair, taking over from Ezra Miller in season 1. Guess Ezra was too busy with, what have they been up to lately? Oh no. Well, that ain't our problem, so glad to see that Eric stuck around in his place. The next scene in the show is a news report, which is also the opening panel of issue number 63, although the information is different. I actually think the news report in the comics is better though, so let's go over the differences. The show goes over details that we already kind of know, especially because we just saw it, but in the comic they mention quite a few key details. For one, they correct that Invincible they've been reporting on has been invincible the whole time. For two, they mention that the footage of the attack is taken from snippets around the world, making this a global fight between them. For three, since they don't actually know anything about the Viltrum Empire, they actually report that this is Omni-Man. I think that's a really fucking neat detail.
Oh my god. Adam, I think she's waking up.
I have to help him.
Calm down. You can't even walk yet.
Do I look like I need to walk?
There's actually a whole lot more that lines up here, but it's not that interesting, so we'll just move along. In the comic, Eve demands to see Cecil so that he can get her into the fight faster.
So far, I've been playing with you, getting to know a new toy. Not that I'm not having fun, but I am starting to wonder why they sent me here. beating you, conquering your pathetic planet. It's too easy.
Fun, but easy. I've met your father, you know. He showed so much promise when he was younger. And now, he's dead. Executed just before I left. It's sad, really. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face after I told him that I killed you.
No, Dad.
Eat one, you old sack of turds! Come on, hurry!
It'll kill you, Oliver. Get out of here.
You can't fight him alone! He's old as dirt! We can take him down together!
I'm old, not weak, but thanks for coming back. I'm gonna split you in half and eat your heart. How's that sound?
I think that sounds like a bunch of
Take a break while I focus on the boy. You feel your body starting to rip. First, your muscles tear. Then your vertebrae, they separate. If you're able to focus through the pain, it's your skin next, pulled to its breaking point. This is going to be amazing.
No! Faster than I thought. No matter.
I'll eat your heart instead.
Okay, guys, I know that was kind of hard to tell with the editing, but that was 6 straight pages of dialogue lining up. I am having so much fun right now. Next is Cecil patching up Oliver and wanting to talk to Adam Eve. That is also the next bit in the comics, but the dialogue doesn't match. The comics have the next panels be Debbie receiving the news that Oliver is alive but hurt, and then William, Amber, and Art watching the news as Invincible gets his fucking ass kicked. The next beat in both is Adam Eve and Cecil talking about sending her into the field. The conversations are very different. In the show, Cecil tries to talk her out of it due to her condition, and the fact that he's probably stronger than Nolan.
I can rearrange matter, Cecil.
That's a surprise tool that can help us later.
In the comic, it's actually more that they can't get a GPS lock on their location. They're moving so fast that they're about 5 minutes behind them on every transport. Either way, Adam Eve says she's gonna go.
Look behind you.
In the show, he has a bit more dialogue, and in the comic, he's silent. But aside from that, in the show, he forces Mark's face through the beach, and then through a whole city, while in the comic, it's through an aircraft carrier.
Not the Navy!
And then through the Earth, I guess? It's not really clear.
Get away from him, you animal!
Mark!
Get out of here! Go!
Such concern for others' safety. You really are pathetic. You've got problems of your own, kitten.
It should be noted that when Adam Eve arrives in the comic, she says that he's not Omni-Man, like the TV was reporting. It seems like Cecil could have told her that, but, you know, whatever. The show has much more of an actual fight between these two, with Adam Eve using some power armor and increasing the density of the air. You'd think if she could do this, she would, like, you know, do it all the fucking time. Like this move where she traps his head in a bubble, like, fill it with sand or something. I just have so many more creative ways of using the powers of altering matter that this show just doesn't want to fucking let her do. For instance, hey, she can't alter biomatter, but his arm certainly isn't human. Why not just turn it into jelly or something?
So pretty. Such a waste.
No!
Eve, please. I can't do this without you. I can't live without you. Please, please, please. Don't try to talk. Please keep breathing.
Oh, such a strong bond. Viltrumites have nothing like this. It's a weakness, really. I am beginning to understand your affinity for these lowly creatures. Delicious.
Eve.
Not long now, huh? If you've got anything to tell her, I wouldn't wait. Good. You know, while I have your attention, I want to thank you, Mark. Really. You know, it's not often I get to cut loose like this. Usually there are so many mission parameters, so many things not to destroy, people not to kill. But for whatever reason, and I don't really care why, I was ordered to take control of Earth by any means necessary. You did something to piss us off, and I thank you for it. This has been an immense joy.
I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how fast you are. I can see the future. You don't live to see tomorrow.
After all I've done, you still think you can threaten me? I dare say, child, you are starting to impress me. Do your worst.
Now we're getting somewhere. Getting mad doesn't make you stronger. That's not how it works. Get off me! Damn. Pay attention.
Okay, first thing to note, You Don't Live to See Tomorrow is the very last page of issue number 63, with the laughing being the opening of issue number 64. Secondly, the location. In the comic, they seem to be in an urban area, at least that's where Eve dies. In the show, they're in a mountain clearing somewhere, or at least somewhere not very densely populated. And lastly, Mark has slightly more to say to Conquest in the comic than in the show. Oh, and this part, everyone's new favorite meme.
I am so lonely. Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think the guy's a lost cause.
This is entirely a show exclusive. This bit of Conquest's character is entirely missing from the comics. He uses it as a take it to your grave kind of sentiment while choking him out, which I guess just remember that for later, because it'll come up probably as early as season 4. Well, okay, to be fair, some Viltrumite, not naming names, does mention the concept of loneliness. But it's part of the story that will surely be covered in season 4, so if you don't want spoilers, skip to this time.
It's 1, 2, 3.
We good? Okay. It's in issue number 73, after Mark is severely injured in the Viltrumite War, when Nolan and Oliver stay on this remote planet to nurse him back to health. About halfway through their time together, Nolan divulges to Oliver that the Viltrumites actually live an extremely lonely existence, not having friends or valuing romantic connections. That's right, they're all fuckboys. Or girls, we're inclusive in this bitch. He also says that you'll never find somebody who admits it, which makes this whole speech actually very, very in line with the comics, at least in spirit. That's the only real instance I can find of somebody who has lived as a Viltrumite expressing loneliness with their culture. Spoilers over, now let's move on.
Jerk.
Eve. This time I'll make sure she's dead. Don't touch her! Got more than enough fight left in me for you, boy. See? More than enough. Not enough. Not nearly. Is this what you wanted? You enjoyed yourself? Still having fun? Answer me! I think the good with the bad. Eve. Eve.
Mark.
You're alive.
So are you.
I love you.
I love you too.
I thought you were...
Mark? Hey. Am I naked?
Shot for fucking shot, guys. Holy shit. Anyway, the GDA arrive after this in both mediums. Cecil says, huh. But in the comic, it's played off like a joke, reacting to Adam Eve being naked. In the show, it's more of a reaction to Conquest's death. Huh is also the very last panel of issue number 64, with the very first panel of issue number 65 being the GDA hospital with Mark recovering.
Eve, how long have I been out?
3 days. You were pretty hurt.
What happened?
You don't remember?
No, I remember everything. I would have died without you.
I skipped around a bit here, but these entire pages line up in the show. Fantastic. In the show, she specifically says
sentient matter.
Which, I don't... Can any biologist out there explain to me what the fuck sentient matter is? In the comic, she says organic matter, which still isn't quite in line with what we've seen, since we've seen her affect forest growth in Africa in issue number 22. But yeah, I mean, somebody tell me what sentient matter is. Eve mentions that she was able to unlock this mental block once before in the comic and in the show, and in both instances, she's talking about the Adam Eve special. Except in comic land, it's called Invincible presents Adam Eve. The scene in the comic ends with Eve kissing him, or possibly getting ready to bang him, while in the show they cuddle up together.
There's so much work involved in rebuilding these bodies.
Did you see what that monster did to Invincible? He was just one Viltrumite. I don't care what it takes. Get him finished, Sinclair.
I think we'll be working tonight.
I gathered.
Again, the entire page is in the show, but it's boring, so I cut it down. The next in both is Debbie and Paul visiting Mark in the hospital. In the comic, it's a bit more awkward as Eve is on top of him, while in the show, it's much more dignified. The conversation Debbie and Mark have about his upbringing is actually word to word from the comics, though. This conversation ends much nicer in the show, with Debbie and Mark embracing each other, while in the comic, Eve and Mark interpret her guilt as a request to stop superheroing, which sets her off, and she leaves in a huff with Paul. Mark mentions at the end of his time in the GDA hospital that he needs to see Oliver, but we don't actually see it until after the funeral. This scene in both mediums concludes with Cecil visiting Mark and him demanding to see the body. Mark tells him to burn it in the show, but he makes no such request in the comics. So, the first part of Rex's funeral is different in each medium, but it carries the spirit of both. In the comic, there's a joke about Rex pushing Robot's buttons, and how Rex would find that amusing. In the show, Robot mentions that Rex would tell him to shut up and get to the point, which, you know, kind of the same. The funeral in a lot of places is word to word with the comics. You could whip out issue number 65 and follow along if you wanted. It should be noted that Rudy is taking Rex's death really hard, and even saying that Rex was his oldest friend, and that his cloned body is a tribute to his memory. Amanda asking Rudy, now Rex, why he didn't go up there himself is true in both mediums, just with different words. In the comic, Rex replies that he can transmit his thoughts without his tears getting in the way.
Rexplode was my first everything. I'm sorry.
Black Samson takes over after Eve leaves, but this is a show exclusive. Instead, we just go to Mark catching up with Adam Eve, crying to herself. In the comic, Mark walks up with crutches of sorts, but he still flies and moves like normal in the show. And rounding us off, the conversation that Eve and Mark have is again word to word found in the comics, as well as the conversation they have before sleeping together.
Well done.
The little teaser for the upcoming Sequid attack is also found on the very next page in issue number 65. The next scene where the aliens recover Battle Beast in the middle of space is actually taken from way later in the comic run, issue number 73, but it plays out like exactly the same, just with a bit more dialogue. Also, the aliens are green in the show, but orange in the comic. A majority of the Angstrom conversation with the Techno people is word to word with the comics. Again, just one page later in issue number 65.
I know you're not always concerned about my opinion, but is this really a wise decision?
He's in a 400-ton block of tungsten steel alloy 6 miles underground. And as soon as he regains consciousness, he's gonna tell us everything about the Viltrum Empire.
The next scene of Mark visiting Oliver in the hospital is in the comics, the very last pages of issue number 65. However, it plays out differently. They spend 1 out of 2 pages talking about Adam Eve and how her powers may not be working right. They really tease something in the comics for it to amount to absolutely nothing, but hey, maybe the show will change that. The second page is Mark specifically apologizing to Oliver, telling him that he's actually learned more than Oliver has during his training, and he's come to the conclusion that,
So if anyone else ever puts my family or anyone I love at risk, I won't hesitate to kill them.
But that's not all, folks. Oh boy, was I wrong, and I will eat my words with a fucking spoon. Damien Darkblood is back, baby, voiced once again by our favorite underwater crustacean. That's Clancy Brown, in case you didn't know. Now, in the comics, he had a very small role to play in issues number 8 to 16, but after that, he goes back to hell and is never heard from again, except, yes, that brief pop-up in issue number 100. But this scene of Damien Darkblood actually having an arc and doing something, completely out of left field, and nothing that the comic viewers could have ever predicted. So if you want some explanation from me, well, what are you asking me for? So let's talk about it.
But isn't that why we fight? To save or honor even a single life?
For starters, let's talk about the episode title once again. I Thought You'd Never Shut Up, just like What Have I Done, is a deliberate misdirection to make viewers who picked up on the titles of the episodes believe that Dinosaurus was going to be in this episode. I know that Oh, baby. Do you want to sit with Daddy? I know that I personally thought that he'd maybe be in the after credits scene, or the first confrontation in issue number 68 would be the last scene of this episode. But we didn't get that, so that just leaves Dinosaurus and the events of issue number 68 for season 4. And I will eat a fucking pair of pants if that issue isn't the very first episode. Now, as for why I Thought You'd Never Shut Up was picked specifically, I think it may have to do with Mark's attitude towards Conquest. I mean, I could have sworn I Thought You'd Never Shut Up was an actual line said during the fight. Conquest does talk a lot. So for the first bit of analysis, this is the first episode that doesn't have an Invincible title drop. I don't have a steadfast reason for this, but my assumption is that having the last episode roll right into this one was really important for them. Same as some previous episodes, when the show lines up like 1-to-1 with the comics, there isn't a whole lot to analyze on why that is. So I suppose instead, let's talk about why this is a big deal for the comics. The comics, and the show by extension, made Conquest the conclusion of the Invincible War, an awesome example of how things can go from awful to worse for Earth. Conquest is the follow-up to Anissa, who was the first Viltrum scout sent to Earth to deal with Mark. I think this was done specifically because up until now, Viltrumites could only be defeated with Nolan's help, but this, issue number 64, was the turning point to show that the enemy can bleed. With less than 50 Viltrumites left in the galaxy, Mark just has to do this 49 more times. It's an important turning point for the impending Viltrumite war. Coupled with Nolan's new allegiances, things suddenly aren't looking so down for the good guys. Now, in the fight, there are certain things that are show exclusive, even if they are few and far between. The first bit is Conquest blowing a bloody heart to Mark in space. Despite Conquest being almost exactly the same as his comic counterpart, there is a greater level of affection and psychotic appreciation that takes place in the show. It may have to do with casting, as Jeffrey Dean Morgan actually pulls off that psychotic affection like perfectly. I also think that in the show they've had a lot more smiling from Conquest than in the comic. This is actually important because this moment in the comics is about Conquest enjoying what he's seeing. That's the scary part. In the show, if he just smiled and threw Mark back down, we wouldn't get any further insight into what he's feeling, since he's been smiling since he arrived. Debbie's character profile fills itself out a little bit more in this episode. In the comic, she didn't want to put Oliver in harm's way, while in the show, she gives him her blessing as long as he's safe about it. This shift is indicative of Oliver and Debbie's journey throughout this season. Other than all the one-to-one stuff, the news report in the show is different, and I think this was done simply to deliver different information. The comic wanted to create some, what I think is slightly more realistic, confusion about this being Omni-Man, while this is omitted from the show. While I think it's a bit more realistic for them to assume this in the comics, I do think it's a bit more confusing than necessary for this moment, especially since the show really is just laying on the fact that this is no joke. It's almost uncomfortable how tense this situation is, how much we have at stake, and how inevitable this might be. Earth is defenseless here, am I right, Season 1 viewers? Since I don't have much to say about the stuff that does line up in the comic, let's talk about why it's lining up so much as of late. Season 1 had most of its season as a show exclusive, save for a few parts in the beginning of the show, and most of issue number 13 as its finale. Season 2 followed a similar formula, although also including a lot of storyboard, visual, beat-to-beat stuff in the middle, for Nolan's return. Also, the finale of Season 2 was much closer dialogue-wise to the comics. Season 3, by comparison, had like full episodes lining up. Between the beginning of the season, episodes 3, 4, and 6, 7, and 8 using the comics as damn storyboards. So, what changed? Why is the show lining up this close now? I can only really speculate here, but I believe that after seeing the success of the first 2 seasons and the comics already being really solid, it's just kind of the path of least resistance, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Compare this to Kirkman's other show adaptation, The Walking Dead. As early as issue number 40, or season 3, the show had departed so much from the comics that you can't line them up anymore. I think they wanted to avoid making the Invincible comics a harder pickup for show viewers, like they did with The Walking Dead. I do have something to say about the difference in Cecil's conversation with Adam Eve. It seems like we're getting an unfortunate consequence of being so character-based. Since the show has spent so much time developing Eve as a character, Cecil spends the show conversation being worried about her, and that's the reason he's hesitant about sending her. This is also the result of the minor changes in episode 2, because the show wanted to establish Cecil as a hero, somebody who originally struggled with the concept of good guys can't save the world. The show still wants to have moments that remind us that he actually cares about people. In the comics, he was much less concerned about that, it was a logistical concern about tracking them with the teleporter. For all of the problems of the comic had a hold on logistics. This push for a more character-driven story leaves the logistics suffering slightly on the show end, something I hope doesn't continue. Because the comics always felt really solid as far as a realistic timeline goes. And I would like to see all of that continue as time goes on, especially for season 4, you'll see when we get there.
Say bye, Daddy.
Bye, little guy.
Bye,
Oh, Daddy! I got it on recording! Next up on our changes, we have Mark's face being shoved through a beach in the show, but in the comic, there were no especially brutal casualties taken this way. I think the reason this happened is kind of obvious, right? So I'll just move on. Just kidding, I could never do that.
Enough from the clown!
It's because of Nolan. The way that Conquest uses Mark's face to elicit brutal damage on innocent civilians is the same exact way that Nolan uses Mark's face to derail the subway during the Chicago fight, in what was probably the most brutal moment, at least from an audience perspective. So remember in Season 2, Episode 7, we got to bring back that Earth is defenseless theme? This is that moment for Season 3. That theme has definitely not been at the forefront of Season 3, but it's like a little sprinkle of a familiar idea for the audience who has been watching since Season 1. I think the reason the comics didn't do something like this is because they more so wanted visuals centered around Mark getting his ass kicked, and visually, Mark getting curb stomped and swallowing cement helps illustrate that better than civilian casualties. When Adam Eve arrives to the fight, it's much more expanded than in the comics. So why is that? Well, on top of Adam Eve simply being a more developed character in the show than in the comics, I think it's more visually satisfying to see Adam Eve put up a fight, as opposed to in the comics where she shows up and gets murdered. There's a bit more to say than that though. I think the show wanted to show off how important and powerful Adam Eve's powers are, and it needed to make that really obvious to the audience. Her powers, at least for a little bit, could hold a Viltrumite at bay. I'm gonna spoil some things about what will most likely happen in Season 4, and things that will happen after that, like huge life-altering things for Adam Eve for nearly the rest of the comic run. So if you're not familiar with that or don't want to be spoiled, jump ahead to this time.
1, 2, 3.
Upcoming very soon, the show will begin adapting issue number 69, where Adam Eve's powers begin failing her, which we've already been seeing a little bit of at the end of this episode. After the Viltrumite War, Eve gets pregnant and must stop using her powers at risk of damaging the fetus. This opens a lot of questions about her identity as a superhero, and I predict, speculation territory here, that the show will take the foundation of Eve's character that they have been working on and expand on it further than they did in the comics for the subject, which points at her fight with Conquest, adding additional importance to herself about her powers, which goes double for how it ends, but it was also how it ended in the comics. I just think they'll take it further in the show. There is a secondary thought that comes to mind about this moment for Adam Eve. In the comic, this acted as the second instance of loss for Mark during the fight. However, in the show, with the very small inclusion of those civilians on the beach, we are now playing up the rule of threes. First, Mark lost Oliver, with him almost being ripped in half. Conquest damaging an important connection for Mark regarding family. Next, we had Conquest destroying Mark's ability to save people, his image. We might as well throw another point into our Perception as Power folder here, because I wonder how many new powerplexes will be coming after Mark after this beach massacre.
Yes, everything was going swimmingly for you until this. Yes, this is the thing that will ruin your reputation.
Which makes Eve the third and last thing that Conquest takes from him, his future. In the comics, while this did happen, it was piece one of two, but the show helps elevate this moment to being the last thing that Mark has. It's one of those instances where, while the same thing happens in the show and the comic, it means something slightly different because an addition elsewhere. Really beautiful stuff. So I know I gave the show a lot of shit for Eve's use of her powers, and I will not stop. It is criminally irresponsible for her to be this unimaginative with the ability to rearrange matter. With that said, my note about why she doesn't just turn Conquest's arm into jelly actually does have a meta answer. Same as the show, Mark busts up his arm, destroying Conquest's robot arm. And I think losing that moment for the sake of Adam Eve using her powers in objectively the correct way would rob this fight of something wonderful. With that said, I actually do applaud some of her creativity, like altering the density of the air and building armor for herself that actually did stand up to a hit.
Once again, asking
what this pink stuff actually is. Do you think it's like a stronger substance than bedrock or something super strong and dense? You'd think she'd like talk to Mark about this or something, figure out what Viltrumite kryptonite might be. I can't fully blame her, as she does this in the comics as well. I can't be the only one who thinks that she's using her powers in the least effective way possible, right?
Cecil! I need you, Cecil! Write down their names! Write them down!
Now, Conquest's confession about being lonely. I had already explained that aside from a few spoiler issues down the line, this concept of Viltrumite loneliness isn't anywhere in the comics, so why add it here? Honestly, I think this confession is the single most interesting addition to what is already an awesome fight. Admittedly, Conquest was kind of one note in the comics, and this adds a whole new layer. A whole new layer that we're going through line by line, baby.
I am so lonely. All the other Viltrumites are scared of me.
I know this first line is totally a meme, and with good reason, but the context is about the biggest and scariest empire in the galaxy being fearful of one of their ranks. Let me say that again, Conquest alone worries the rest of the Viltrum Empire. With what we've seen of him, he is scary, and it doesn't surprise me that he instills fear in everyone else, especially if he honors the traditions established about the weak being inferior. To him, everyone is inferior, so it would make sense that if you sneezed in front of the guy, he might just put you down. That's why eugenics are bad, in case anyone else was wondering. And why, although it's a good vessel for science fiction antagonists, it's inherently flawed and allows the strongest, not the most stable, to reign supreme.
No one talks to me. No one wants to be my friend. They think I am unstable.
Now, this line is extremely interesting, actually, because Nolan had led us to believe that Viltrumites didn't believe in friends. To think that Conquest, through his relentless brutality of numerous planets, found humanity in the same way that Nolan did is fascinating. Different formula, same answer. Not to spoil, but the future of the Viltrumites hinges greatly on the human elements that Nolan learned on Earth, and Conquest puts an interesting spin on that. These feelings are similar ones to how Nolan must have been feeling during the Chicago Massacre. Similar in the sense that they're very human and interpersonal, feelings that all other Viltrumites we've seen in the past have neglected.
They send me from planet to planet committing atrocities in their name. And as I get better at it, they fear me more and more.
He recognizes how isolating their culture is, especially to those who are efficient. It's like, you don't want to see how the sausage gets made in a way. You want your empire to be the strongest in the galaxy, but you don't personally want to see each and every skull crushed. Which again is interesting because as we understood Viltrumites up until this point, they did want to see every skull. Nolan demolished the Flaxans. Invincible in other realities personally murdered prisoners with his own hands. Thula demolished the Thraxans. So to hear Conquest admit that every other Viltrumite has limits is fascinating. You know what they say, it's lonely at the top, and as he puts it,
I am a victim of my own success.
It snowballs when you're as good as him, to think that once upon a time he was just another Viltrumite in the ranks. But there was something so uniquely brutal and killer about him that he ended up being who he is now. Look at his face, guys. His scars. This is a man who gave it all, and his dedication and ferocity only made others more afraid.
Conquest. I don't even get a real name, only a purpose.
He probably had a name once. He was probably John Viltrumite or whatever. But once he proved his value to the Empire, all they saw in him was a weapon. Like the Winter Soldier, he exists for one reason, and outside of that, there is nothing.
I am capable of so much more, and no one sees it.
Even the most violent among them senses that there is more to life than just endless warfare. What comes after? Which is, fittingly enough, a late-stage arc of The Walking Dead. When all the war and fighting is over, what will be left for conquest? When they have everything, the entire galaxy,
in the palm of my hand.
What will Conquest become? Where will he go next?
Some days I feel so alone I could cry, but I don't. Because what would be the point? Not a single person in the entire universe would care.
When the next phase comes, and Conquest will have to go back to being John Viltrumite, there will be no peace for him. There will be no retirement plan, no farm in the country, no friends to come and visit. No one wants that, except him. During the next phase, when everyone transitions to what comes after the fighting, Conquest won't be invited. No one cares about him.
Take it to your grave.
And finally, this isn't a confession to anyone who matters. This isn't an admittance to his own people that he believes their views are flawed. This is him getting it off his chest to somebody who will be dead in 30 seconds. There have been assorted conversations about toxic masculinity for Conquest's character, and the reason that people associate it with that is because similar to masculinity in our own culture, Conquest is attempting to live up to the impossible standards of brutality, isolation, and nationalism that his culture assigns to him. But he can't do it. He can pretend, he can play the part, but ultimately he doesn't believe it, which leads him to exploding to not the person closest to him, not someone who can change it, but just literally the first stranger he ran into. This speech wasn't in the comics, and it doesn't necessarily hit on any of our themes, but making Conquest this deep of a character is so immensely welcome, and I wonder if it won't play into anything we'll see in season 4. And mark your calendars next year when we talk about it, lol. So now let's talk about Mark beating in Conquest's face. There's actually some meta-knowledge to be had about this encounter from an actor standpoint. In real life, Mark is voiced by Steven Yeun, and Conquest is voiced by Jeffrey Dean Morgan. The two actors also had a unique interaction in Kirkman's other TV show, The Walking Dead. In that show, Steven plays Glenn, who is a protagonist and one of the oldest characters in the show, and Jeffrey plays Negan, who has significantly, like ludicrously more resources than our heroes. Negan tries to bully the group into submission and beats Glenn's face in with a baseball bat, which is also taken from the comics, in case you were wondering. No, I will not be doing a deep dive into The Walking Dead. The AMC adaptation makes my fucking head spin. So The Walking Dead had Jeffrey beat Steven's face in. Now, almost a decade later, we have Steven's character beating Jeffrey's face in. It's a very satisfying symmetry for people who take an interest in the actors outside of the show. Even if this moment is in the comics, it's amplified by the actors once again.
Bravo!
The next thing to note is that Cecil changes who his is directed at in the comics. I'm really glad they did this, especially with how they were already characterizing him in the show. It would feel very out of character to pay any real mind to Adam Eve's naked body in the show. I'm much happier with having it be shock at the moment of actually seeing a person that Mark killed, as this was his first time, since he wasn't present for Angstrom. Amid all of the one-to-one sections, we have a change in Debbie leaving the hospital room in a huff. I think this change has something to do with what this fight was in the comics, issue number 62. That isn't issue 100, that isn't issue 50, or any quote-unquote significant number. Despite the devastation and destruction for Earth, for the most part, this was just another adventure for Mark. So Debbie's freakout in the comics wasn't anything to sneeze at, but in the show, this is the finale. I don't think they wanted to carry that angry sentiment with them when this would be the last we see of Debbie for another year. And now the funeral. Black Samson saying words about Rexplode, even if we don't fully hear what his words are, is because of the brief relationship they shared in season 1. He's had a larger/different role in the show, and it allows him to be inserted nicely into this funeral scene. The scene of Battle Beast was included, I think, because, well, let's just say the upcoming conflict and story of season 4 will benefit from having him around for all of it instead of just part of it. Now I guess I should talk briefly about the liquefaction of Adam Mu's powers. In the past, I've mentioned that this is an arc that doesn't amount to anything, and as such, I didn't expect it to be an aspect of the show. Maybe the show will do something different with it, but without spoiling much, it becomes a problem in issue number 65, continues causing problems in issue number 69, then Mark goes away in issue number 71, and when he comes back in issue number 78, she just says that her powers stopped acting up. I hope that something different will come out of it in the show, but it definitely feels like a weird choice to me. Let's skip ahead a little bit and talk about the Darkblood return. I have a lot of excitement about this surprise, as I think Darkblood was an underutilized character. With that said, I understand why he may not fit into the Invincible world as seamlessly. Imagine John Constantine, right? The Death Broker, the dude who fucks with magic and demons and hell and everything. I don't think he would fit into the Invincible universe all that well. Nothing against the guy, but sci-fi already has a lot of interesting outer-worldly elements going on for it, and so playing around with aspects of the dead just kind of moves it in a different direction. Although this is just analytical speculation. I have no idea what the plans are for Damien Darkblood. Maybe it'll be something as significant as altering the entire course of the show. Who knows? And with that slightly annoying curveball out of the way, let's talk about the real last scene of the show. Mark and Oliver talking in the GDA when Mark decides that he will kill anyone who threatens his family. First, let's talk about why this moment was chosen for the last scene. Each season made the last line of dialogue a significant turning point for the story emotionally.
Finish high school, I guess.
Was an acknowledgement that the problems of the galaxy don't outweigh his problems on Earth.
I think I miss my wife
was such a massive shakeup and turning point not only for Nolan but for the Viltrumite race as a whole. It was a shift and push towards Nolan moving back towards Earth instead of away from it. And now,
I won't hesitate to kill them.
Mark has been pushed to his breaking point, to the point that his father was at, to a very cold and analytical equation about life, and one that has been thematically built up to all season. Mark's previous actions led to the Invincible War, where he decided that he would kill Angstrom, but he didn't actually get to do it there. With Conquest, he followed through. His consequences had actions, but this time it was a positive outcome. Everyone lived. The planet was spared because of Conquest's death. A complete change from the usual follow-through on the events from last season, this was a 1-2 punch. He decided to kill to protect the world, and the consequence of that is that he did, and it worked out for the better. Other than that, he broke his own rules. We don't kill, he championed to Oliver. He believed and reinforced as much as humanly possible, until it became too much to justify, up until it became time to change the rules, and he followed through on it. Anyone who threatened his family will die, and now there is no exception to that rule, the final stages of this theme. And the big question we've been avoiding since before season 3, does that make him a bad guy? Does he need to be a bad guy to save the world? Cause with Conquest, yeah, he did, and he doesn't even regret it. Perception as power falls by the wayside a little bit here, but hey, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I'd say that this theme is more for Cecil actually. Because of Mark's transition, Cecil became stronger. Cecil's viewpoint, his tolerance of working with murderers and villains, is ever so slightly understood by Mark more. What he thought was an impossible position to reach, he has arrived at on accident. This finale marks what will be a massive and scary change for Invincible moving forward, which is actually more exciting than scary if you're an audience member.
When I married your father, I didn't know the life I'd be giving you.
This season hit us with some really interesting themes, cool character work, and some of the most reliable comic adaptation we've seen so far. Season 3 had interesting title schemes for each episode, different from the consistency we've seen before. In the past, certain episodes had a line of dialogue that actually spoke the title aloud, since it's all lines of dialogue taken from the comic anyway.
We need to talk. It's been a while.
Season 3 does not do this. There isn't a single episode where a character actually says the title aloud, and that felt significant to mention. Now let's move on to which issues were actually adapted. I did this in my Season 2 video, so go check back there if you want to see which issues were adapted for Seasons 1 and 2. But for Season 3, the following issues were adapted, had ideas taken from them, or were mentioned in some way. Issues 42, 57, 79, 32, 46, 45, 26, 38, 70, 40, 43, 34, 48, 51, 25, 49, 13, 36, 7, along with broad mentions of the Brit Comics, Dynamo 5, The Astounding Wolfman, and Savage Dragon. 50, literally every page of it, 47, 41, 56, 53, 52, again, literally every page, 11, 2, 105, 110, 54, literally every page, and 55, literally every page. 58, 78, 68, 18, 19, 100, Invincible Returns number 1, 85, Guarding the Globe volume 1, Invincible Universe number 2, 8, 98, 59, literally every page of it, 81, again, literally every page of issues 60 and 61, 82, 103, 108, 73, Invincible Presents Adam Eve number 2, 22, and lastly, and I cannot stress this enough, literally every page and panel of issues 62, 63, 64, and 65. When I did this for the previous seasons, I feel like many more issues were mentioned, and I think that goes to show how much more concise the story and storytelling has grown with Invincible. The characters had an interesting role to play in this season. Last season, we had designated arcs for a lot of our characters, and to be honest, I was ready to plot these out for this season too, but it just never came. Instead, everybody seemed to have a very specific role to play in the story. Let's go in order of least importance. Rudy, or now Rex. He has a very subtle background role about learning what it means to be more human. It's obvious that he's got future plans at play, and it's very scary to think about what they may be. But in the end, he's not the brilliant genius Rudolph Connors, he's Rex the robot, sobbing about the parallel life connection he's forged. Very small, very in the background, but he has a journey that I think will pay off in the future. Then there's Debbie, who has come a long way from being Nolan's pet. She doesn't necessarily go on an arc for this season, but I think the journey she's already been on helps reinforce Mark's position. As she develops more of her own life, she manages to up the stakes in Mark's eyes. He loves his mom, and as she starts to move on from Nolan and have her own life and goals, it becomes all the more clear that making sure she gets to live out that life will take stronger and stronger measures. Measures that Adam Eve would enable at almost every turn. Aside from that one time she told him she wouldn't let him take over the world, nearly every other choice that Mark makes is enabled by Eve. She starts this season being in Mark's corner, agreeing to watch his back and care and protect for him and his family. But as the story goes on and she gets more involved with Mark, she becomes the piece that he needs to continue to slide towards the dark side, the voice of vindication. When he loses his job with Cecil, she helps him get a new one. When he wants to move out with her, she works on the logistics of how that can happen. When he's feeling nervous about the past choices with Angstrom, she reassures him. Her role is to cushion the emotional well-being of Mark, all the way up to saving his life from Conquest. Let's be clear, I do not think Mark would have been able to stop Conquest without her help, which ends up being her penultimate action that supports him in not getting his skull crushed. Her involvement in the story allows him to pursue these more extreme measures and have have a support system while doing it. To grapple with taking a life, to have someone say, "I'll still love you afterwards." The kind of love that comes with being your man, unconditional. As opposed to Cecil, who has to convince himself of his goodness. Cecil as a character went through a lot of changes this season, and they all had a purpose for Mark's journey. Season 3 gave us a starting place for Cecil, someone who would throw himself into harm's way to save others. Someone who shared Mark's perspective, who wouldn't let himself be a bad guy to save the world. Obviously in contrast to the person he's become now, the person who will work with murderers, monsters, killers, and thieves to save the entire planet. The guy who would make a deal with the devil himself for the well-being of Earth. By having Cecil be a foil to Mark's moral stance, we get to see how Mark subtly slips into that position. We get to see how Mark becomes Cecil, how he would kill to save the world if that's what it took, and how hard being the good guy during that process would be. While Eve acts as an enabler, Cecil acts as a warning. He serves as a signpost for Mark during this journey, trying to show him that being a bad person is the price that comes with the safety of the world. He's a flag to say this is where Mark could be, where he's fighting not to be, and where we do eventually get him to. They start as enemies and they end in a place of almost understanding each other. Cecil with his background of being a hero, and Mark on his way to becoming one of the bad guys. And no one cheers him on louder than Oliver. Not maliciously either. It's not like Oliver is screaming for Mark to take over the entire world, but his journey, or more specifically his role in this story, is to encourage Mark to go that extra mile, to do what is necessary to keep the world safe, to become the bad guy to save the world. Eve was the enabler, but she can only enable the actions of somebody who already wants something. Oliver is the only one actually pushing, the devil on Mark's shoulder, the character who makes Mark admit that his dad might have had a point. Mark's pursuit to not be like his father, carried over from season 2, pushes him to reject Oliver's way of thinking and way of life without actually considering it, before eventually being pushed into it without even realizing it. Each character has a vital part to play in Mark's journey, which is the story of the season. We talked way back in episode 1 about what the story of the season is. Season 1 and 2 seem to be really plot forward with their stories, but season 3 actually focuses much more on Mark's personal feelings on the subject. The story of season 3 is Mark finds more and more extreme ways to protect his family, until finally taking the ultimate measure.
No more half measures, Walter.
Each step of the way helped reinforce this story, including the personal journeys along the way. I had already mentioned that season 3 doesn't exactly follow the traditional formula. There wasn't any kind of teaser for Conquest besides episode 7, 3 minutes before the fight actually started. As such, we instead need to look at this story as an interpersonal journey. Mark getting pushed little by little by little by lot until he must kill people to protect his family. Episode 1 and 2 were a combo hit of assigning his morals, establishing his rules that he will not cross, including that murder is wrong and he doesn't want to work with killers. Episode 3 brought on a bigger role for Oliver, and allows him to reinforce his own beliefs, that killing the Maulers was bad, until episode 4 comes along, his first exception to his own rule, ending Immortal's reign of terror that he inflicts on the future. Episode 5 makes him wonder for the first time if fixing one of his previous mistakes would be the right course to protect the world, with episode 6 attempting to pull him back, seeing the devastation and emotional turmoil that death has brought onto people, finally coming to a head in episode 7. After confronting the fact that he couldn't have killed Angstrom, and the devastation that brought, he is ready to take a life in order to rectify the situation and prevent it from getting worse. Only because he doesn't get the chance does Conquest end up taking the brunt of this full measure. This ultimate decision that taking the life of an evil person is better than letting everyone and everything around him die. That is the reason that Conquest was chosen as the finale. Issue 62, not the most significant of numbers, but it's the conflict that finally pushes Mark over the edge to be more like his brother, his father, his Viltrumite half. That is the story of season 3, and it's not quite as straight of a line as seasons 1 or 2, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that the next step for the series is going to be following these footsteps, making the stories far more personal to Mark, as he will be the ultimate common denominator as the universe expands much, much more. So much so that the straightforward stories of seasons 1 and 2 will be impossible to replicate. Those times for the show are past, and the only thing left now is to see how Mark moves forward from here. Will he keep killing, or will he go back to being a PG-rated superhero? These decisions, thoughts, and emotional moments for Mark are also reinforced by our themes. Let's start here. Your actions have consequences. Everyone has been told this since grade school. You hit somebody, you get in trouble, you break the rules, you get a timeout. It's nothing groundbreaking, but every step along the way in this season reflects this idea. Mark's stopping of D.A. Sinclair in season 1 led to Cecil's recruitment of him, the first step in breaking the trust between the two. His involvement in Atlantis led the GDA to copy the lobster shriek tone used against him. His moral grandstanding and hypocrisy over not working with murderers leads him to breaking ties with Cecil. And that's just the first 2 episodes. His emotional meltdown at the death of Angstrom Levy led him to not check closer and leave the situation half finished. His fight with his father led to the creation of Powerplex. His insistence that he wouldn't kill leads him to a fight where he has no other option. And his decision to go all the way leads him to eventually decide that it will be a regular thing for him. The story demands that this be our broad theme, affecting every episode and nearly every character motivation that came out of it, but this season was less about the story and more about characters, so how about we talk about rules have exceptions. From the very first episode, Mark makes it very clear that he will not budge on certain positions. He will not waver on his morals. He decides that he will not work with murderers, and more importantly, that he does not kill. His stubbornness about these positions leads him into trouble with not only Cecil, but the entire GDA, Immortal, Angstrom, and most importantly, Oliver. As it becomes harder and more dangerous to protect his family, as Oliver understands more and more of what it means to be a hero, Mark's stubbornness hits a wall. And you can see it too. Look at him here when he decides that Angstrom has to die. It's not a decision he makes on a whim. His decision to kill Multipoles is because Rex is about to die. When Immortal gets it, it's only after Dropkick and Innocent is threatened to that degree. When Conquest gets it, it's after he literally killed Adam Eve. The rules are important, they mean something, but they must have exceptions. And the exceptions are all due to other people. Mark never decided for himself. Every single time was due to someone else. Making our rules have exception theme actually our interpersonal theme. It's not about Mark here. He's taking the action, but only ever for others. Whether it's their influence like Oliver, his own grief like Angstrom, or his desperation like Conquest, he's never been in charge of whether or not he gets to kill people. All of our themes tie together like a web, but these last two really do work hand in hand. Perception as power seeks to connect Mark's power level to the view of those around him. Cecil perceives him as a threat, even if he would never actually hurt him, and that leads him to turn on him. Powerplex sees Mark as evil and a liar for his part in the Chicago incident, and that leads him to attack him. Conquest sees Mark as a weakened Viltrumite, unsure why they would even send him to deal with the situation. In each of these examples, none of the assumptions on the situation actually reflect Mark's feelings on the subject. Mark would never actually hurt Cecil. It's not how he was raised. Mark doesn't delight in the death he caused in the Chicago fight. He mourns for it. Mark isn't a full-blooded Viltrumite, but he is far from a defenseless protector of Earth. Mark doesn't even do this to himself. He is an unwilling victim of people's assumptions of him, which makes this Mark's burden to bear on himself. Not a broad theme or an interpersonal theme, but one specifically for him. And for our last theme, Good Guys Can't Save the World, remember like 20 seconds ago when I said that Mark doesn't actually have a say in the perceptions people have of him? This is the one exception. This is the one case where Mark's perception about himself comes to the forefront of his brain. All Mark has ever wanted to be is a hero like his father, so much so that when his father revealed he wasn't, he rejected it. Cecil poses this theme to Mark, but it's something he's been wondering even back in season 2. Does killing make him a bad person? And if it does, is that what it takes to save the planet? Was killing Angstrom the right thing to do? Or more specifically, was leaving him alive the wrong thing to do for the rest of the planet? And if it was, does that make him a bad guy? In the same way that he was an unwilling participant in the Chicago incident, he was an unwilling participant in the Invincible Wars, a war that was named after him. And since we saw the amount of guilt that he was feeling over being an unwilling participant in Chicago, we know that he can only be thinking that this is his fault. Is he a good guy for holding back? Is he a good guy for letting the bad guys live? This is the central theme for the entire show, so it becomes our external theme. It's tied very closely to Mark's theme, but it's not his alone to face. Cecil has to consider it, and has considered it his entire career. And with that, we have our interconnected web of themes, from Mark's theme of perception as power to the interpersonal theme of rules have exceptions, to our broad view of actions having consequences, nested within the question, can good guys save the world? Well, with Conquest's death, and with all of the past actions the themes have taken into account, the question, can good guys save the world, has an answer. It doesn't matter. Eve is safe, Oliver is recovering, and Conquest will never hurt them again. It does not matter if killing people is right or wrong, or something in between. Mark will never allow his family to be in danger again. His rules have changed. His inaction will not produce these consequences again. He doesn't care what it looks like to anyone else, and now he doesn't even care what it looks like to himself. Even if he has to kill to do it, his family will be safe. There is no disputing it, as long as he is. Thank you guys so much for watching. These videos take a really long time to make, so thank you all for your patience. We just launched our new Patreon, so if you want extra content and early access to videos, go ahead and give it a look. Make sure you comment down below which concept or video you want to see next. And that's all we got for you right now. See you in the next one. So good.